I have the strongest sect. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 851, Unblocking. The fall of Annan threatened the entire first line of defense in Nanzhao. A large number of fortifications and troops in the Nanzhao defense line were facing south, and the defense on both sides was extremely weak and prepared. Once Annan fell, the demons had more options. They could go all the way north and kill into the hinterland of Nanzhao, or they could attack Wusun to the west, or attack Wei to the east. The two countries were unprepared and were besieged on both sides, which was extremely dangerous. In fact, the demons had sufficient strength. They chose to carry out three actions together. They continued to advance all the way north, trying to annihilate the troops of Annan, attacked Wusun to the west, and attacked Wei to the east. The demon army attacking Wusun and Wei had tens of millions of troops. Soon, they cut Wei in half, and the front and rear lost contact. The front army was even likely to be surrounded and eaten by demons. Lin Xiao urgently ordered the frontline troops of Weiguo and Ziluoguo to merge into Qianluoguo, while the monks in the rear of Weiguo abandoned the entire territory of Weiguo and retreated into Ziluoguo. Ziluoguo mobilized all its forces to help Weiguo evacuate, especially to take away as many mortals as possible. Outside Changliu city of Weiguo, Zhang Qingxuan was leading the monks in a desperate battle. The fall of Annan implicated Weiguo. Zhang Qingxuan was caught off guard. The central part of Weiguo was occupied by the demon clan, and the entire Weiguo was broken in half. The frontline army was extremely panicked. Fortunately, Lin Xiao quickly ordered the overall situation to evacuate eastward. Zhang Qingxuan led a part of the elite to take a flying boat back to Changliu city and commanded. If he, a Sheng superior monk, had not been in charge, the situation of Weiguo would have been completely corrupted. Changliu city is the core and essence of Weiguo. There are tens of millions of mortals. A lot of solid walls and clearing the fields have been done before, but not all of them have been withdrawn into the city. Changliu city can't accommodate so many people. In order to allow the monks and mortals to evacuate, Zhang Qingxuan led the people to fight against the demon army outside Changliu city. The battle was extremely difficult. With less than 100,000 people, they had to snipe tens of millions of demons, and the losses were extremely huge. Ancestor Zhang, retreat, we can't stop it. Another 3,000 people died in the battle today, and more than 1,000 people were awarded. We have less than 50,000 people, and can't stop it. At night, the high-ranking officials of the Wei state cried and begged Zhang Qingxuan. The battle was too cruel. The monks of the Wei state suffered about 5,000 casualties every day. The monks of the Nanzhao alliance were unwilling to fight to the death, and had been responsible for arranging the evacuation of the mortal monks. How is the evacuation of Changliu city going? All the monks have run away. About 3 or 4 million mortals have evacuated. Many of them fled spontaneously. Ancestor Zhang, we can't protect everyone. Let's retreat. Okay, we will fight and retreat from tomorrow. Zhang Qingxuan agreed expressionlessly. He knew that these people were lying to him. The monks did run away, and millions of mortals also evacuated, but the speed of mortals was too slow. They just evacuated Changliu city, not into Ziluo country. Once they evacuated, it was hard to say how many of these people would survive. But Zhang Qingxuan couldn't refuse. Weiguo was different from Wuguo. The Tiansheng Sect was just one of them, and it was co-managed with other sects. The casualties of each sect were too great. If he insisted on fighting to the death, his people might mutiny. The next day, Zhang Qingxuan led the crowd into Changliu city, and agreed with everyone to only defend for 3 days. After 3 days, they would evacuate Weiguo and hide in Qianluo country. On the other side, Ziluo state also mobilized with all its strength. In addition to the wilderness front, Ziluo state set up a defense line in the southern direction of Qianluo state. In this way, Ziluo state and Qianluo state had to set up defenses on several sides, and the battle line stretched to more than 10,000 miles. Their number of troops was not enough. Lin Xiao had no choice but to let the Nanzhao army go south, and let Tan Minghua, who stayed behind, strengthen military discipline. No one was allowed to avoid fighting, and those who avoided fighting would be killed without mercy. The situation of Wei State was worrying, and Annan State was even worse. Annan State was messed up by the demon cultivators, and it went from a strong country in the southwest of Nanzhao to the weakest one. It has not recovered to half of its previous level. The troops attacking Wei State and Wusun State were all partial divisions, led by the 6th level Demon King, but the main force of the Demon Clan attacked Annan State, with a lot of Demon Kings of the 7th and 8th levels. The Overlord Sect of Annan State was breached in less than 3 days, and Annan State was destroyed again. There were less than 50,000 survivors among the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the country. The news of the destruction of Annan shocked the entire South continent. Many people had not taken the invasion of the demons seriously before, but no matter how Lin Xiao promoted it, they felt that it was far away from them, so they rarely fought hard. But when Annan was destroyed, they began to panic. But even if they panicked, it was useless. Once Annan fell, a huge loophole appeared in the entire South continent defense line. The demon army attacked from all sides. More than 10 countries behind the defense line were invaded by demons. The entire rhythm of Lin Xiao's plan was disrupted, and many forces entered a situation of fighting each other. 5 days later, Wusun fell. The Wu and Sun families of Wusun lost the mountain gate that they had operated for thousands of years, and were withdrawn with hundreds of thousands of monks. The hole in the defense line became larger, and more demons poured into the hinterland of South Continent. Song began to send a large number of troops to consolidate the defense line, and the second defense line began to play a role. The countries in the southwest of Nanzhao began to fall one after another. Lin Xiao handed over the domestic power to Beizichuan Nanzuan, and transferred Beizichun, Ziyunfei, Jiamengren and others, to leave Wu State and go to Song State to establish the command center of the Nanzhao Alliance. Lin Xiao has discovered that without his presence, the other Shengsu period cultivators or Tan Minghua from Qin State cannot calm the other countries, and cannot fully play the role of the alliance in the central command. The Nanzhao countries fighting on their own are no different from a mob. Lin Xiao's appearance gave all the countries in Nanzhao reassurance, but then there were snowflakes of letters for help. All countries were asking for help. Lin Xiao sent out his troops one after another to plug the loopholes in the defense line. Alliance Master Lin, this is a sand table of the current situation. Starting from Annan, 2 countries have completely fallen, 12 countries have been invaded by monsters, and the defense line has been stretched to nearly 30,000 miles, forming a huge loophole. We are trapped in a bloody battle with the monsters, which is extremely disadvantageous for us, said Tan Minglin, pointing to a huge sand table. The winding front line of defense has basically collapsed, with only Wu and Qianluo still holding on. Ziluo in the northwest corner of Ziluo has also become the front line. All the way to the north has been occupied by monsters, and more than a dozen countries were not prepared. A large number of sacred mountains in the country fell, leaving only the mountain gates and cities of the Overlord Sect still holding on. It is extremely difficult to defend, and the front line is too long. Some countries are attacked from both sides, and cannot hold on. What do you think? Alliance Master Lin, forgive me for being blunt. According to the current situation, we should shrink our forces, extend the front line, abandon all the territory on the wilderness front, retreat to the second line of defense in an orderly manner, and then invest the forces of the third line of defense. In this way, we can gather more than 15 million troops, and consume the monsters on the second line of defense. As long as the resources of Lingshan on the first line of defense are consumed, the monsters will naturally retreat. Tan Minglin replied. As soon as this was said, many higher-level officials in the room changed color. Beizichun and others looked at Tan Minglin coldly, and the atmosphere suddenly became weird. According to Tan Minglin's strategy, more than a dozen countries in the southwest of Nanzhao were all abandoned, including Wuguo, and Wuguo was the core and basic base of Tiansheng Sect. The foundation of Tiansheng Sect for hundreds of years was all in Wuguo, including Shanmen, Beiwu Mountain, Xianyang Mountain, which were extremely important territories. It can be said that, if Tan Minglin did it, Tiansheng Sect would be greatly weakened, even if it did not perish. This is also the reason why Beizichun and others looked at it coldly. I don't agree. Lin Xiao glanced over, and Beizichun immediately shouted angrily, attracting everyone's attention. Friend Bay, what do you have to object to? Isn't this the best strategy? Of course it's not the best strategy. Look, everyone. The situation of the enemy and us shown on this sand table. The current situation of the human race is like an inverted Chinese character. It is weak in the middle but strong on both sides. You only want to stabilize the situation, but have you ever thought about how to annihilate the demon race? If we can strengthen the power on both sides, it will be a perfect pocket formation. When the power of the demon race is almost consumed, we can break in from both sides and surround the demon race. How much benefit can we gain by then? Have you ever thought about it? Bayzichan said angrily. The situation at this moment was a bit similar to when Lin Xiao set up a pocket formation in the territory of Wu State, so Bayzichan directly stated the strategy of that year. Fellow Daoist Bay said it well. Our fight with the demon race has lasted for millions of years. It is useless to just block the demon race's attack. The best way is to consume the demon race's power. We should scare the demon race completely and create thousands of years of peace with one battle. This is what cultivators of our generation should do. I also support fellow Daoist Bay's strategy. We can't just plan for the present. We have to plan for thousands of years. If we don't take this opportunity to hurt the demon race, who can stand the beast tide every few hundred years in the future? Not only Bayzichan opposed it, but also representatives of various countries in the southwest of Nanzhao opposed it. They would never agree to give up their territory easily. Without the territory, the cultivators would have no roots. What's the difference between a root cultivator and a scattered cultivator? Fellow Daoist Tan, since a large number of people in the Nanzhao alliance do not object, then let's just forget about this opportunity. Lin Xiao answered after looking around. In fact, there were not many people who agreed or opposed it. Most of them remained silent. However, it was impossible for Lin Xiao to agree. Wuge was Lin Xiao's foundation. If it was lost, he would not be able to save his life, let alone the emperor. Since no one agrees, we have to think of another way. I hope Alliance leader Lin can come up with a better way. Of course. In fact, what Zichan said just now is exactly what I was thinking. We are certainly in a disadvantageous position now, but we also have to prepare for the future. Since the demons are planning to invade our human race, they must be prepared to be crippled by us. Lin Xiao nodded. Bayzichan's strategy was the best choice. Although there were some loopholes, Lin Xiao could only agree to it. Chapter 852, Giant Pocket Formation. Lin Xiao tacitly agreed to Bayzichan's strategy, but the loopholes in this strategy are indeed not small. First of all, this pocket formation is too large, involving more than a dozen countries and a battle line of 70,000 to 80,000 miles. Such a long battle line cannot have any omissions. Once a certain point is broken, it will cause a great disaster. At that time, the empty territory in the rear may be completely destroyed by the demons, and then transferred back to attack the back of the human race's battle line, forming a situation of being attacked from both sides. But due to the situation, Lin Xiao had to bite his teeth and accept this strategy. This was not because Lin Xiao was stupid, but because of the different positions. The butt determines the head. Since Lin Xiao is already the overlord of Wu State, then Lin Xiao must be responsible for the interests of Wu State. Lin Xiao followed the idea of this giant pocket formation and began to arrange strategies. From the Wusun defense line to Song State, from Song State to Yan State, and then to the south of Yan State, to Ziluo State and Qianluo State. They are all frontline nodes of the pocket formation, that is, important support points in the shape of the reversed character. As long as these 4 points are defended, there will be great hope. Ancestor Ma, yes, Alliance leader in the Wusun Kingdom has not yet completely fallen, so you will lead an army of 500,000 into the Wusun defense line, and lead the remnant of the Wusun Kingdom to block the monster tribe's way to the west. How about it? Ma obeys your command, but Alliance leader Lin Xiao to the west of the Wusun Kingdom is also in a fierce battle. What if Siam also falls, then? Ancestor Ma, don't worry. Now the main force of the monsters has poured into the hinterland of Nanzhao from Annan. The rest of the places are just detachments. There is no need to worry. After the 500,000 troops enter the Wusun Kingdom, you can mobilize the cultivators from the countries near the Wusun Kingdom. It won't be difficult for you. That's no problem. Song and Yan are the main attack points of the monsters. This alliance leader will lead the army in person. Fellow Daoist Tan and many high-level people can stay to help. Yes, Alliance Leader Lin Basichan. Yes, Alliance Leader Lin, I will give you 100,000 people. You go to Zilluo to help. You can deploy troops from Zilluo, Qianluo, Xianxi and other countries. How about that? Zichen swears that Zilluo will never have any problems. Very good, let's do it. Lin Xiao nodded. The power of Qin has been split by Lin Xiao. Ma Langfei led some troops into Wusun, away from Wu. Even if he wanted to use conspiracy, the situation in Wu would not deteriorate immediately. Tan Minghe and others were arranged under Lin Xiao's nose. Lin Xiao also believed that his prestige was enough to intimidate them. After Lin Xiao asked everyone to disperse, he called the Shengsu Patriarch of the Wanshu School of Song and the Tiansheng Sect of Yan to discuss. Song and Yan are both medium-sized countries in Nanzhao, each with millions of cultivators. With the addition of the forces drawn from the Nanzhao Alliance, there are nearly 7 or 8 million cultivators on the front battlefield. Ancestor 1, Ancestor me, what do you think of my strategy of this giant pocket formation? Alliance Leader Lin, please forgive 1Q I use rudeness, I'm afraid this strategy will not work. Ancestor 1, Ancestor me, it's okay, I'm not the kind of person who doesn't listen to opinions. Ancestor 1, please continue. As soon as the ancestor of Song State opened his mouth, the ancestor of Yan State was frightened. How could he talk like that? Isn't this courting death? However, Lin Xiao stopped Ancestor Mi from speaking. Lin Xiao himself didn't like people who had the final say, and everyone could express their own opinions. Alliance Master Lin's strategy focuses on the 4 nodes of the pocket formation, but outside of the nodes, there are still tens of thousands of miles of loopholes on the 3 sides. With just the manpower we have, we can't stop the main force of the monster clan. According to current intelligence, the Nanzhao Elephant King has mobilized at least 1.5 billion forces, and 1 billion monsters are in front of us. The monster clan can attack from all sides, find loopholes, and then break through, and then encircle us in a roundabout way. The monster clan has the intelligent monsters, which are the outliers, and they have the IQ to do so. Ancestor 1Q's analysis is correct, but how do you think we should solve this problem? Ancestor Tan's strategy is a good choice. Then you also agree with Ancestor Tan's approach? Disagree. Why? Of the more than 10 countries in the southwest of Nanzhao, only Annan has completely fallen, and Wusun is almost there. The rest of the countries have only lost most of their territory. It is impossible for these more than 10 countries to give up their territory and sects. The morale of Nanzhao collapsed immediately. 1Q is not talented, but I have followed Alliance Master Lin in battles for more than 10 years, and I only know how important morale is. Then do you have a better idea? No, what about Master Me? Me neither. Lin Xiao chuckled. These 2 people were self-aware. They could see that Lin Xiao's strategy had flaws, but they were unable to come up with a better strategy, so they all remained silent just now. Since there is no such thing, then Lin will tell you one thing. There is a loophole, and Lin has no way to plug it, because Lin thinks it is better to have a loophole than no loophole. Are you angry that the Nanzhao reinforcement were not motivated enough? Yes, according to my estimation, the Nanzhao front should not have fallen so quickly, including the weakest Annan country, but the monks of the Nanzhao alliance we sent cherished their lives, and refused to fight to the death, missing the opportunity, which led to the current situation. The 2 ancestors can go to the grassroots to listen to the opinions of the monks. Many monks from various countries have complaints about supporting the southwest end. Why? Because this is not their homeland. They don't want to pay their lives to defend other people's homes. So what should we do? We must let them know that if they cannot defend your homes, once you lose, their homes will also be trampled by monsters, so as to mobilize their enthusiasm. Alliance Master Lin, this Patriarch 1 and Patriarch Me were speechless. Lin Xiao said the truth, but this idea was a bit sinister, which shocked the 2. There is nothing to hide about this matter. The demon tribe of Nanzhao has more than 1 billion people. If we rely on only a dozen countries to resist, whoever can hold it back will definitely be able to stop it. Since they all think that they don't care, then let's all die together. I don't want to lead teammates who can't lead me anymore. Lin Xiao sneered. He had always wanted to promote the Wu Kingdom's unity model to the entire South Continent. However, the cultivators of many countries in South Continent did not care and felt that they could live in peace. It was a joke. This was a war between two tribes, not the previous local beast-tide war. Lin Xiao did not have time to unify their thoughts now, so he could only use facts to force them to unite. If the countries behind Song and Yan dared not to make efforts in the face of these loopholes, they would wait for the demons to trample on their homes. The two were speechless, and Lin Xiao comforted them again. No matter how Lin Xiao treated the other countries, he still attached great importance to Song and Yan, and invested most of the alliance's strength in them. At least they could save the two countries, which made them feel much more at ease. Early the next morning, Ma Langfei and Basichan led the army to leave, and the remaining army began to be dispatched to various parts of Song and Yan to strengthen their strength. Since the demon army broke through the Anan kingdom, its morale has been greatly boosted. The Elephant Emperor also appeared in the hinterland of Nanzhao and led the army to attack fiercely. The countries in the hinterland of Nanzhao quickly fell. The monks retreated one after another and retreated to the defense lines along the Song Kingdom and Yan Kingdom to intercept the demon beast army. At this time, the battle line had been stretched to about 70,000 to 80,000 miles. The demon beast army also continuously sent out detachments to attack various places. Lin Xiao personally went to the battle and fought against many 8th level demon kings, which attracted the attention of the Elephant Emperor. The Elephant Emperor personally led the army to attack the Song Kingdom. More than 300 million demon beasts appeared outside the Song Kingdom's battle line. The Song Kingdom's battle line exceeded 10,000 miles, and the border had long been abandoned. With the Song Kingdom's overlord Tiansheng Sect's goddess Peak as the node, a battle line was set up along the line to intercept the demon beasts. I'm no match for the Elephant King. You'll have to figure out a way to win this battle on your own, Zuolin said to Lin Xiao on the goddess Peak. Zuolin had fought against the Elephant King today, but did not take any action. The Elephant King also realized that Zuolin did not have much time left and was not willing to force him too hard. Senior Zuo, Zizhao, Nanzhao, South Sea, East Sea, Dongzhao, Bizhao, there are so many places. Why are there only demon emperors in Nanzhao and Zizhao? What's so abnormal about the demon emperor? The demon emperor corresponds to the human emperor. Over the past millions of years, it's not that there are no demons who have ascended to heaven. Among the demons, there are two ways to ascend to heaven. One is to become an emperor, and the other is to rely on blood. The Langyuan in Zizhao is full of dragon blood. Although they are flood dragons, as long as their blood is advanced to a certain level, they can all turn into dragons. The day they turn into dragons is the day of ascension. The Elephant Emperor is just an ordinary demon bloodline. I haven't heard of it having any exotic beast bloodline. If nothing unexpected happens, the Elephant Emperor has a heavenly book in his hand. Heavenly book. The human race's heavenly book. The heavenly book is not for the human race. It carries the way of heaven. The way of heaven is the same for all living things. The Supreme Demon King who becomes the Demon Emperor has extremely terrifying combat power. Even at my peak, I was no match for him. I'm afraid you have to increase your battle formation to 1 million people to contain him. Zuolin replied. Behind Lin Xiao, there was a battle formation composed of densely packed monks, with a total of 500,000 troops, and a large number of high-level monks, which was enough to compete with the Supreme, but it was not enough to face the Beast King. Lin Xiao's brows were immediately locked. The demon tribe of Nanzhao had more than one Elephant King, and there were several. Now there were 3 who showed up. Each Supreme prepared 500,000 monks, and they would be tied up with 1.5 million troops. Moreover, these 3 battle formations needed to be protected to prevent being disrupted by the rest of the demon tribe. This had already greatly involved the power of Nanzhao. If the Elephant King wanted 1 million troops, then the power of Nanzhao would really not be enough. Moreover, it was too difficult to dispatch a battle formation of 1 million people. It was not only more difficult than a battle formation of 500,000 troops, but it was 10 times or 100 times more difficult. Thinking about it, it was too difficult for Nanzhao to not have enough supreme monks. Can Kunlun provide some more support? It's impossible. Kunlun must be wary of North Continent and support West Continent. West continent is weaker than South continent, and Lang Yuan's Dragon Emperor is not weak either. Kunlun can't just support your South continent family. Zuolin shook his head. He had received orders from Kunlun. Kunlun would not support South continent unless the leader of South continent changed to someone from Tiansheng Sect. Otherwise, Kunlun would not support its enemies. This was a fight for the survival of the Taoist tradition. If it weren't for public opinion, even Zuolin would be dispatched back. I understand. I'll try my best. Lin Xiao nodded. Soon, Lin Xiao wrote 2 letters, one to Tiansheng Sect in the name of South Continent, and one in Lin Xiao's personal name to Li Muxu, asking the Li family to send reinforcement. Kunlun was unreliable. Lin Xiao could only rely on the supreme of the Li family, otherwise South Continent would be defeated. Chapter 853, The Fall of Nansao. Lacking the suppression of high-level monks, and being inferior to the demon race in overall strength, the countries of Nansao fell very quickly. After the fall of Annan, Ma Langfu's reinforcement still failed to save the complete fall of Wusun, and Siam, to the west of Wusun, also fell thousands of miles. In the north of Annan, as time went on, 5 more countries fell completely, hundreds of thousands of monks died, more than 1 million monks became refugees, and tens of millions of mortals were slaughtered. At the same time, 16 countries had their borders breached, and could only rely on high-level sacred mountains and large cities to barely defend. The demon beasts attacked from all sides, and had trampled on more than 80,000 miles of territory. The sacred mountains, that the human race had painstakingly managed, became a paradise for demon beasts, and Nansao was in chaos. More and more South Continent countries were involved, and more monks began to participate in the war against monsters. Not only monks whose countries were destroyed or whose borders were breached, but also monks from further north and east participated. The tragic situation of Annan and other countries really scared them. They dared not hold the indifferent attitude before, and their enthusiasm for participating in the war was getting higher and higher. On the front battlefield, 500,000 monks covered a range of dozens of miles. Under the protection of the defense formation, they condensed a simple beam attack method, cooperated with Zuolin to contain the Elephant Emperor, and fought to the death in the sky. However, Zuolin was still at an absolute disadvantage, and could only maintain self-protection. On the other side, Lin Xiao walked out of the command center, and fought with 3 8th level monster kings in person. No matter how powerful Lin Xiao was, he could not kill the 3 8th level monster kings at once, and could only do his best to contain them. On the main battlefield, hundreds of thousands of monks rushed out of the battle line, and entangled with the monster army. Almost every minute, a mysterious light would be sprinkled, and countless monks died tragically in the mouths of monsters. In the sky, more than 10 warships were covered with various flying monsters. The guard monks were struggling to stop them, but the warships still refused to leave, constantly firing black crystal cannons to bombard the monsters on the ground. Boom! Finally, a warship was overwhelmed and fell from the sky, killing a large number of monsters, but the monsters on the ground still rushed into the warships fearlessly. There were bursts of screams from the warships, and finally only more than 10 figures escaped. Woo woo woo! When the night fell again, some monsters let out a shrill roar, and groups of monsters began to retreat. Even when they left, they did not forget to carry the monster corpses away. The human race and the monster race were now fiercely fighting for the monster corpses. Master Lin Xiao, who had just come down from the battlefield, received a message that Lin Xiao's apprentice Jia Menggren was seriously injured. Lin Xiao immediately went to visit him. Jia Menggren had a huge gap in his chest, and the demon power was eroding his body. Stop talking, it's okay, I'll help you expel the demonic power, master. No, don't waste your vitality, shut up, I have a lot of vitality. What are you standing there for? Hold him down. Lin Xiao glared at the people around him, and Tiansheng period monks held Jia Menggren down. Lin Xiao's strong vitality surged out, and entered Jia Menggren's body, to help him expel the demonic power in his body. Not long after, Lin Xiao felt a trance. The battle just now lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The demons refused to retreat, and the human race could not retreat. Lin Xiao resisted the attacks of 3 8th level demon kings for 3 days, which consumed a lot, but Lin Xiao still gritted his teeth and held on. In an hour, He completely dispelled the demonic power in Jia Mengren's body. Eat it, and rest in the camp for 3 days, then escort the spoils back to Wu State, and let Iron Lion take over. You will be in charge of the factory, is that okay? No problem, master. Okay, go down and rest. Lin Xiao waved his hand, and asked someone to carry Jia Mengren away. Lin Xiao broke out in a cold sweat. Jia Mengren was in that state. If it weren't for his master who was willing to consume a lot of vitality to help him deal with the problem of demonic power, he would be useless, even if he didn't die. Lin Xiao stuffed him with an 8th level healing pill, which should be able to save his life. Alliance leader, this is the latest battle report. Back in his own camp, Bu Yanshang handed a battle report to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao took a look and threw it away. On it was a preliminary list of casualties. After 3 days of hard fighting, more than 100,000 monks were killed, and countless were injured. Some defense lines were in danger again. Lin Xiao didn't care about it. Now was not the time to care about this. Yan Shuang will handle the official business for me. I will sign it after I come back. I have something to go out for. Yes, leader. Then Lin Xiao walked out of the camp. Zhuo Lin was already at the door. The two tore through space and soon arrived at Xianyang City. At this time, millions of troops gathered in Xianyang City. It was extremely prosperous and far away from the front line. It seemed to be 2 worlds away from the front line. Here we are. Not long after, Zhuo Lin whispered, and a space crack opened. 2 figures walked out. They were Li Muxu and Li Yuanzhen. The Li family received Lin Xiao's letter for help, and decided to send troops to help. Li Yuanzhen personally took Li Muxu to go first. In addition, Li Xiaoxin was on the way with 1,500 elite monks. Senior Li, Muxu Lin Xiao, we are here. Li Yuanzhen nodded. He was actually a little unhappy, because Li Muxu was at the critical moment of breaking through the Dongsuan period. The Central Continent War had only been over for less than half a year, and the Tiansheng Sect still had a lot of things to deal with. If it weren't for Lin Xiao's desperate plea in the letter for help, and Li Muxu's great help, the Li family would never have sent troops here. Let's go into the city first. Lin Xiao welcomed the people into Xianyang City, and came to the meeting hall of Xianyang City together. Muxu, what's the situation in the East China Sea? It's not optimistic. The East China Sea monster tribe, led by the Tiger Shark tribe, has completely occupied all the waters of the East China Sea. The human race has been forced out of the open sea, and can only operate near the coast of the east coast of Zhangzhou. The East China Sea monster tribe has begun to send some land monster tribes ashore to harass, causing heavy losses to mortals, but the cultivators are fine. Now we are migrating mortals to settle inland. What about the Tiansheng Sect? I remember they are attacking the East China Sea. They are still fighting hard. It is estimated that they will have to endure for about half a year. They can only slowly stop after the first batch of products from their sacred mountain comes out. Now the major sects in Zhangzhou are recovering, but the speed is very slow. The impact of the war in Zhangzhou is really too bad. A large number of high-level cultivators and elite disciples on both sides died in battle, and their strength is empty. Except for the 3 Kunlun sects, there is basically no news of support from other sects in the various continents. They should want to use the various continents to buy time for Zhangzhou. Stupid, it's stupid, but there's nothing we can do. The balance of central continent is fragile right now. If we suffer too much loss from supporting the other continents and miss the chance to recover, I'm afraid many sects will be at risk of extinction, so no sect dares to act rashly. What about Dongzhou? Lin Xiao's heart moved. Li Muxu had been very tactful, but he could also hear the dissatisfaction of Tiansheng Sect. Tiansheng Sect still suffered heavy losses and needed time to recover, but they still sent people to Zhangzhou. Dongzhou's 3rd line of defense is about to collapse. The 5 major academies have withdrawn to the 5th line of defense. Penglai returned Wanghai City to Dongzhou and restored the exchange of resources, but the situation is worrying. In addition, the Supreme of Yuxinman is fake. It is the fake dead Supreme of Suayu Sect. His lifespan is almost 0. Once awakened, the fighting time will not exceed half a day. The Demon King of Kinyu tribe dare not force too hard, but Suayu Sect wants to take back the Supreme. What does Suayu Sect want to do? Add insult to injury at this time. Lin Xiao was extremely shocked. The Immortal Alliance played this hand really well. It turned out to be the supreme ancestor of SYNOPSIS sect, pretending to be Yuxinman. He even suppressed Peng Lei before, but now that Deng Xiao is so dangerous, he wants to recall the supreme. It's too much of an insult. The SYNOPSIS sect suffered heavy losses in this central continent war, and there are only less than 50,000 soldiers left in its headquarters. It is in urgent need of recovery. They are using the supreme as a threat to demand a large amount of supplies from Deng Xiao. Deng Xiao can't even protect itself now. What else can they give out? So what they want is post-war supplies. No matter whether Deng Xiao wins or loses, it will have to cede a lot of benefits to the SYNOPSIS sect in the battle. Peng Lei and Kunlun are struggling to hold on, but the SYNOPSIS sect is taking the opportunity to blackmail them. They are extremely vicious. It seems that Deng Xiao has to bleed this time. Without the supreme in charge, Deng Xiao is in danger. The situation is even more worrying than that in Nansao. Lin Xiao shook his head. Deng Xiao had experienced a great war and suffered a lot of casualties. In Tiansheng Sect and Central Continent, the combined losses were at least more than 3 million soldiers. What's more, Deng Xiao has fewer people than Lin Xiao. This time the invasion will be even more tragic than the last time the Kinyu tribe invaded. Yes, so there are voices in Deng Xiao to give up the 4 continents, and the voices are not small. Don't worry about that. Kunlun and Peng Lei will not do that. What about Wengxinman? What are they doing? Wengxinman is stationed in Jiayu, and the main attack direction of Nanhei is Luoxinghai. They are the most relaxed. Luoxinghai is not optimistic. They have lost 2 lines of defense in a month. Their strength is too weak. It seems that the situation everywhere is not optimistic. Zizhao is not doing well either. 2 small countries have been destroyed in Zizhao, and the 5 big countries have also suffered heavy losses. The Qin state has also lost 2 lines of defense. In order to stop the army of monsters, 3 million young and strong mortals were drained of their energy and died. It's very tragic. Lin Xiao shook his head. Zizhao didn't even have a cultivator of the 8th realm. They relied on Kunlun to support some high-level cultivators. However, the high-level cultivators of Kunlun would not fight to the death unless they had no other choice. After all, they were considered foreign troops. Therefore, the situation in Zizhao was the most tragic. In order to enhance their combat effectiveness, they would let mortals practice some special martial arts and then draw their spirits to fight. Millions of mortals died in the battle, but they did not stop the demon race. Master, how is Nansao now? I see that the north is still peaceful and prosperous, and it seems that there is not much impact. Well, Nansao is not good either. Qi is too far away from the front line. It is normal that there is no sense of crisis. Lin Xiao nodded. He also admitted this. No matter how Lin Xiao mobilized, the interests were not big enough. These countries in the north of Nansao were still unable to fully support the battlefield. This was also human nature. Chapter 854. The human race is in danger. In Dongsao, tens of millions of monks were fighting fiercely on the 3rd line of defense. The 3rd line of defense was the most important line of defense in Dongsao, because this line of defense relied on the mountain gates of the 5 major colleges as nodes. Behind the line of defense were all the important bases of the 5 major colleges in Dongsao. The 5 major colleges in Dongsao gathered most of their forces here to defend this line of defense. In the void, Lin Xiao and other 4 Dongsao period monks faced 6 8th level monster kings. They had no chance of winning and could only try their best to contain them. Not far from them, dozens of high-level monks were fighting hundreds of high-level monster kings. From time to time, there would be a huge explosion. That was the sound of the high-level monks self-detonating after being seriously injured. Above the line of defense, there were also a large number of Daogang Lingguang period monks intercepting flying monsters. Every moment, monks or flying monsters would fall from the sky, splashing up dust. In the East China Sea, more than 100 treasure ships were crisscrossing the sea, with thousands of black crystal cannons on board firing fiercely, and thousands of cultivators above Daogang were roaming and fighting. On the left side of the treasure ship, on a small island with a radius of 100 miles, cultivators were fighting with land-based monsters. The East China Sea monsters wanted to invade Zhongsao, and the islands near the east coast of Zhongsao must be cleared. The Qingyang Sect and the Haoyang Sect were both trying to protect these islands. Although the fight between the two sides was not as fierce as that in Dangzhou, these small islands also became meat grinders. Both sides continued to invest in them, and a large number of cultivators and monsters fell. In the South China Sea, Luoxinghe Islands, in just less than 2 months, Luoxinghe had lost 2 lines of defense, and the third line of defense was also the focus of Luoxinghe's defense. The third line of defense was composed of 7 large islands with a radius of more than 20,000 miles, such as the Gold and Silver Island, as support points, and 28 small and medium-sized islands as the battle line. Luoxinghe had invested 5 million troops here. The large islands are extremely wide, and the number of land-based monsters in the South China Sea is insufficient, so the difficulty of guarding is relatively low. The Luoxinghe Alliance has decided to defend this line of defense for more than 3 months, so that Luoxinghe may wait for reinforcement, and not fall completely. Rise 50 miles away from the Gold and Silver Island. 3 8th level Monster Kings and 12 7th level Monster Kings are casting spells. Countless seawater is engulfed by their monster energy, forming a giant vortex, slowly rotating and rising, until it is close to 1,000 meters. Go! The leading 8th level Monster King shouted loudly, and 14 people worked together. The 1,000-meter water wall became a tsunami, and flooded the Gold and Silver Island. The tsunami is coming. Get ready. Earth magic earth wall. Rise on the Gold and Silver Island. There are cultivators monitoring the enemy situation. Seeing the tsunami coming, tens of thousands of cultivators cast spells together, and a whole mountain was pulled out of the ground, rising hundreds of meters, appearing in front of the human camp. The demons can cast water magic to create tsunamis, and humans also have corresponding strategies to resist. Small islands cannot stop these tsunamis, but large islands can. 5 earth walls in a row intercepted that tsunami of thousands of meters. However, there are countless sea monsters hidden in these vast seas. The hinterland of the island has become an ocean. The monks are fighting, and the high-level demon king of the demons has not stopped creating tsunamis. He is still casting spells, trying to completely submerge the treasure island. In the sacred mountain in the center of the treasure island, the teleportation array keeps flashing, and reinforcement from other islands keep arriving, taking away the wounded on the treasure island. In the Qin state of Zizhao, the third line of defense is collapsing. The monks are fleeing frantically, and those mortals who have almost been emptied of their spirit and vitality have already become weak and weak. What awaits them is a terrible slaughter. Moon Emperor Mingyu led the princes of Qin to fight to the death, to buy time for the evacuated monks. On the other side, the monks supporting Kunlun were confronting the higher level demon kings. Kunlun Supreme came in person and looked at the Dragon Emperor with cold eyes. A sword was suspended above his head, emitting waves of pressure. This sword was a 9th level magic weapon left by Kunlun's ascended ancestors. It was full of spirituality. Kunlun Supreme held this treasure, and even the Dragon Emperor did not look down on it. The Dragon Emperor was not interested in fighting with Kunlun Supreme. For them, this war was more about the general situation. If the human race suffered too many casualties and the demon race had an absolute advantage, even if the King Emperor Haodi was resurrected, it would be useless. Killing individual supremes was useless. In the final analysis, it was still a struggle between the human race and the demon race for the destiny of heaven and earth. Retreat. Seeing that most of the monks had fled far away, the Moon Emperor did not dare to stay any longer. He quickly led his people to retreat and stabilize the next line of defense, which was the capital of Qin. For more than 6,000 years, the Qin state has not been attacked by the demons near the capital. This is the most serious challenge since the Moon Emperor ascended the throne. If the capital is broken, the Qin state will be finished, completely finished. This made the Moon Emperor very dissatisfied. Among the emperors of the Qin state, she was considered a wise ruler. Since ascending the throne, she has worked hard to govern the country, which has greatly increased the national strength of the Qin state. The huge debts owed for ascending the throne were also repaid by her in a short time. But her luck was not very good. She actually encountered a war between the two tribes that had not been seen in 10,000 years. The demons of Zizhao attacked with all their strength, and the civil war in Zhangzhou suffered heavy losses. The power of Zizhao alone was not enough to resist the offensive of the demons. In Nanzhou and Wuguo, the main force of Nanzhou poured into the hinterland of Nanzhou from Annan. The demons on the front line of Wugo became a detachment. In the area of Kiao Tao Mountain, the front line was extremely stable. Bai Xiao could even repeatedly send troops to cross the defense formation, strangle the demons, and kill the demons. However, the advantage of Kiao Tao Mountain was useless. Qian Luo and Ziluo to the west of Wu State were still in a bitter battle. Bai Zichen led the army to join Zhang Qingsun, but he could only barely block the front of the demon clan. He was completely unable to repel the demon clan. Bai Xiao, the leader, ordered me to go to support Qian Luo and Ziluo. I will rely on you here from now on, Yu Xiangxiang said to Bai Xiao in Kiao Tao Mountain. Once she left, there would be only one Shengsu period cultivator left in Kiao Tao Mountain, and there would be no more reinforcement in the future. The reinforcement of Wu State had to go west to Qian Luo and Ziluo to ensure the safety of the west of Wu State. I know, don't worry, there will be no problem at Kiao Tao Mountain. I'm worried about you. Don't show off, don't fight yourself, just stop the monsters. Yes, senior sister is right, I won't dare to do it again in the future. This is the order of the leader, you can do it yourself. Yu Xiangxiang shook her head. She also knew that Bai Xiao didn't listen, so she had to bring up Lin Xiao. Most of the high-level leaders of Tiansheng Sect were unruly. Who made them so capable? Except for Lin Xiao, few people could suppress them. Li Muxu might have been able to do it before, but she had been away from the sect for too long, and might not be able to do it now. I'm leaving. Yu Xiangxiang didn't care about that anymore, and left with a group of people. Yu Xiangxiang led people to Qian Luo country. Qian Luo country was attacked by the monsters on two sides. One side was located in the wild buffer zone, and the other side was bordering Ziluo country. The border of Ziluo country was penetrated by the monsters, and retreated to the territory of Qian Luo country. It relied on a 5th order sacred mountain as a defense node to block the monster attack. Yu Xiangxiang was going to the original Qian Luo country wild buffer zone. There were about 1 million troops here. The number of troops was enough, but there was a lack of a purple-eyed monster king in the Shengsu period to contain the main attack, so Yu Xiangxiang came here. On the contrary, in the north, with Bai Zichen and Zhang Qingsun in charge, they could barely resist. The Qian Luo country wild buffer zone was also a place they had been operating for hundreds of years. The fortifications were complete and the troops were elite. Especially after the troops on the front line of Wugo were withdrawn, there were more than 1 million people. Facing the monster army of less than 20 million, the pressure was much easier. Yu Xiangxiang went to a temple and fought with the purple-eyed demon king for a while. The purple-eyed demon king was still a 6th level middle grade cultivator. Hundreds of years were not enough for him to break through the 6th level upper grade. He was no match for Yu Xiangxiang, who was already at the 12th level of the Divine Void stage. He was almost blown up, which frightened the purple-eyed demon king so much that he dared not to be violent anymore. He could only rely on the army of monsters to attack wildly. However, what the purple-eyed demon king didn't know was that his top think tank, the elk demon, had long been Lin Xiao's man. The elk demon deliberately made trouble, letting the demons and humans fight head-on, dispatching the most elite troops to attack the places where the human fortifications were well prepared, and every time when it was about to break through some fortresses, it would slow down the pace and let Yu Xiangxiang send troops to adjust, and the casualties of the demons were extremely heavy. In this way, the human race has occupied most of the advantages in the two places of Kiao Tao Mountain and Qian Luo country's wild buffer zone, and the corpses of the monsters obtained have been continuously sent to the Wugo factory, and the Wugo factory has once again expanded. The scope of this expansion is still among the independent cultivators. The war in Nanzhao has stopped the normal life of cultivators in many countries and regions, and independent cultivators have no place to live. Therefore, the generous treatment of the Wugo factory has attracted countless independent cultivators. If the Wugo factory wants to recruit 100 people, there will often be thousands of people coming to apply. At this time, the cultivators from Fenghuo Island have already arrived. There are more than 1,000 people in total, of which 800 are talents in Danfukism, and they are directly incorporated into the large factory. The remaining more than 300 people are people who originally made canned pickles on Fenghuo Island. The technology they brought allowed the large factory to set up 2 branches and recruited a full 5,000 independent cultivators. These independent cultivators will make canned products from the flesh and blood of monsters and then export them to various places. The output is extremely high. Every day, millions of cans are produced and then shipped to various places. They have become military rations for various armies and will also enter Zhongzhou to become a kind of simple spiritual meat. After 10 years of fighting in Zhongzhou, countless places were reduced to ruins. Spiritual rice and spiritual meat were extremely scarce. Although various places were fighting monsters, although there was no shortage of monster meat in various places, what was lacking was the ability to transport low-value spiritual meat to Zhongzhou. Nowadays, Wuguo had this ability alone, so these cheap canned foods were extremely popular in Zhongzhou. The large factory in Wuguo even planned to continue recruiting more workers. In the large factory, Jia Mengren was taking people to count the supplies. Tishi had been transferred from the large factory to serve in the front. Jia Mengren took over the power of the factory, and Huang Shang was responsible for the safety of the large factory. Although her magic cultivation method had been transferred, many people knew her. Lin Xiao would not let her show up easily, so Huang Shang could only continue to stay in the large factory. Chapter 855. Stalemate means failure. On the front line of the Song Kingdom in Nanzhou, since Li Yuanzhen appeared, the pressure on Lin Xiao has been reduced a lot, and Lin Xiao has been freed up a lot of his troops to support more defense lines. Lin Xiao observed the huge sand table in front of him. The defense line of Nanzhou has not been breached by the monsters for 3 days. It seems to be stable, but Lin Xiao is not very happy, because Lin Xiao feels that the monsters have not used their full strength. The monsters of Nanzhou have mobilized more than 1 billion monsters, and there are peerless strongmen like the Elephant Emperor. If he really wants to, Zhuo Lin can't stop him, and Li Yuanzhen can't either. They seem to be planning something. This makes Lin Xiao very worried. Once the monsters of Nanzhou attack with all their strength, can the countries of Nanzhou stop them? Will they be defeated? Lin Xiao has been painstakingly looking for a way to defeat the enemy, but there is no progress at present. Master Muzu is here. Are you going to fight again today? Yes, I have to fight. There are too many high-level monsters. Without high-level cultivators to suppress them, the casualties of my disciples are too heavy. Li Muzu nodded. There are many high-level monster kings in the monster clan. Generally speaking, there are 2 types of high-level monster kings in the monster clan. One is a general who commands troops, like the purple-eyed monster king. He has his own territory outside and has layers of subordinates. He needs to pay tribute to his superiors every once in a while. The other is a direct subordinate of a higher level monster king, such as Yu Jian Long's maid. Direct high level monster kings generally do not have many subordinates, but their cultivation is higher. Their masters will provide resources for them to practice. Their only purpose is to practice and help their masters govern the monster kings under their command. If the monster kings under their command die in battle, these direct monster kings may take over and lead the remaining monsters. Therefore, when the Elephant Emperor mobilized an army of more than 1 billion monsters, there were only dozens of demon kings leading the army. However, including the demon kings directly under his command, the number would be no less than 200. There were hundreds of them on the front battlefields of Song and Yan alone, which was more than the high-level cultivators in Nanzhou. The high-level cultivators in Nanzhou also had to integrate into the battle formation to resist the Supreme Demon King and the 8th level Demon King, and very few of them could go out to fight. Where are Xinili and the others? They are still guarding the front line. There is something wrong with the monster tribe's attack. Fortunately, they are deliberately dragging it here. According to Patriarch Yuanzhen's prediction, it will not be difficult for the monster tribe to break through our defense line. As long as several supreme monster tribes work together, we will not be able to stop them at all. That's why they are very worried and ask me to ask Master if he knows the monster tribe's tricks. I have also discovered this, but I haven't figured out what they want to do. Now we can only take precautions. It doesn't seem like a good idea to just wait like this. This is my best solution at the moment. The situation in South Continent is complicated. It's very different from when I led the army into Central Continent. Lin Xiao shook his head. The South Continent army followed Lin Xiao into Central Continent. They were going for a fortune. Moreover, they had no relatives in Central Continent and could only rely on Lin Xiao. But it was different in Nansao. The thoughts of each country and sect were different. Some people wanted to fight to the death to repel the demons and take back their own territory, while others just wanted to make some military achievements. Some even didn't want to contribute at all, thinking that the demons were too far away from them and might not be able to kill them at home. The Tiansheng Sect was also secretly planning something. Lin Xiao was greatly involved and could not really unify the power of the entire Nansao. This was the result of Lin Xiao having already obtained the status of the co-leader of Nansao. If it weren't for Lin Xiao's prestige, but someone else, the second line of defense in Nansao would have collapsed long ago, and the demon army could easily kill the Qin state. Although Li Muxu had been training in Tiansheng Sect for so long, she had never dealt with such a complicated situation, and she had no control, and could not understand the current situation. In Tiansheng City, in the city guard mansion, cultivators came to the city guard mansion one after another to report from a few days ago, and volunteered to go to the front line to fight. Yunanayu gathered these people together, trained them, and sent them to the front line of Song State. These people are all monks who have spent all their spoils of war for 10 years. Yunanayu, under Lin Xiao's order, set up a large number of entertainment venues for eating, drinking and having fun in the city. When the army returned from the expedition to Zhongshan, restaurants, prostitutes, brothels, theaters, casinos, etc. are all open 24 hours a day, and there is no need to abide by curfew. And these monks have a lot of money in their hands. They are mentally tense after the war and urgently need to release pressure and relax themselves. Most of the monks will go to these places to spend money. It is inevitable to spend lavishly when you have money, and once the consumption level is high, it is difficult to reduce it, especially going to casinos, prostitutes, and brothels. This is a den of money that ordinary people cannot afford. In just a few months, many people have consumed all their gains and can only continue to fight on the front line. Of course, there were also many cultivators who were unmoved. They exchanged all their gains for what they needed for cultivation, and then went into seclusion in Tiansheng City. They still had a lot of money on them. Yunanayu tried his best to win over these cultivators, secretly noting down their names. Once they were willing to continue the war, they would be reused. As night fell, Siki had been busy all day, and returned to her residence. Yunanayu and Siki were husband and wife, so they naturally lived together. After a while of tenderness, they inevitably talked about the current war. Both of them were high-level members of the alliance, knew a lot of news, and had a lot of worries in their hearts. Siki, the master has already asked me to start mobilizing the independent cultivators. It seems that the war situation on the front line is really not optimistic. The demon tribe is still accumulating strength and planning, and I don't know what their conspiracy is. I have also received an order from the master, asking me to raise some resources to mobilize the independent cultivators. According to convention, the independent cultivators will not be mobilized unless it is absolutely necessary. Their equipment is very poor, the strength gap is large, and they are used to being free. The master is mobilizing the independent cultivators at this time. I'm afraid he is also reserving a backup plan. The master has always done things like this. He likes to keep a backup plan. When he punches out, he only has 70% or even 50% of his strength. He always has to keep 30%. But now he is leaving all his strength, and I always feel something is wrong. Husband, you are the person in charge of Night Owl. Can't you send someone to investigate? Siki, this matter is not so easy to investigate. The demon tribe is different from the human race. My people can't infiltrate it at all. I do have a few demons, but they are not from Nansao. They are of no use. Besides, I don't have many people left. Yunanayu replied that intelligence warfare is most effective when used on the same race, because of the disguise of identity. But if it is used on the demon race, it would be too difficult for Yunanayu. Moreover, Yunanayu has fewer people at his disposal. During the 100-year confrontation and 10-year war, Yi Xiao contributed a lot. Many senior intelligence personnel died in the war, and many of his people were exposed, causing heavy losses to him. Husband, I think you need to change your mindset. The head of the sect often says that you need to be flexible in your thinking. No matter what the demon race plans, they will always deal with us humans. The problem must be with us humans. Nanzhao, Zizhao, and Zhongshan are adjacent to each other and have the greatest impact. We should strengthen our precautions in these three places. You are right. I'm already doing this, but there is no progress at present. Yunanayu shook her head. There are many professionals among the night owls, and someone has already reminded them of the things they should pay attention to. Siki is the second-rate intelligence officer and cannot be considered professional. Since you are doing it, I won't say much, lest you say I'm overstepping my authority. Who dares to say you are overstepping your authority? Who? I'm too lazy to talk to you. I'm going to Kin tomorrow. I'm leaving first. Kin. What are you going to do in Kin? To pick someone up. What else can I do? Who to pick up? How come I don't know? The master ordered us to pick up the people from Tiansheng Sect. Don't we still have some disciples in Tiansheng Sect? We will pick them all up this time. Lin Xiao and his wife are also here. There are about 3,000 to 4,000 people in total. Tiansheng Sect. Yunanayu muttered twice. Tiansheng Sect was on the wrong side during the Central Continent War and joined the Immortal Alliance. Although they were also coerced, Tiansheng Sect did bring great losses to the Five Continents Alliance. The failure of the Beian Sect led by Penglai to gain an advantage on the battlefield was due to the defeat of Tiansheng Sect. After the war, the Five Continents Alliance also sanctioned Tiansheng Sect, and the Immortal Alliance also abandoned Tiansheng Sect. Among the many indemnities, Tiansheng Sect bore a large share, which made the already heavy losses of Tiansheng Sect even worse. The only thing that Tiananmen did wrong was to protect the disciples that Lin Xiao sent to Tiananmen to study. So when the war broke out in Nanzhao, they invited Tiananmen to come to help. They could get Nanzhao's military merits in exchange for resources to alleviate Tiananmen's predicament. Tiananmen was overjoyed when they heard the news and sent out 3,000 or 4,000 people, which was almost half of Tiananmen's troops. It was a pity that only about 10,000 disciples of the huge Tiananmen survived. Early the next morning, Siki went to Zuanayu City in Kin State to meet the Tiananmen. Siki lived in Jilvilla for many years and was very familiar with Lin Xiao and his wife and many Tiananmen disciples, so it was more appropriate for her to receive them. Siki waited in Zuanayu City for 3 days, received the Tiananmen people, and then took the teleportation array back to Tianyang City. Because of the war in Zhongshan, many places in Nanzhao also set up teleportation arrays for each other, making it much more convenient to travel than before. Yunanayu hosted a banquet in Tianyang City to entertain the Tiansheng Sect. On the second day, a dozen people who originally belonged to the Tiansheng Sect led 300 people back to Wu State. They would enter the Kiao Tao mountain area to assist in the battle, while the rest of the troops would go to the Song State front to assist in the frontal battlefield. 3 days later, the Tiansheng Sect arrived at the Song State front. The Lin Xiao couple couldn't wait to show the role of the Tiansheng Sect and composed a song to slay the demons. With the blessing of the Tiansheng Sect monks, the morale of the Nanzhao monks soared. All the monks were eager to fight and fought bravely, 3 times more brave than usual. On the contrary, the low-level monsters, after listening to those songs, were somewhat depressed. Even many monsters showed a look of fear, trembling and unable to do anything, allowing the monks to slaughter them. The role of the Tiansheng Sect was immediately revealed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 856, Zizhao's Defeat. The demon race started to invade the human territory at the end of the Central Continent War after nearly 2 months of mobilization. At the beginning of the war, the demon race gained an absolute advantage. The demon races from all over the country broke through the human defense line and entered the human territory. It was the 4th month, and the war in South Continent was still in a stalemate, with fighting every day, while in the war in West Continent, the human race had entered an absolute disadvantage. There were about 20 countries of different sizes in West Continent, and the number of countries that had been destroyed had reached 12. The 5 major countries that were invaded by the main force of the demon race had basically lost most of their territory, and the situation was precarious. Letters for help from various countries in West Continent flew into Kunlun and Penglai like snowflakes, but Kunlun and Penglai could not provide much reinforcement. Before the war in Central Continent, Kunlun and Penglai had only about 300,000 monks, and there were also a large number of vassal forces and other second and third rate forces. However, in the 10-year war, more than 10 million monks of the 5 continents alliance died in the war. In addition to more than 1 million troops from Nanzhao, more than 2 million troops from the Wengsan Sect and its vassal forces, and more than 2 million troops from the Qingyang Sect and the Haoyang Sect, the forces directly under Kunlun and Penglai also lost about 10 million. It can be said that the entire 5 continents alliance was also seriously injured, and countless people and materials were consumed. At this time, it was only about half a year since the truce, and the various sects were still recovering. The newly recruited disciples had just entered the Kame period, and could not send any more people, and even the material support was extremely small. Penglai had done its best to resist the invasion of the East Sea monsters, and Kunlun had sent a large number of high-level monks to support Zizhao. Unless they mobilized the other affiliated forces again, they really couldn't send more people. But the affiliated forces like the Seven Sword Sect and the Dangsha Sect would never agree. The Immortal Alliance was not wiped out and still had strength. If they missed this recovery period and then increased casualties, they would lose the fight with the Immortal Alliance in the future, and even be taken advantage of by the Immortal Alliance. So Kunlun would not open his mouth to ask for this, because they knew they would not agree. Kunlun could not send troops, and the situation in Zizhao became worse and worse. After resisting the demons for a month, the outer positions of the Qin Kingdom in Zizhao had been completely lost, and there were less than 2 million troops left, with more than 60% of the troops lost. More than 10 million young and strong mortals had died in the battle. It can be said that the entire Qin Kingdom in Zizhao had reached the end of its rope. The demons in Zizhao did not accumulate strength like the demons in Nanzhao. Every time they attacked with all their strength, they beat the human race in Zizhao without any chance to fight back. Boom in the sky, a golden body cultivator blew himself up when he was besieged by a high-level demon king, and the high-level demon king died, and several were injured. King of Qin kill. Avenge the King of Qin. The Lord humiliates the minister. Kill the only golden body period cultivator of Qin state blew himself up, and the remaining guards of Qin launched a desperate counterattack, rushing into the army of monsters without hesitation, fighting desperately. Every cultivator would self-destruct after being seriously injured, and they actually repelled the monster's attack this time. At night, Emperor Yu gathered the remaining soldiers and entered Kyoto. Kyoto was already difficult to defend at this time. The next step would be the palace. If the palace fell again, Qin state would be completely finished. Emperor Yu, Lu Chuan, the steward of Beijing Commercial Company, requests to see you. Announce yes. Emperor Yu. Soon, Lu Chuan saw Emperor Yu, but as Lu Chuan, who had been in charge of Qin state for many years, still liked to call her Princess Mengayu, which was more convenient. Lu Chuan, what do you want to see me for? Fellow Daoist Mengayu, my master's latest order is that Beijing Trading Company will withdraw. Senior Lin, do you really not trust me? Yu Huang let out a mournful cry. Beijing Trading Company is an important channel for the exchange of materials in Qin state. If Beijing Trading Company withdraws, the situation in Qin state will become even more difficult. Fellow Daoist Mengayu, it's not that my master doesn't trust your ability, but it's the general trend. Zhao state in Western continent is close to being destroyed, and Jin state is almost the same. The remaining 3 major countries don't have much power. The human race in Western continent is completely defeated. Lu Chuan replied in a deep voice. He has been in Qin state for many years, and has a certain affection for Qin state. He doesn't want Qin state to perish, but the situation is like this. The 5 major countries in Western continent are all on the verge of extinction. They can't hold on for much longer. Kunlun can no longer provide more support. If there is any, it would have been provided long ago. I haven't lost yet. I still have 2 million cultivators and millions of young and strong mortals. but the demon clan still has more than 1 billion. You are no match for them at all. Fellow Daoist Mingayu, if you save people but lose land, both people and land will be saved. If you save land but lose people, both people and land will be lost. Listen to Kunlun. Retreat your troops to Zhongzhou and rely on Kunlun. There is still hope. Zhizhou has been pushed back more than once or twice. When the war is over, you can continue to develop your territory here. There is no need to die here. Yu Huang couldn't say a word. Asking them to evacuate was also Kunlun's intention. Kunlun was also in a place of natural danger. Moreover, the demon beasts had come to their doorstep. Kunlun had reason to mobilize more troops. With the millions of troops withdrawn from Zhizhou, Kunlun was confident that he could stop the demon clan of Zhizhou. Lu Chuan said no more. The troops of Beicheng merchants had assembled. They left most of the goods behind, traveled lightly, and left from Kyoto on the teleportation array to Zhongzhou Shenzhen City, then returned from Shenzhen City to Nanzhou Qin State, and then turned back to Wu State. Once the Beicheng merchants left, the spoils of Qin State in Western Continent could not be transported to Southern Continent to exchange for Danfukis and resources. Within a few days, the inventory was exhausted. The capital city was destroyed, and the remaining monks hid in the imperial palace. Most of the young and strong mortals near the capital city had already evacuated and entered Zhongzhou along the road. After a journey of tens of thousands of miles, in 2 months, the fastest ones had already entered Zhongzhou, while the slowest ones were still in the Qin State territory and were caught up by the monsters, and their end was miserable. When the capital city was destroyed, the great country of Zhao in Western Continent was completely destroyed. Only 1/10 of the millions of monks survived, and the remaining troops entered the territory of Zhongzhou. Only 2 days later, Jin State followed in the footsteps of Zhao State, and its capital was destroyed, and the country was completely destroyed. The two great countries were still like this, not to mention the other small and medium-sized countries. Moreover, the destruction of the two countries completely broke the confidence of the monks in Western Continent. The monks who had not yet destroyed their countries began to withdraw from the territory of Western Continent, fighting and retreating, and entered the territory of Zhongzhou. Under such circumstances, Qin had no choice but to retreat, because even the monks supporting Kunlun were unwilling to be buried with Qin, and had strictly ordered Yu Huang to either retreat or die. Yu Huang had no choice but to use the teleportation array in the palace to send away a large number of seriously injured people and the descendants of some important figures, while she led her personal guards to cover the retreat. 3 days later, the demons broke through the Qin palace, and Yu Huang blew up the teleportation array and led the last 300,000 troops of Qin to fight and retreat. Kunlun did not completely abandon Qin, and the supporting troops also stayed at the end, and Kunlun also sent reinforcement to meet them. 2 days later, the Moon Emperor had less than 100,000 troops left, and Kunlun took him to Zhongzhou. The Moon Emperor began to gather troops, but the result was not satisfactory. The Qin State withdrew at least 1.5 million troops to Zhongzhou, but the Moon Emperor did not gather 1 million troops. It was not that Kunlun took the opportunity to annex them, but a large number of troops fled. They would rather become poor casual cultivators than die on the battlefield. So far, Zhizhou has completely fallen. Hundreds of millions of mortals have been slaughtered. 20 million cultivators have died, disappeared, and scattered, and the troops of the countries in Zhizhou who have withdrawn to Zhongzhou are less than 10 million. The Dragon Emperor of Zhizhou also marched to the border river between Zhizhou and Zhongzhou. More than 1 billion demons have formed a battle line of tens of thousands of miles, with beasts roaring continuously, and the cultivators in Zhongzhou trembling. However, the demon tribe of Zhizhou did not attack Zhongzhou by force, but sent a large demon army to quickly move south, sweeping across the Tuyus, and attacking the Qin State. The Tuyus were poor, and had many mountainous areas, but they still could not stop the demon tribe's attack and quickly fell. The Qin State in Nanzhou was horrified, and the world of immortal cultivation was horrified. On the front line of Song State, Lin Xiao was shocked when he learned that Zhizhou was defeated, and the demon tribe of Zhizhou was moving south. At this time, Lin Xiao finally understood the conspiracy of the demon tribe. They were going to surround Nanzhou and completely eat up Nanzhou. Alliance Master Lin, what should we do? Alliance Master Lin, let's withdraw too. There is still a chance to withdraw now. Withdraw. Alliance Master Lin, Qin State is our old nest. You can't just ignore it. Hurry up and order a return to help. In the high-level meeting of Nanzhao, all the high-level cultivators were in chaos, especially the Qin cultivators, who tried their best to return to Qin State. That was their old nest. If the old nest was breached, there would be no hope at all. Shut up. Be quiet everyone. The monsters haven't attacked yet and you're already in such a panic. How disgraceful. Don't panic, Alliance Master Lin. We are not panicking, but things are really too urgent. What should we do? Listen to me. The cultivators of the 100 countries in our south continent add up to more than 50 million troops, and we've only mobilized so many troops now. We are fully capable of holding on. Troops must not be withdrawn from the Song Dynasty's national defense line, otherwise it will really be broken by the monsters' front and back attacks. I have ordered Yinan Yu from Xianyang City to send the remaining troops from the central continent war to the north to assist in the war. From today on, all the personnel of the remaining countries will be mobilized. All countries are required, and anyone who dares to escape will be killed without mercy, Alliance Master Lin. Even if this is the case, we still can't stop them. There are 700 million to 800 million monsters from West Continent moving south, and more than 1 billion monsters from South Continent, with a total of more than 2 billion. We are in great need of high-level cultivators. Why rush? We still have forces that have not been mobilized. I will advise Kunlun in the name of the South Continent Alliance. Let's announce to Luo Xinghe together, and let them withdraw from Luo Xinghe. The troops will go ashore from the south of Qin. Luo Xinghe also has tens of millions of cultivators. Only 3 to 5 million are needed to stop the South China Sea monsters from going ashore, and the remaining troops will be mobilized to the north of Qin to help in the battle. What if Luo Xinghe doesn't want to? If he doesn't want to, don't blame us for being ruthless. The South China Sea monsters are obviously dragging them down. If they don't withdraw now, they will have nowhere to retreat to in the future. The cultivators in the south of Qin will be transferred to the north, and they will even be threatened with withdrawal from Qin. Let's see who will be attacked from both sides first, Lin Xiao said coldly. Luo Xinghe could not afford not to withdraw. If he didn't, it would be impossible. If South Continent was really defeated, Luo Xinghe would have no way to retreat. At that time, Luo Xinghe would truly have no way to go to heaven or to enter the earth, and could only wait for death. Chapter 857, South Continent Dilemma. The news of the demon tribe of Zhao heading south has caused chaos among the top leaders of the Nanzhao Alliance. Everyone is extremely panicked. Lin Xiao can only cut the Gordian knot and appease the top leaders of Nanzhao. If the top leaders of Nanzhao continue to be in chaos, Nanzhao will really be doomed. After listening to Lin Xiao's strategy, the top leaders of Nanzhao, especially the high-level cultivators of Qin, felt a little relieved and continued to ask Lin Xiao how to implement the specific strategy next. Lin Xiao had not prepared in advance, but he was extremely calm at this moment, his mind working rapidly. He looked at the sand table in front of him and then said, Nanzhao has a radius of 1 million miles. There are at least 50 million sect cultivators, and the number of independent cultivators is no less than that of sect cultivators. Nanzhao is the Nanzhao of the Nanzhao people, not just the Nanzhao of various countries and sects. So what we have to do next is to integrate all the cultivators' strength and use the strength of the entire human race to fight against the monster race alliance leader Lin. Independent cultivators are weak and used to being free and undisciplined. I'm afraid it will be difficult to integrate them, I know, but it's not that there is no way. The impression that independent cultivators give us is that they are weak, undisciplined, chasing after petty profits, and ignoring the overall situation. So what we have to do is to guide them, not suppress and restrain them. I propose to continue to deepen the mutual cooperation of the Nanzhao Alliance and establish the Nanzhao Trade Alliance, the Nanzhao City Alliance, and the Nanzhao Monk Alliance. What's the use of so many alliances? So many alliances are now part of the alliance organizations under our Nanzhao Alliance. The Nanzhao Business Alliance invites all Nanzhao businesses to join and manage them. All businesses that join the alliance, regardless of their strength, will be given preferential treatment by all countries and sects, such as reducing some business taxes. The Nanzhao City Alliance unites the immortal cities and markets of various countries in Nanzhao. The Nanzhao Monk Alliance is related to the practice of monks, which is similar to what we do in Zhongzhou. All of this is to serve the unity of the countries in Nanzhao and the scattered cultivators of Nanzhao. Next, I will issue a conscription order, calling on the scattered cultivators of Nanzhao to join the army and fight. Anyone who has made military achievements for the Nanzhao Alliance will be issued a Nanzhao Alliance token. Those who hold this token can be exempted from the city entrance fee when entering the cities of the Nanzhao City Alliance, whether it is the number of exemptions or a discount. Anyway, there must be benefits. Similarly, those who have made military achievements can also enjoy certain discounts when they enter the shops of the Nanzhao Trade Alliance for transactions, with a minimum of 90%. The specific amount of profit can be negotiated by each family, or according to the rules of the alliance. The specific details will be discussed later. The same is true for the Nanzhao Monk Alliance. The dominant sects of each country must set up a preaching platform, where high-level monks from the dominant sects of each country can be stationed. Those who have made military achievements can go in and listen to the preaching and answering of high-level monks. With all these treaties, I don't believe that the casual cultivators will not be tempted. Lin Xiao looked at the crowd and said, there are also many monks with aspirations among the casual cultivators. As long as there are benefits, they can improve their cultivation and enhance their combat effectiveness. There will definitely be a large number of monks from the Nanzhao casual cultivators who will join the army to fight, which is more tempting than the monster hunting list issued by Lin Xiao before. Of course, this will also damage the interests of various countries and sects a little, but now is different from usual times. Now is a critical moment in Nanzhao. All countries and sects will agree. If they do not agree, Lin Xiao will directly order them to be kicked out of the Nanzhao Alliance sequence, and then you will face the monster army alone. As expected, even though they knew their own interests would be damaged, no one from any country or sect objected, even the Tiansheng Sect. The next step was for the Demon Beast Army to attack the Tiansheng Sect, and they would never ruin the entire sect's event for this little benefit. Bu Yanxiang on the side found someone to record Lin Xiao's strategy and asked someone to quickly sort out preliminary documents and have representatives from all countries and sects sign them. This time they had to spread the news first and then discuss some details to appease a vast number of low-level cultivators. Then Lin Xiao began to discuss the specific battle plan. This discussion lasted all night and only stopped after dawn. As soon as the meeting stopped, the Nanzhao demon tribe on the front battlefield immediately sent a large army to attack, and this time was different from the past. The intensity was extremely high, and all the elite demon tribes in the hands of the Elephant Emperor were sent out. Lin Xiao had to personally participate in the battle and fight against 3 high-level demon kings. This battle was extremely difficult. The Elephant Emperor personally fought, and Li Yuanzhen and Zhuo Lin joined forces to fight against the enemy, but they still fell into a disadvantage. In the end, it was Li Yuanzhen who took out the treasure left by the Green Emperor to save his life. After 3 full days, this round of battle ended. Lin Xiao and others returned to the camp with exhaustion. Then Lin Xiao wrote a letter, put it in the storage bag, and passed it to Yinan through the channel of Night Owl. There was also the heavenly book of the Yi family of Emperor Hao in the storage bag. Lin Xiao asked Yinan to go to Shenmu Sect and ask Muan Qiu to fight. The 2 supremes were really no match for the Elephant Emperor of Nanzhao. Without enough supreme monks, the army of Nanzhao would be involved in a large number of monks to form a battle formation, which was very disadvantageous. At this time, the countries in Nanzhao also received the news that the demons of Zizhao were heading south. Countless monks were extremely panicked. Even though the top leaders of various countries had ordered to appease them, there was still a lot of chaos. Some people even wanted to escape from Qintazong's house for refuge before Qin fell. Lin Xiao naturally had no control over these cultivators, but the establishment of various branch alliances of the South Continent Alliance had great appeal to the independent cultivators. All of a sudden, independent cultivators from various countries were ready to join the army and fight to gain benefits. Lin Xiao selected some elite and disabled cultivators to train these independent cultivators. No matter how many mobs there were, it was useless. Lin Xiao wanted elite soldiers In Tiansheng City, Yunnan received the news from Lin Xiao and summoned the expedition cultivators who were resting there and quickly went to Qin to help. The countries in the north of South Continent also sent troops to gather in Qin. If Qin fell, South Continent would be completely finished. The leaders of various countries were few fools, and they all knew this truth. Let alone Qin itself. Qin had millions of cultivators. It had been recruited many times before, and almost 600,000 or 700,000 cultivators were transferred away. However, there were still many forces left behind, and they were quickly transferred to Zuanayu City to deploy defenses. Kunlun also sent high-level cultivators who supported Zhao to Qin in South Continent. Regardless of whether Kunlun was willing to help Lin Xiao or not, they had to protect Qin. Qin was one of Kunlun's core interests. If Qin was destroyed, Kunlun would have no means to use in Nansao. Yunnan arrived in Qin and handed over the affairs. He quickly rushed to the Shenmu sect in Zhangzhou, met with the ancestor of the Shenmu sect, Mu Wanqiu, and delivered Lin Xiao's letter. Is this the heavenly book? Mu Wanqiu held a jade disc in his hand. It was the heavenly book that had been passed down by the Haodi family for hundreds of thousands of years. It was the most precious treasure in this world of immortal cultivation. There was no other heavenly book that was equal to it. Yes, this is the heavenly book of the Hao Emperor family. Lin Xiao is really brave. Isn't he afraid that I will destroy the bridge after crossing the river and not go to Nansao to help? My head said that it doesn't matter if Mu Laozu doesn't come. It's better than letting the heavenly book fall into the hands of Xiangliang. If Mu Laozu is willing to come, Tiansheng Sect's heavenly book can also be lent to Mu Laozu for his enlightenment. Although the heavenly books are essentially the same, there are always differences between different heavenly books. Lin Xiao, you really eat me to death. Okay, I admit defeat. When does Lin Xiao want me to leave? Mu Wanqiu shook his head. One heavenly book is indeed different from two heavenly books. With Mu Wanqiu's personality, he would take more if he could get more. He would never miss this opportunity. If he missed it, he would probably have to wait for hundreds of thousands of years. The sooner the better. Okay, let's do this. I will also give Lin Xiao a big gift. Wait a moment. Mu Wanqiu nodded and then sent a sound transmission note. After a while, the only remaining 8th level ancestor of Shenmu sect appeared. Greetings, ancestor. You should prepare and draw 100,000 elite troops to Nansao to help in the war and obey the command of Lin Xiao of Nansao Wugo. Ah, ancestor, this sect. The ancestor of the 8th realm of Shenmu sect was shocked. How much strength does Shenmu sect have now? They are drawing troops to participate in the war. Doesn't Shenmu sect want it anymore? Stop talking nonsense. With me in charge, Shenmu sect will always be Shenmu sect no matter what. Without me, do you think Shenmu sect can still exist? Mu Wanqiu sneered. Shenmu sect's territory has changed several forces in the past million years. Only with his support can Shenmu sect survive. Without his support, Shenmu sect is shit. With the current strength, any second-rate force can wipe them out, including their current territory. If it weren't for Lin Xiao's face, would he have returned it to Shenmu sect? Do you really think Lin Xiao is incapable of occupying or supporting other forces forever? Just look at what Lin Xiao did in Kaixing Pavilion. Yes, ancestor, I'll give you 3 days to mobilize. I'll see you in Nansao in half a month. You can go now. Yes, ancestor. As soon as the ancestor of Shenmu sect left, 2 more people came in. These 2 were spirit wood monsters in the forbidden area of Shenmu sect. They were the core of Mu Wanqiu. After I leave, you must guard the house. No one is allowed to come in without my order. Those who violate the order will be killed without mercy. Yes, ancestor, let's go. Mu Wanqiu nodded, then walked to Yunnan, grabbed him, tore through the space and left. The speed of the supreme cultivator was extremely fast. Yunnan was a little dizzy in the void. Not long after, he appeared in front of the camp of the Song Kingdom in Nansao. At this time, the Nansao camp was fighting fiercely with the monsters. On the battle line that stretched for tens of thousands of miles, more than 10 million black crystals were fighting with more than 1 billion monsters. In the sky, high-level cultivators and high-level monster kings were everywhere, killing each other. Grandmaster Mu, The younger generation is going to join the war. Go ahead. It's a good thing for young people to have some blood in their veins seeing the continuous fall of the human race. Yu Nanyu was extremely angry and couldn't help but want to go to war. Naturally, Mu Wanqiu would not stop him. Mu Wanqiu saw the Elephant King at a glance, and then a wooden sword appeared in his hand. The wooden sword swelled in the wind and slashed at the Elephant King across hundreds of miles. The Elephant King was startled and made a magic seal with his hand to knock the wooden sword away. It's you, the shame of the demon race, a demon traitor. The Elephant King recognized Mu Wanqiu and gritted his teeth. Mu Wanqiu was not a human. Like plants and insects, he belonged to the demon race, but Mu Wanqiu was willing to regard himself as a human. What else could this be but a demon traitor? Haha, Yao Jian, this is a good name. Old elephant, I begged your father 300,000 years ago, but it was your father who rejected me. So don't blame me, Mu Wanqiu said lightly. Over the years, he not only begged the human race, but also the demon race. If no one helped him, how could he return to the demon race? Chapter 858, the situation in South China deteriorates. Zuolin had told Lin Xiao before that, if it was at the gate of Shenmu Sect, Mu Wanqiu could be said to be the best in the entire cultivation world. He could kill the other supreme beings in seconds, if he fought with his true body. Unfortunately, everyone knew this news, so no supreme being would be stupid enough to fight with Mu Wanqiu at the gate of Shenmu Sect. When Mu Wanqiu fought with his clone, his level was much lower, just like an ordinary supreme being. But there was one powerful thing about Mu Wanqiu's clone, that was that he was not afraid of death. No one knew how many clones Mu Wanqiu had prepared over the past million years. Anyway, after his clones were killed, Mu Wanqiu would appear soon, just like nothing had happened. This was the terrifying thing about the spiritual wood becoming a demon. Mu Wanqiu, Li Yuanzhen, and Zuolin worked together to fight the Elephant Emperor and finally gained the upper hand. However, there was more than one supreme demon king in the demon tribe of Lin Xiao. Soon, two supreme demon kings took action to contain Mu Wanqiu and Li Yuanzhen. Lin Xiao immediately organized two battle formations of 500,000 troops, condensed two light columns, swept across the four sides, and contained the enemy. In the battle of the supreme level, no one could do anything to anyone for the time being. The battle between the 8th realm ancestor and the 8th level demon king was much more tragic. Ma Lang flew to the Wusun kingdom. There were only Li Xiaoxin and Lin Xiao on the battlefield. Li Xiaoxin could only contain two demon kings to ensure that he would not die, but he could not defeat the opponent. Lin Xiao was very reluctant to occupy 3 8th level demon kings alone. He could not kill one of them and could only maintain the situation. There were more than a dozen golden body stage cultivators in Nansao, but half of them were in the battle formation to contain the supreme demon king. Li Muxu was considered very powerful, but he could not win in the battle with several 7th level demon kings. The human race in Nansao was completely suppressed. Another battle that lasted for several days ended, and the monster army retreated, but the monks of Nansao did not show any surprise. In every battle, there would be more than 100,000 casualties on the front battlefield. Now the territories of Song and Yan are full of wounded soldiers and bodies of monks who died in battle, so many that they can't even cremate them in time. After several months of fighting, at least more than 2 million monks died in Nansao. The exact number is no longer counted by the Nansao Alliance. Just when Lin Xiao was in a bitter battle, the monsters of Zizhao also fought with the monks of Nansao. The monsters of Zizhao went south along the border and broke through the two Yu states. In order to prevent the war from spreading to the Qin territory, the Qin state of Nansao sent 1 million troops into the territory of Nanyu and into the Yujing city of Nanyu to resist the monster attack. The two Yus are mountainous and sparsely populated. Cultivators rarely live in the two Yus. They either enter Nansao or go to Zhongsao to practice. Therefore, Yujing is also a small city with a population of less than 200,000 cultivators. 1 million troops cannot live there at all. The Golden Body period ancestors of Tiansheng Sect can only deploy defenses in the mountains in Ninayu, using the mountaintops as strongholds to form a line, forming a battle line that is thousands of miles long. The Tang family is the largest family in Tiansheng Sect. In addition to the brothers Tan Minghua and Tan Minglan, there are many high-level cultivators. Tan Mengzong is the person in charge of the Xianyu sect sent to Nanayu to assist in the battle. In fact, he has also become the highest commander of the battlefield on the northern line of Nanzhao. The troops supported by Kunlun will not easily take away his command. After all, they are not familiar with the cultivators of Nanzhao. It is a terrible thing for a general not to know his soldiers. Ancestor Tan, how is the result of the first day of fighting? The high-level officials of the northern line of Nanzhao gathered together to discuss matters. Someone asked Tan Mengzong about the results of today's battle. Today, the vanguard of the demon clan has arrived and officially fought with the cultivators of Nanzhao. The demon tribe has only arrived as a vanguard. We have a slight advantage, but the situation is not optimistic. According to the information from fellow Taoists in Zizhao, the demon tribe in Zizhao also has more than 1.5 billion or 1.6 billion demon beasts. The casualties in attacking more than 20 countries in Zizhao are less than 100 million. The demon tribe heading south from Zizhao is at least 700 million or 800 million, and there are 2 supreme demon kings dispatched. Kunlun has only 1 supreme senior to support us. Our situation is very dangerous. Can the supreme demon tribe use battle formations to contain them? Nanayu can't. Nanayu has many mountains and very few plains. There is no place to accommodate 500,000 cultivators. It is easy for the demon tribe to break through and intercept them, which will harm the cultivators, unless we can retreat to Qin. Tan Mengzong shook his head. Nanayu is full of uneven mountains and there are few and small plains. Once the 500,000 troops are deployed, there will be no place to leave. Only Qin has large plains. The terrain of the major countries in Nanzhao is very flat and is located in the plains because only the plains can cultivate enough farmland to feed enough mortals. With mortals, there will be cultivators. If 700 to 800 million monsters flood into the Qin state, with Qin's flat terrain, we have no way to stop the monsters except to use Lin Xiao as a defense line. No matter what the result is, a large number of mortals will inevitably die, which is extremely detrimental to the development of our Qin state, and we must not let this happen. But what if we can't stop the opponent's supreme monsters? No matter how many troops we send in, they will die in battle. We can only rely on Kunlun. In fact, we humans don't lack supreme monks, Tan Mengzong replied. Among the 7 sects of the Immortal Alliance, only Muan Qiu was invited away by Lin Xiao. The other 6 sects still have supreme monks guarding them, and there are even supreme monks who have faked their deaths. If they could be invited, the human race would never be so weak. Ancestor Tan, we can only bring up this matter ourselves. If Kunlun doesn't speak, it's useless for us to say anything. Yes, we can only fight for our lives. Some of Lin Xiao's words are still very reasonable. Nanzhao is the Nanzhao of the Nanzhao cultivators. If we don't fight for our lives, how can we expect outsiders to fight for our lives? Let's go all out and get started. Okay, everyone go back early. We will fight again tomorrow. While the main force of the monster tribe has not arrived, we will kill as many monster beasts as possible to reduce the pressure. Tan Mengzong replied. It will take at least 5 days for the main force of the monster tribe to arrive at the battlefield. These 5 days are their chance. The monster tribe has tens of millions of monster beasts in its vanguard. Eating them can boost morale and increase strength. The human cultivators formed a battle line near Yujing Nanayu. Following the principle of geographical advantage, they set up camps on thousands of hilltops and stationed forces ranging from hundreds to tens of thousands of people. The mountainous terrain of Nanayu is not conducive to the marching and deployment of the demon tribe. They have to follow the peaks and all over the mountains to pull out the camps one by one. Otherwise, the beacon fires everywhere will be a great obstacle to the command system of the intelligent monsters. On the morning of the second day, the demon vanguard continued to attack fiercely. Tan Mengzong led his army to fight against the demons. The Qin state and the Nanayu monks were close to 2 million people. The number of people and horses was enough to deal with the demon vanguard, so Tan Mengzong's means were fierce. Not only did he not take a defensive position, but he took the initiative to attack. In Yujing City, after replenishing the troops and black crystals, the 50 warships took off again and rushed directly to the core of the demon vanguard. The 50 warships opened fire fiercely, and the black crystals were sprinkled like a waterfall, which was transformed into a sharp attack method with the formation. The monsters under the warships were blown to pieces one after another, especially the death of the Demon King and the intelligent monsters, which made the monsters completely lose control and command. Countless monsters ran wildly in all directions and could not be commanded at all. The human monks took the opportunity to kill them and chase them relentlessly. After defeating the largest group of monsters, the 50 warships dispersed to chase the smaller groups of monsters, making it impossible for the intelligent monsters hiding among the ordinary monsters to gather and completely disperse the monsters. One day later, the vanguard of the monsters was defeated, losing millions of monsters, and retreated hundreds of miles before stopping. In addition to sending a small team of monks to clean up the monsters left in the mountains, Tiansheng did not pursue them, but accelerated the consolidation of fortifications and strengthened the defense line. The news that the Tiansheng Sect defeated the vanguard of the demon clan spread throughout Nanzhao, greatly boosting the morale of the monks in Nanzhao. The monks on the southern line of Nanzhao were extremely disdainful of this, because they all knew how this victory came about. If it weren't for Kunlun's support, how could they have won? For the sake of the overall situation of the human race and to compete for the luck of the human race, Kunlun also began to fight desperately. A large number of people, horses and materials poured into Nanzhao. These 50 warships are an example. The Five Continents Alliance confiscated all the warships of the Immortal Alliance, and with their own, there were only more than 100 warships, half of which were given to Nanzhao, which shows Kunlun's determination. However, all these resources are on the northern line, and there is not a single one on the southern line. Lin Xiao openly asked Kunlun for help, but Kunlun refused due to insufficient resources. Kunlun had made up his mind and would never help boost Lin Xiao's prestige again. This also made the monks on the southern line extremely disdainful of the results of the battle on the northern line, and even scolded Kunlun for being partial, which made Tiansheng and others on the southern line very embarrassed. After all, Kunlun's eating manner was too ugly. Even if Lin Xiao and Kunlun were at odds, they couldn't do it so obviously. He didn't have the bearing of a righteous sect. 5 days later, the main force of the demon clan arrived in Nanyu. 700 or 800 million demon beasts were overwhelming. Within tens of thousands of miles, there were demon beasts of all races everywhere. Under the command of high-level demon kings and intelligent demon beasts, the demon army continued to attack. Nanyu was in danger, and Qin once again sent reinforcement to Nanyu to help. At the same time, Qin's border defense line was being built. The border between Qin and Nanyu was also bounded by rivers. Qin demolished most of the bridges, leaving only 2 in and out. At the same time, it sent monks to widen the river and artificially create natural barriers. Mountains and rivers cannot stop high-level demon kings and flying demon beasts, but for most demon beasts, it is still difficult to cross. In addition, Zizhao as a whole has few lakes and rivers, and there are very few demon beasts in the water. At that time, Zizhao demon beasts will have to pay a huge price to break this defense line. Millions of cultivators took advantage of the terrain to fight the demons in South Vietnam. Kunlun also used its wealth and eventually sent 2 supreme cultivators to contain the demon supreme. The 2 sides fought bloodshed. The demons did not care about the consumption of low-level monsters at all, and were very willing to exchange injuries with the human race. After a month of fierce fighting on the northern battlefield, the human cultivators suffered more than 1 million casualties. Tiansheng also led the army to retreat south and entered the Qin territory. At this time, the second line of defense in the southern front completely collapsed. Lin Xiao led the army to enter the third line of defense with Qi as a core. However, south of Qi, not all human forces have been eliminated. Many countries and sects are still supporting, such as the Wu Kingdom. Chapter 859, Loss of Territory. After the Nanzhao Elephant King launched a full-scale attack, Lin Xiao led the army to hold out for a month, but the battle line was still broken by the demons. The demons broke through the weak point between Song and Yan, attempting to encircle the human cultivators in Yan and Song. Lin Xiao suddenly abandoned the Song defense line and rushed into Yan, breaking through the millions of Yan troops, killing his way into the territory of Qi. As early as a month ago, Lin Xiao felt that the second line of defense could not be defended, so he began to evacuate the cultivators and mortals. After a month of evacuation, most of the mortals were evacuated, and most of the seriously injured, and most of the old, weak and disabled were also evacuated. If they could hold out for another half a month, perhaps all of them could be evacuated. The loss of mortals is no longer counted, but in this breakout battle, Nanzhao has lost about 5 million cultivators. Lin Xiao does not know how many people died, disappeared, or were captured, because quite a number of cultivators did not choose to go north, but chose to go east or south, and entered the Wu Kingdom battle line. After the demon army wiped out the Yan state, it marched straight to the northeast, attempting to split Nanzhao in two. Lin Xiao mobilized a large army to stop them. After being defeated by 3 countries in a row, he finally stopped the demons at the border of the medium power Jin state. The Jin state was also the last hope of Nanzhao. If the Jin state was defeated by the demons again, the demons could turn west to surround the Qi state, or continue to advance to the northeast and attack the Qin state together with the demons of Zizhao. At that time, the Qin state would surely be defeated. However, there was another problem in front of Lin Xiao, that is, the 11 countries at the southern end of Nanzhao, including Wu State, Qianluo State, Zilou State, Tiansheng State, and Wei State, were about to be surrounded. Only the Jin State was left, and it might be surrounded and eaten at any time. Wu State was Lin Xiao's base. If Wu State was destroyed, and hundreds of thousands of monks died in the battle, Lin Xiao might be directly wiped out by the system. For this reason, Lin Xiao asked Lingju country and Wu'ai sect, who were in a safe area, to recruit new disciples at all costs and increase the storage of points. On the other hand, he ordered Nanzhuan that, if the situation became worse, he could gather disciples to enter the mountain gate. The mountain gate's formation was blessed by Lin Xiao's system, and was already an 8th level formation, which was enough to protect the safety of the disciples. There was also a teleportation formation in the mountain gate that could connect with Xianyang city. In the Qinking Valley of Wuguo in Nanzhao, Nanzhuan had already entered the Wuguo factory to command. Now the command of the countries in the southern part of Nanzhao was handed over to Beizicheng, but Beizicheng also transferred a considerable amount of power to Nanzhuan. Now the strongest country in the southern countries is Tiansheng Sect, with many Shengsu period cultivators here. Nanzhuan has their support and enough prestige to suppress the countries. In the Wuguo factory, a huge sand table was placed in front of everyone. The high-level leaders of the various sects of Wuguo gathered and surrounded the sand table. The same is true for Zilou. If Zilou is conquered, then Wu will only have Qianluo as its only line of defense. By then, the demons will turn north and attack Xianxi, and our situation will still be miserable. Master Nan means that we cannot lose these 3 countries, Zilou, Xianxi and Wei. No matter which one we lose, the situation of our Wu kingdom will be worrying. It's not worrying, but there is a danger of national destruction. The cultivators of our Wu kingdom are the main force of the Nanzhao alliance. They have killed many monsters. How could the monsters not know about this? I'm afraid they will be the first to destroy our Wu kingdom. Once our Wu kingdom is destroyed, there will be big problems on the side of our headman. Master Nan, do you think we can hold on? Should we take the opportunity to retreat or hold on to the end? Lengling asked. Now Wei and Jin are still in the hands of the human race. If they want to withdraw, they still have a chance to escape to the northern part of Nanzhao. If they hold on and the monsters break through their defense line, then the entire Wu kingdom will be isolated and helpless. With the Wu kingdom's teleportation array, they may only be able to take away some important cultivators, and all sects will be destroyed. It's impossible to withdraw. Our 11 countries have at least tied down more than 400 to 500 million demons. If we withdraw, the demons will be able to integrate their strength and respond to the demons of Zizhao. Nanzhao will be destroyed soon. But our 11 countries don't have many troops, less than 10 million, Lengling asked. The 11 countries originally had at least 10 million troops, but each country had withdrawn its forces and left, plus those who died in the battle. There were not many troops left. Even those who withdrew from the defense line near Yan State were less than 10 million, and their defense line was extremely long, from Qiao Tao Mountain in Wu State to Qianluo State, Zilou State, the northern part of Tiansheng State, and then to Wei State and Jin State, at least 70 to 80,000 miles, and their strength was very weak. The number of troops is not very important. What is important is the strategy. If it is a contraction strategy, this number of people is definitely enough. This is impossible to do. Which cultivator is willing to give up his own territory easily? Yes, so our Wu Kingdom can only make the worst plan. What final plan? Island plan Nan Xiao. What is this plan? Don't worry, listen to me slowly. Nan Zuan slowly talked about his plan. Wu Kingdom is one of the strongest in Nanzhao. Even if it has been conscripted many times, Wu Kingdom can still mobilize at least 2 million troops. However, these 2 million troops are nothing for the entire war. Sending a few people here and a few people there will put Wu Kingdom in an extremely dangerous situation. Sun and Zuan decided to refuse to send troops out again. If they want to, they will only be sent to the two neighbors, Qianluo Kingdom and Tiansheng Kingdom. At the same time, Wu Kingdom must be prepared for the surrounding forces to be completely wiped out and survive alone, just like an island in the sea. So it is called the island plan. The isolated island plan is divided into multiple layers. The first layer is that the countries surrounding Wu Kingdom still exist, and Wu Kingdom can help them resist the demons, providing them with people and resources. The second layer is that all the surrounding countries are destroyed, and only Wu Kingdom survives. Wu Kingdom will use Tiansheng Sect, Chenqing Valley, and Chunhyang Palace as nodes to establish a defense line, and at the same time, accommodate monks from various countries to resist step by step. The third layer is that most of Wu Kingdom's territory has also fallen, and the monks of various countries and sects continue to shrink, defending the original Tiansheng territory, and even all the troops are concentrated in the Tiansheng Sect area to continue to resist. The Tiansheng Sect will abandon important bases such as Qian Mountain, Bailing Mountain, and Qianyang Mountain, and only protect Gangming City, Beiwu Mountain, and the mountain gate within a radius of hundreds of miles, and finally enter the Tiansheng Sect's mountain gate and fight to the last soldier. Rather than calling this plan the isolated island plan, it's better to call it the nail plan. The Wu Kingdom must be nailed here to contain the power of the demon race and cover up Lin Xiao's strategy. You are right. The leader's initial strategy has failed. What we have to do is to protect the Wu Kingdom as much as possible, and what I have to do is to protect the Tiansheng Sect. This plan is certainly the most beneficial to the Tiansheng Sect, but this is also due to strength. Only higher level sacred mountains can resist more demons. The sacred mountain of our Tiansheng Sect is the highest in the southern part of Nanzhao. Then let's do it. Danyang Sect agrees. Tianhe Sect also agrees. Chunhyang Palace also agrees. The leaders of each sect agreed. Although Naxuan's plan is the biggest profit for Tiansheng Sect, Wu Go and his people have not given up. Since you agree, then follow my plan. The resources of Wu Go's large factories must be strictly controlled. If other countries want them, they can exchange them for resources. These resources can only be controlled in our hands. Secondly, the fortifications within Wu Go must continue to be reinforced and connected together. It doesn't matter if there are not enough people and horses. There are many scattered cultivators. They dare not go into battle, but can't they work? Then, each of you must be prepared to give up your sect. Seed cultivators, important inheritances, and important resources. Take as much as you can, and send them to the gate of Tiansheng Sect. I will help take care of them, and Naxuan raised more points, and everyone basically agreed. From the second day, Naxuan issued these decrees in the name of Wu Go. The reactions of other countries were different. Some cursed and some supported them. Naxuan didn't care about anything, and just implemented his own plan. On the Zilou front, Beizichan called Luo Mingjun. Luo Mingjun's lifespan was short, and his cultivation was already at the 12th level of the Lingguang period. He only had one last chance to break through to the Shengsu period. As the head of Zilou, Luo Mingjun had been cooperating with Beizichan at the command center. Beizichan told him about Nanzuan's plan, and Luo Mingjun's face turned pale. Nanzuan was ready to give up the countries in Nanzhao, but Luo Mingjun couldn't object. After all, this was the choice of the countries. What if Wu Go didn't give up? It would just die in vain. Fellow Daoist Luo, things have come to this point. There is nothing to say. If you want to blame someone, blame us for not being strong enough to protect our homeland. Fellow Daoist Bay, I know. In that case, fellow Daoist Luo, go and make some preparations. You can secretly send some seed cultivators to the Tiansheng Sect. If that doesn't work, you can still leave through the teleportation array. You are a good friend of my head, and we will do our best to keep your inheritance indestructible. Beizichan replied. For Lin Xiao's sake, the Zilluo Kingdom's Taoist lineage will not perish. No matter what, they will leave through the teleportation array and take refuge in Zhangzhou from Xianyang City. At the same time, Zhang Qingxuan was also in talks with Hemu of Qianluo Kingdom. The content was almost the same. Hemu could only agree to Nanzuan's plan. He had no power to object at all. Chapter 860, Luo Xinghe Falls. Luo Xinghe Islands, in the third line of defense, are still in a bitter battle. At this time, the Xiuxin world, Nanzhou, Zizhou, Dongzhou, and Luo Xinghe have all been attacked by the demons. However, Zizhou was destroyed, and the third line of defense of Dongzhou has been breached, and it is only lingering in a small area in the north of Dongzhou. Except for Zhangzhou, Nanzhou has also lost most of its territory, and there is a trend of being cut off and surrounded by the demons. The Luo Xinghe Islands are the best, and they have resisted the bombardment of the South China Sea demons. When the South China Alliance and Kunlun jointly sent a letter to the Luo Xinghe Alliance, asking them to withdraw voluntarily, the major forces in Luo Xinghe were actually very dissatisfied, because they felt that the Luo Xinghe Islands could also resist the South China Sea demons by their own strength. However, Fang Changdu, the leader of the Luo Xinghe Alliance, disagreed. He believed that Luo Xinghe could hold on until now, mainly for two reasons. The first is that there are not many terrestrial demons in the South China Sea, so the attack power on the large islands of Luo Xinghe is insufficient, and the second is that the South China Sea demons did not use their full strength. The reason they didn't use their full strength was to drag the monks of Luo Xinghe here and form a situation of defeating them one by one. You should know that there are more than 10 million monks in the Luo Xinghe Islands, and they have a retreat. Once the attack of the South China Sea monsters is too fierce, the monks of Luo Xinghe can retreat to Nanzhou or Zhangzhou. Of course, Luo Xinghe doesn't want to mess up the relationship with Nanzhou. Luo Xinghe and Nanzhou are complementary, but Nanzhou is still close to Zhangzhou. Once the relationship between Nanzhou and Luo Xinghe breaks down, Luo Xinghe will suffer a great loss. Although Fang Changdu is the leader of the Luo Xinghe Alliance, he has not achieved the level of having his word, and this statement cannot convince all the high-level leaders of the Luo Xinghe Alliance. So Fang Changdu put forward another suggestion, that is, to evacuate some important people from each family, deliberately create the illusion that all islands in Luo Xinghe have been evacuated, observe the reaction of the South China Sea monsters, and then make a decision. No one objected to this suggestion. The war was dangerous, and the evacuation of the seed monks and important descendants of each family was a decision made a long time ago, so naturally no one would refuse. Soon, the important forces on the major islands gathered their important monks and some mortals together, while the Luo Xinghe Alliance pretended to evacuate all of them. The South China Sea Demon tribe really responded and increased the intensity of the attack on the third line of defense of the Luo Xinghe Islands. The third line of defense suddenly became shaky. The Luo Xinghe Alliance immediately turned the fake plan into reality. After transporting the important monks of each family, they began to evacuate with all their strength. The Luoxing sect was the main force. On Luoxing Island, the flying boats, treasure ships, and ordinary ships of various sects gathered in large numbers to transport the seriously injured, supplies, and mortals to Zhenhe City in the Qin state of Nanzhou. The teleportation array was also fully opened and transported at full capacity. After the South China Sea Demon tribe learned about it, they sent a large number of Sea Demon tribes to bypass several major islands in Luoxinghe and go to Zhenhe City and Luoxing Island to intercept the evacuated monks. In addition, more and more high-level demon kings appeared. Luoxing Island did not even have a golden body monk. After the evacuation fleet withdrew to Zhenhe City, it did not dare to return to Luoxing Island. There is a teleportation array on Luoxing Island to Zhenhe City, but the cost of teleportation is extremely high, and the number of people teleported is also very small, which cannot support such a large-scale retreat. Luoxing Island had to ask for help from the three Kunlun sects. After an urgent discussion between Quincy and the Wengsan sect, the supreme ancestor of the Wengsan sect brought a large number of high-level monks across the South China Sea and came to Luoxing Island. With the escort of high-level monks, a large number of treasure ships, flying boats and ordinary ships dared to return to Luoxing Island from Zhenhe City to organize the evacuation. There are many ships in the Luoxing Islands, and each time they can take away millions of mortals, tens of thousands of monks and a large amount of supplies. However, it would take hundreds of times to evacuate the entire Luoxing. It takes more than 20 days for them to travel from Luoxing Island to Zhenhe City. The time span is extremely long, and Lin Xiao does not have a few years for Luoxing to evacuate. After Lin Xiao learned the news, he immediately found the ancestor of the Tiansheng Sect and lent 500 flying boats to the Luoxing Islands in the name of the Lin Xiao Alliance, allowing Luoxing to use high-speed flying boats as the main transportation force, to shorten the travel time to about 10 days, and asked them to evacuate the monks first. Fang Changdu agreed to this request. In just 1 month, Luoxing evacuated more than 3 million monks to the Nanzhao state. At the same time, Luoxing third line of defense was also evacuated one after another, and the remaining mortal monks were all concentrated on Luoxing Island. Luoxing Island is more than 50,000 miles in radius, and is the largest island in the Luoxing Islands. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a small continent. After Fang Changdu and the high-level monks of the Wengsan sect discussed, they decided to continue to resist the monster tribe on Luoxing Island, and strive to annihilate all the terrestrial monster beasts of the Nanzhao monster tribe, to reduce the pressure on the defense of Zhenhe City. Wengsan sect also agreed to Fang Changdu's suggestion. Luoxing Island has many large cities near the sea, but they were all abandoned at this time. Fang Changdu set up a defense line 5,000 miles away from the coastline, dug a large number of trench traps, and built a large number of war fortresses. As expected, the South China Sea Demon tribe gathered all the 2 million land demon tribes and transported them to Luoxing Island, preparing to encircle and annihilate the human forces on Luoxing Island. The demon tribe has fallen into the trap. These 2 million land demon tribes must be annihilated immediately. At the high-level meeting of the Luoxing Island Alliance, Fang Changdu pointed coldly at the huge sand table in front of him and said. The monks around were all very excited. Staying on Luoxing Island was originally a trap set by Fang Changdu. Now the demon tribe has fallen into the trap. The success or failure of Luoxing depends on this. Ancestor Fang, announce the order. Okay, I will announce it directly. With Luoxing City as the node, we have set up a 3,000-mile arc-shaped defense line to half surround these 2 million land-based monsters. Next, we will surround and eat all these monsters. For this, the seniors of the Wengsan sect will assist us in blocking the tsunami attack of the high-level monsters in the South China Sea. Fang Changdu told his plan in full. At this time, there were still 5 million human cultivators on Luoxing Island. A large number of fortifications were set up in the north of Luoxing Island to build an arc-shaped defense line. The high-level cultivators of the Wengsan sect will use their magical powers to set up a 5-layer wall in the south of Luoxing Island to block the tsunami attack of the South China Sea monsters, so that the sea monsters in the South China Sea cannot use that tsunami to enter Luoxing Island to help and artificially create a huge basin. At that time, they will dig up the 3 huge freshwater lakes on Luoxing Island, flood the monsters, and then the human race will kill them and completely annihilate this land-based monster. Fang Changdu gave the order, and everyone immediately took action. The Supreme of Wengsan sect personally broke a mountain that was over 1,000 meters high. Then dozens of high-level monks and 50,000 low-level monks rushed forward, packed the broken mountains in storage bags, took a flying boat, and dumped them one by one on the south side of Luoxing Island. Suddenly, a wall 300 meters wide and 2,000 miles long was built. One wall was not enough, and the monks of Luoxing Island followed suit, breaking up mountains one by one, and then sent a large number of monks to load sand, stone, and soil in storage bags to build the wall. When the South China Sea demons learned about it, they were shocked. On the one hand, they ordered the land-based demons to retreat, and on the other hand, they sent flying monsters and high-level demon kings to the island to help. The high-level monks of Tiansheng Sect immediately led the crowd to fight. Fang Changdu began to mobilize the mortals. He collected countless sacks and other bags from the mortals, and then asked millions of mortals to use these bags to load sand, stone, and soil, while the monks used storage bags for relocation and transportation. At the same time, the main force of Luoxing Island was desperately trying to stop the monsters. In 5 days, 5 walls were built. Even if the high-level monsters raised thousands of meters of high waves, they could not break down these walls. The fate of these land-based monsters became a foregone conclusion. On the 6th day, Fang Changdu ordered the digging of 3 lakes. The lake water rushed down and rushed into the territory occupied by the monsters. Thousands of miles around became a swamp. Countless monsters were trapped in the quagmire. They were either unable to move or extremely slow in movement. Only a few monsters occupied some hilltops and trembled at the swamp in front of them. At this time, the monks on Luoxing Island launched. The low-level monks took the flying boat to clear out the monsters hiding on the hilltops, while the monks above Daogang flew by themselves to freely hunt the monsters that were unable to move and trapped in the quagmire. Apart from Luoxing, there are not many islands in the South China Sea. These 2 million land-based monsters should be the majority of the South China Sea. It's almost done. The first 3 lines of defense have also destroyed millions of monsters. Where do so many land-based monsters come from in the South China Sea? Unless they transport them to Nanzhao or Dongzhou, they will not be able to get any land-based monsters. Ancestor Fang, what should we do with Luoxing in the future? Should we take back the major islands? I'm afraid not yet. We still have to evacuate to Nanzhao and help Nanzhao in the war. Why? Because of the overall situation of the human race. If Nanzhao is destroyed, the monsters of the South China Sea can really transport tens of millions of monsters to Luoxing. How can we resist then? But it's really hard to give up our foundation like this. This is what our ancestors fought hard for. Don't worry, everyone. Luoxing Island will still be ours in the future. As long as the human race wins, we have plenty of time to slowly expand our territory. The monsters of the South China Sea can't occupy it. What about Luoxing Island? Do you want to give it up too? Luoxing Island must be defended. I will leave some troops here to grow spiritual rice, spiritual medicine and food for mortals. Otherwise, we will have no resources to use when we withdraw to Nanzhao. Fang Changdu shook his head. Now that the continents are at war, all production has stopped. There will definitely be a huge shortage of spiritual rice and low-level spiritual medicines in the future. The countries in Nanzhao may not be able to provide much support. Luoxing must produce some by himself. Ancestor Fang, I heard that Wu State has built a large factory, gathering a large number of people and horses to refine resources. We now have a lot of materials. Why don't we learn from them and build one too? This is possible. We have to eat these materials ourselves. Otherwise, we will suffer too much if we simply trade in raw materials. Ancestor Hua, how about leaving this matter to you? Hua Mao has no choice but to do it. Then please. Fang Changdu nodded. Although Luoxing Island is his territory, he must go to Nanzhao to lead the army to fight. Hua Xiang has a calm personality, so Fang Changdu is relieved to leave it to him. Chapter 861, The Fall of the West. Nanzhuan's isolated island plan was agreed by Lin Xiao. The 11 countries in the south of Wu Kingdom must not give up easily. Only when they contain a large number of monsters, Lin Xiao will have time to make overall plans and accumulate strength. The monsters in Zizhao move too quickly, involving a large amount of power in Nanzhao. So Lin Xiao's mobilization of various countries and scattered cultivators was not sufficient. The power of the cultivators in Nanzhao has not been fully released. What Lin Xiao needs is time. In Beiyu City of Qi State, Lin Xiao is leading the army to fight. Countless monsters are fighting one after another. The black crystal cannons on the city wall are constantly firing. The outer positions outside the city are still in the hands of the cultivators and are being fought over. Behind Beiyu City, Yunanayu was training the army. Now the sect monks and independent cultivators had been completely dispersed. Harsh military laws were implemented to train them into elite divisions and then dispatched to the battlefield. Everyone had only 1 month to train. When the time was up, no matter how well they trained, they had to go to the battlefield. If they couldn't even assemble a basic battle formation, they wouldn't live long. Fighting alone wouldn't be very effective in a war of this scale. What was needed was unity and cooperation. After a day of fighting, Yunanayu quickly flew into Baiyou City. Basically, after the fighting, Lin Xiao would hold a meeting to dispatch and adjust the monks, and the top leaders would attend the meeting. Master Yunanayu arrived first. Seeing that Lin Xiao's battle armor was pitted and stained with blood, he couldn't help but feel distressed. Lin Xiao hadn't practiced for a long time. He personally participated in the battle during the day and had to handle official business and deal with the situation at night. Nanayu is here. How are the new recruits? Fortunately, there are no blind bastards now, and they are all training honestly. That's good. Let's discuss the matter of supporting Ma Laozu later. Don't speak. Yes, Yunanayu replied. The situation in Nansao is still deteriorating. At the second line of defense, the Nansao defense line is in the shape of an inverted character, with Song and Yan in the middle, and Wu and Wusun on both sides. Now the second line of defense has collapsed, and the Wu side is still holding on, but the Wusun side led by Ma Langfei can't stop it at all, and 3 countries have been broken in succession. Ma Langfei has begun to abandon the defense line and retreat to the third line of defense. The alliance needs to send someone to support him. Lin Xiao didn't let Yunanayu do this, in addition to the fact that this matter is extremely dangerous, and Yunanayu still has an important task on his shoulders, so it is not suitable for him to leave. After a while, all the high-level officials of Nansao arrived, and Bu Yunxiang also rearranged the sand table. Everyone gathered in front of the sand table. Lin Xiao held a stick in his hand, pointed at the sand table and said, "I won't say much nonsense." Ma Laozu was defeated in Wusun State and retreated all the way to the west. He retreated to the side of Fuayu State. Fuayu State is further west as is Hao. There are too many mountains and steep cliffs in this area. It is not suitable for our human cultivators to recuperate and rest, and there is no time for us to recuperate. So Ma Laozu will go all the way north, cross the edge of the desert from here, and then enter the grassland, from the border of Xianlang State, pass Lingju State, enter the territory of Qi State, and rest for a few days, before going to the battlefield. Ma Laozu now has about 3 million people, but they are entangled by 30 or 40 million monsters. We must send people to pick them up. According to the Alliance's plan, it will be led by a golden body monk, and 5 Shengsu monks and 200,000 elite troops will be dispatched to cooperate. At the same time, 3 large flying boats and 5 warships will be provided for use. Who of you will sign up? Everyone looked at each other. No one dared to take the lead. Now it was not a question of how many military merits they had, but that this plan was too dangerous. But in the end, Tan Minghua still stood up. He was from the Xianyu sect, and Ma Langfei was also the only Dongsuan period ancestor of the Xianyu sect. If he didn't come out, who would? Okay, the troops are already preparing, and we can set out in the second half of the night. The warships can also be put into the storage bag, and you can carry them with you. Minghua, you lead the troops from the southern part of Lingju country, and go straight to the northern part of Buia country, to attack the monster tribe and tie down the monster army. The sound of your artillery will be the action signal for Ancestor Ma to evacuate. By then, they will set out from this area. You must hold on for at least 1 day, and can only retreat after Ancestor Ma enters a desert. You can retreat if you can, or you can meet up with Ancestor Ma, and then pass through the grassland country and come back. This is the general strategy, and it is up to you to decide how to implement it. Yes, Alliance Leader Lin. After daybreak, part of the Tiansheng Sect will launch a counterattack to support you. Understood. I'll go prepare first. Well, remember to bring more talismans and black crystals. Ancestor Ma doesn't have much supplies. Tan Minghua nodded and quickly selected 5 Shengsu period cultivators, including his clan member Tan Minghua, and then took over the 200,000 troops. It was not even the second half of the night when they took action. The warships were put into storage bags, and the 200,000 troops entered 3 large flying boats. Although it was a little crowded, they could still fit in. The flying boats took off more than 300 miles north of Baiyou City, rising to an altitude of 10,000 meters at a time, which was almost the limit of these flying boats, and then flew south carefully. Brother, Ma Liaozu replied, and they are ready. On the flying boat, Tan Minglin walked to Tan Minghua and said that he had just contacted Ma Langfei with the Ling Ying Jade book. The situation on Ma Langfei's side was very bad, so he was very eager to leave. I understand, junior brother. This time, the war between the two clans may be worrying for our Xianyu sect. Senior brother, why do you say that? Ancestor Ma and Bazichan each led their armies to the south. Now the defense line of Wu state is still solid, but Ancestor Ma has lost several countries in a row. It can be seen that his ability to command troops is average. Ancestor Ma, the person with the highest cultivation in the sect, is not good at commanding troops. Do you think the other golden body cultivators in the sect can suppress the other side? Senior brother Meng Zhang is now the supreme commander of the northern front. This is what I'm worried about. Lin Xiao has grown from a small country or county. You have seen his ability to command troops. We follow Lin Xiao, and even if we are defeated, it has nothing to do with us. But once we become commanders and the war is lost, the responsibility will be all on us. Do you think Xianyu sect can still become the number one in Nanzhao? Senior brother, what do you mean? No matter, don't think too much. Just survive and we will talk about it after you survive. Tan Minghua replied that his cultivation position was higher than Tan Minglin's, and he already knew a lot of things. The current world of immortal cultivation was far from being as simple as it appeared on the surface. There were still many dark tides in the dark, but now it was covered up by the invasion of the demons. Perhaps there would be a third war waiting for them. Tan Minghua said no more, just staring at the present. After a night of flying, the flying boat arrived in the mountainous area in the north of Fuayu state and landed secretly. 200,000 troops formed a battle formation, and the warships were also ready. Kill them out, there was nothing much to say. Tan Minghua took the lead, faster than the warships, and appeared behind the demon army. At this time, the demon army was attacking Fuayu Kingdom. They did not expect that there would be a large number of human monks in the rear. They were caught off guard, and killed a large number of low-level demon beasts by Tan Minghua. The intelligent demon beasts and the demon beast group quickly reacted. The demon beast groups from all over the country began to gather towards Tan Minghua, wanting to annihilate him here. However, not long after, the warships appeared and bombarded with black crystal cannons from a high position. Behind the warships was a battle formation composed of 200,000 troops. They had already walked out of the mountainous area and headed towards the flat terrain. The battle formation condensed several beams of light, sweeping across the demon beast group, sweeping down a large number of demon beasts. The monks who formed a battle formation were incomparable to the demon beasts, so whether it was a high-level demon king or a wise demon beast, the first thing they did was to disrupt these battle formations. Otherwise, no matter how many demon beasts came, they would not be enough for the battle formation to kill. Under the control of the intelligent monsters, countless large monsters with thick skin and strong flesh appeared. They charged at the battle formation, aiming to break it down. As for the battle formation, 80,000 people took the initiative to leave the battle formation. 40,000 people went to fight these monsters, and the rest quickly dug several trenches around the battle formation, made earth walls from the soil in the trenches, and even built black crystal cannons on the earth walls. The tactics of the human race and the monster race are constantly changing. If this temporary trench digging method is used on the front battlefield, it would be a suicidal act, but here, it is extremely suitable, because the mission of these 200,000 troops is only one, to contain and block the monster army for one day, so they have to protect the battle formation and delay time. The longer the battle formation takes to form, the greater the threat to the monster race, and the longer they can delay. As expected, after the trenches were dug, the first batch of monsters organized by the intelligent monsters to charge the battle formation were consumed before they even touched the edge of the battle formation, and the monster race could only continue to organize monsters to charge the battle formation. Tan Minghua was flying in the sky and saw the figures of monsters everywhere. He didn't know how many there were, but he couldn't see the end. His 200,000 troops had really become a reef in the rapids. If anything went wrong, they would be swallowed up by the monsters. Fortunately, Ma Langfei had already started to retreat. This time, Ma Langfei didn't bring any mortals with him, not even the immortal cultivators in the Kame period. He just asked them to hide in the mountains at the junction of Nansao and Zizhao. All the troops he had were elite, not to mention the wounded, and they all gave up. Millions of cultivators who were eager to survive were not something that ordinary monsters could resist. They successfully broke through the first encirclement and rushed north. Millions of people had escaped thousands of miles away. Tan Minghe had been paying attention to Ma Langfei and his men. When he learned that they were so scattered, Tan Minghe's eyes suddenly went dark, and he almost fainted. Was Ma Langfei looking for death? There was no organization in his escape. Wasn't this sending food to the monsters? Tan Minghe immediately sent a message to Ma Langfei, asking him to command the vanguard to stop and wait for the follow-up troops to catch up. Otherwise it would be easy for the demons to cut off the team. But Ma Langfei replied to Tan Minghe that the troops under his command were all disorganized. These millions of troops came from more than 20 countries and thousands of forces. When the command system was still in place, they could maintain the organization by military law, but now, the command system has collapsed. They spontaneously formed their own teams according to the bond of country, sect, and family. Unless he, the ancestor, came in person, he could not command many of them at all. Chapter 862, Desperate Rescue. Ma Langfei's command ability has always been mediocre, neither good nor bad, which is also related to his experience. Xianyu Sect has long been the first sect in Nansao. When Ma Langfei was young, Xianyu Sect did not need large-scale wars, and he had good cultivation qualifications, was valued by the sect, and was fully cultivated, so he did not need to deal with any chores. When his cultivation level was improved, he went to Kunlun to practice again, and he had no experience. If he had not followed Lin Xiao for more than 10 years and learned a lot, he might not even be able to control 100,000 troops. So when he led an army alone, and went to Wusun to preside over the war, Ma Langfei showed his disadvantage of insufficient command ability. Although he did not make any big mistakes, the current situation was by no means a mediocre leader could stabilize. The continuous deterioration of the situation made Ma Langfei have a deep understanding of his own talents. He knew that, if he continued to persist in the southwestern border of Nansao, these millions of people would sooner or later die in his hands. So Ma Langfei quickly proposed a breakout strategy. Ma Langfei had no experience in breaking out, and his men were demoralized, so they made big mistakes during the breakout, and the command system collapsed, not to mention the cross-retreat and mutual cover. After hearing Ma Langfei's reply, Tan Minghe was furious, but he didn't dare to get angry. He just asked Ma Langfei to quickly go to the front team, stop the people, organize positions on the spot, intercept the monsters, and cover the subsequent retreat. At the same time, Tan Minghe would also send people to contact the team behind, to find a way to restore the command system. Ma Langfei knew that he had made a mistake, so he didn't dare to argue. Tan Minghe and Tan Minglan performed very well in the Battle of Zhangzhou, and Lin Xiao attached great importance to them. Minglan, something happened to Moleo Zhu. The evacuation team has been stretched into a long line, thousands of miles long. It is easy to be defeated and surrounded by the demons. I'm going to see Moleo Zhu. I will leave this to you. Brother, don't worry, I know what to do. Go quickly. Okay, I'm leaving. Tan Minghe handed the power to Tan Minglan and immediately tore through space and left. Tan Minghe was alone, and it was difficult for the demons to intercept him. Even if a high-level demon king came out, Tan Minghe would avoid fighting. Tan Minghe quickly caught up with Ma Langfei, and Ma Langfei had intercepted the people in front at this time. They had already rushed out of the scope of Fuyu, but they directly refused Ma Langfei's request. The reason was very simple. They were about to break through successfully. Now asking them to stop would kill them. Naturally, they would not do it. Everyone shut up. I'm Tan Minghe. I'm here on the orders of Alliance leader Lin to preside over the breakout of the countries in the southwest of Nansao. Now I order you to switch to a defensive posture on the spot, block the monsters, and provide cover for the subsequent troops. This is military law. Violators will be killed without mercy and severely punished after the war. If you don't want your country clan and family to be destroyed. Stand behind me. Tan Minghua would not be polite to them and directly brought up Lin Xiao's reputation. Lin Xiao's prestige was at its peak and no one dared to disobey. Violating military law was no joke and many people were sacrificed by Lin Xiao. The first batch had only more than 30,000 people. After hearing Tan Minghua's order, they immediately occupied a hilltop. Many cultivators cast spells and built fortifications on the mountain to block the monsters. The subsequent troops were also stopped by Tan Minghua and stayed together. Which family are you from? From the Fuayu family of Fuayu. Why are there so few of you? Where is the main force? We were stopped by the demons in the back. It was done by the Blue Dragon Lion King. The road in the middle has been blocked. We fought our way out. Oops. Tan Minghua cursed inwardly. What he feared was really what he feared. The demons had already discovered the weakness of the human race's evacuation. The Blue Dragon Lion King cut off the evacuation route. I'm afraid the next step would be to divide and surround them. You leave 10 people to lead the way for me. Ma Leozu, gather the troops, fight back, and rescue the people. Okay, I'll go gather the troops. Ma Leozu nodded. With Tan Minghua as the backbone, his mind was much calmer. He couldn't be independent, but he was still very qualified to be a deputy. Ma Langfei drew more than 10,000 people and followed Tan Minghua to fight back. He soon saw the first group of monks who were surrounded. There were more than 100,000 people in total, trapped on a mountain. There were demons climbing the mountain below and flying demons raiding in the sky. The battlefield was very chaotic, with people fighting everywhere. Kill. Tan Minghua shouted angrily and was the first to kill. Tan Minghua killed the monsters that were still resting at the foot of the mountain. More than 10,000 people rushed down and quickly disrupted the monster's rear, especially Ma Langfei. He targeted the 7th level monster king who was leading the team and defeated him in a few moves. As soon as the 7th level monster king ran away, the entire monster army began to collapse. At this time, the troops on the mountain killed again, and the monster army was completely without command and fled. I'm Tan Minghua. I'm here on the orders of Alliance leader Lin to preside over your breakout. Now a large group of people has been stopped by the demon tribe, so I need to recruit you all. Monks above the purple mansion level, please step out. What? No one is moving? Didn't they even obey the military law? Someone, take the image retaining talisman and record it. We'll punish them severely when we get back. No, 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 Elder Tan, we are going to fight. We are going to fight. As soon as Tan Minghua opened his mouth, no one responded. Tan Minghua became furious and wanted to take the image retaining talisman to record it. If they really did, they would be in trouble. Tan Minghua nodded, then dismissed most of the previous troops and only took the monks above the purple mansion level to continue heading south, because the purple mansion monks could already fly for a short period of time, which was much faster and easier to move. Tan Minghua led the team to continue southward. After walking 400s of miles, they finally saw the Blue Dragon Lion King. The Blue Dragon Lion King led a large army to occupy a mountain. From the mountain to the plain at the foot of the mountain, it was filled with countless monsters, blocking the monks' way. In addition to fighting their way out, the monks could only go west or east. However, the east has long been the world of the monsters, and the west is full of mountains and ridges. It is easy to rush into the territory of Zizhao. No one knows what the situation is in Zizhao. Who knows what is waiting for them? Therefore, the monks' way to break out was completely blocked. Ancestor Ma, is there an 8th level monster king? Yes, but he is not here for the time being. He should be in the south of Fuayu, 5 or 6,000 miles away from here, and is driving us away. Well, first kill the Blue Dragon Lion King and rescue the people and horses. I think there are hundreds of thousands of people and horses ahead. It will be enough to rescue them. I'll listen to you. Let's go and kill the Blue Dragon Lion King first. Ma Langfei nodded and rushed out immediately. He slashed with a sword when he was hundreds of miles away from the Blue Dragon Lion King. The Blue Dragon Lion King had just broken through the 7th level 100 years ago. Before it could be happy, its original master Yujian Along was already the 8th level. It was very depressed. Seeing Ma Langfei coming, it was so scared that it immediately changed its original form and fled to the south. How could it, a 7th level demon king, dare to fight with the Tiansheng period ancestor who was equivalent to the 8th level demon king? As the blue dragon lion king withdrew, the other high level demon kings also fled. Tan Minglan led the crowd to disrupt the demon army. The monks who were intercepted on the opposite side also took the opportunity to kill and successfully broke through the obstacles. Tan Minghe used the same trick again, leaving all the purple mansion monks behind, and the rest of the troops quickly evacuated. Sure enough, not long after, the blue dragon lion king came back. This time he also brought his old master Yu Jian along with him, and the triangle Wu demon king also appeared. Ma Langfei faced Yu Jian along, and the two soon fought in the void, while Tan Minghe fought against the blue dragon lion king. The blue dragon lion king was a strange beast with the blood of the blue dragon, and its combat power was extremely strong. Tan Minghe was not an opponent, and could only barely protect himself. Although the triangle Wu demon king was not a 7th level beast, it was extremely fast. A cultivator in the Shengsu period soon seriously injured it. The cultivator in the Shengsu period saw that he could not escape, and when the triangle Wu demon king attacked again, he blew himself up, severely injuring the triangle Wu demon king, causing it to run away screaming. The remaining cultivators fought with the demons, and it was extremely tragic. Although their cultivation was high, they had too few people. If they killed a demon, a new demon would pounce on them. It was like they could not stop killing. If a cultivator flew up, they could even see that within 100 miles, there were only the figures of demons, and no human cultivators could be seen. Find the intelligent monsters and kill them. Quickly follow me, and kill the intelligent monsters, a human cultivator ordered. The command system of the monsters mainly relies on the intelligent monsters and high-level monster kings. High-level monster kings are extremely rare, and they also have to deal with the high-level cultivators of the human race. Most of the commands are based on the intelligent monsters. Killing the intelligent monsters will cause the monster army to collapse. It's a pity that the intelligent monsters are also very aware of the human race's disgust and hatred for them, so they never dare to show up openly. They hide behind many monsters and are difficult to find. The fierce battle lasted for a day, which had long exceeded the time Lin Xiao gave Tan Minghe. During this day, there were more and more cultivators in the south of Fuyu. Some directly joined the battlefield and fought, and some fled directly to the north. Tan Minghe didn't know how many people he had evacuated. Seeing that time had passed, he led the team to fight and retreat, fleeing all the way north. Soon, Tan Minghe saw Tan Minglan leading a team to meet him. The troops left by Tan Minghe had already fled. When Tan Minglan found out, he was furious, but he had no way to stop them. So he could only lead the army to abandon the original plan and go south to support. He happened to run into Tan Minghe, who was evacuating. After the two armies met, they continued to flee northward and soon entered the desert in the south of the grassland country. The monster slowly stopped. There were not only very few sacred mountains in the desert, but also very few plants and water sources. Therefore, the monsters that were not monsters in the desert were not adapted at all, and dared not go deep. Yu Jian along only asked the Triangle Wu Monster King to lead the flying monsters to sneak attack 1 or 2. The Xianlang Kingdom had already received Lin Xiao's order and sent troops into the desert to pick up Tan Minghe and others. It was 7 days later when they returned to Beiyu city of Qi. Tan Minghe also learned that only about 1 million people escaped from the Buya Kingdom, and more than half of them either died or went missing. At this time, more than 60 countries in South Continent had been conquered by the demons, accounting for half of all the countries in South Continent. The situation in South Continent had deteriorated to the extreme. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 863, Solitary Island Plan. Nan Xuan has been stationed in Qinqing Valley of Wu State in Nan's house for a long time. Nan Xuan's management level is undoubtedly more advanced than Jia Mengren's. In fact, the large factory of Wu State is already under the control of Nan Xuan, but Jia Mengren has no opinion on this. As a disciple of Lin Xiao, he has long understood the matter of delegating power and letting more talented people take over. This is the tradition of Tiansheng Sect. After Lin Xiao took over the large factory, the first thing he did was to recruit more workers. Not only the technicians of Danfukism were recruiting more, but also the food factory. Lin Xiao recruited 100,000 workers in the food factory at one go, and the cost was extremely low, because now Wu State was full of various monks who fled. At this time, there were only 11 countries holding on at the southern and southwestern ends of Nansao. Most of these 11 countries were also facing the attack of the Demon Clan, so they were not safe. Although small countries like Tiansheng State have not yet fought with the Demon Clan, their strength is too weak, and they are not the first choice for monks to take refuge. Naturally, Wu State became their refuge target. Millions of independent cultivators poured in, bringing severe challenges to the security of Wu State. Most of Wu State's forces were fighting outside, and the rest had to surround Lingshan, cities, markets, mines and other important places. Therefore, absorbing these refugee cultivators was also an important means to ease social conflicts. In addition to the large factories of Wu State, Lin Xiao also began to recruit soldiers. Among these refugee cultivators, there were many who had blood feuds with the demons. Lin Xiao armed them with the resources produced by the large factories of Wu State, and then trained them in formation, integrated them into the army of Wu State, and transferred them to various places to fight. In the decomposition workshop of the large factory, thousands of cultivators were busy. The workshops with a width of tens of thousands of square meters were filled with various kinds of monster corpses. These cultivators would decompose the monster corpses, and the fur, bones, flesh, claws and teeth were waiting to be separated one by one and put into bamboo baskets. There would be special people to take them away and send them to various branches one by one. There were as many as 3 workshops like this. Jia Mengren accompanied Lin Xiao to the workshop for inspection. Many managers came to greet them, but they were all stopped by Lin Xiao, who did not want to waste their time. Is there any difficulty in the food factory now? Lin Xiao casually said to the manager of the food factory beside him. He was equivalent to the director of the food factory, responsible for the management of the entire food factory, and was also a cultivator from the Tiansheng Sect. Replying to Master Nan, the only difficulty now is the ordinary iron and clay pots used for canning. The production speed is too slow. We now have 80,000 cultivators producing, and can produce tens of millions of cans every day, but ordinary iron and clay pots can't keep up. The manager replied that the canned food produced by the food factory is very simple, mainly pickled, and the shelf life of clay pots is shorter, while the shelf life of iron cans is longer. But no matter which one, the raw materials are not enough. Write it down and distribute it to each sect after returning. Continue to mobilize young and strong mortals to increase production. Is there enough flesh and blood of monsters now? Enough. Please follow me, Master Nan. There are 3 large warehouses here, and we can't handle it in time. The number is too large. The front line can deliver hundreds of thousands of monster corpses every day. Lin Xiao followed the manager to a warehouse on the side. After opening it, there were mountains of monster corpses. There was an ice formation in the warehouse, and the temperature was extremely low, but it was still full of blood and the scene looked very terrifying. Should we continue to increase the number of manpower? Increasing the number of manpower is a good thing, but we don't have enough space now, and the large factory now has more than 300,000 people. The spiritual veins of Chenking Valley are not enough, and the resentment of the cultivators is increasing. During their daily rest, the mysterious energy they absorb is not enough. Didn't you increase the supply of spiritual meat? We have increased it. Now every cultivator eats meat until he vomits. Except for those cultivators who have just arrived. No one likes to eat it. These guys are really asking for more. Send someone to explain. Who dares to complain again? Let them go to the battlefield and try. Yes, Master Nan. What are these people doing? Lin Xiao pointed to a row of carriages and said there were actually quite a few mortals among them, which surprised Lin Xiao a little. Transport team, the canned food from the big factories will be sent to each sect according to the dividend ratio. The monks are not enough, so some mortals have been transferred to help. Will it be unsafe on the road? No, we haven't found any robber as yet. This is Wu Kingdom, they dare not be presumptuous. That's good. Increase the storage of canned food. I want to fill up the 10 large warehouses over the mountain gate within a month. Jia Mengren, let's go to the next one. Nanzuan nodded, then took Jia Mengren and others away, and entered the next factory. Food storage is a vital part of Nanzuan's isolated island plan. In Nanzuan's expectation, by then the surrounding areas of Wu Kingdom will fall, and all the people of Wu Kingdom will be soldiers. At that time, there will be no production of spiritual rice or the like, so enough food must be left. Even the survival of mortals depends on these things. Therefore, Nanzuan is still not satisfied with the food factory's daily production capacity of tens of millions of canned food. The canned food produced has 3 main destinations. The first is to be directly supplied to Zhongshan in exchange for some resources. However, this business will not last long. After Zhongshan recovers a certain amount of vitality, there will be no market for it. The second is to supply the army on the front line, mainly the front lines of Kaya Taoshan and Qianluo Kingdom. The third is to store it. Master Nan, it seems that there is no announcement from the alliance today. I have seen that Patriarch Ma of the Xianyu sect won the breakout battle, but anyone with a discerning eye knows that it was a failure. The Wusun Kingdom and other countries have a total of 7 to 8 million cultivators, but he only brought out more than 1 million troops. The losses are extremely heavy. Yes, so the monsters in the western part of Nanzhao must move the battlefield. Either go north to the front battlefield of Qi, or to the eastern battlefield of Qianluo. The situation is getting worse. I know, but there is nothing we can do about it now. All you can do is to work with Huangshang to defend the Qinqing Valley. When the isolated island plan enters the second phase, the Qinqing Valley will be the focus. We must never give up, unless it is absolutely necessary. I understand. The guard team is still expanding. It is expected that new recruits will be trained in 7 days. By then, the guards will exceed 50,000 people. That's good. I will be returning to the sect soon. You still have to preside over the big factory. You must guard the big factory well. Don't worry, Master Nan. With me here, the big factory will be fine. How is your injury? Almost well. In fact, I can go to the battlefield. Jia Mengren said that he didn't know what grade the elixir Lin Xiao gave him to eat was, but Jia Mengren guessed that it must be extremely high grade. In just less than 2 months, his injuries were almost healed. Recuperate a little longer. No rush. This war will not be over in 1 or 2 years. Okay. After Nanzuan took Jia Mengren to inspect the large factory, he had to return to his residence to work. Now he was in charge of the work at Wu State, and the affairs were extremely complicated. At this time, Bai Zichen was also leading a team to inspect the battlefield of Qianluo State. Not long ago, the defense line of Ziluo State was collapsed again and retreated more than 1,000 miles. 2/3 of the territory of Ziluo State had been occupied. It was only when Bai Zichen sent troops to support that most of the cultivators were able to withdraw safely. Ancestor Bai, Lin Xiao is here. Please come in. As soon as he returned to the tent, a disciple came to report. Bai Zichen immediately invited Lin Xiao into the tent. During the Central Continent War, Lin Xiao was sent to Kunlun by Lin Xiao for imprisonment because of the issue of standing in the same team. Kunlun did not treat Lin Xiao and his people harshly and entertained them with good food and drink. Therefore, over the past few decades, Lin Xiao has improved his cultivation. After the Central Continent War, Lin Xiao was released back to the Skyclips Kingdom. As soon as he came back, he encountered a crisis that the South Continent had not encountered for tens of thousands of years. Fortunately, the Skyclips Kingdom was also on the front line of the wilderness, and the cultivators were always very vigilant against the monsters. Lin Xiao still joined the South Continent Alliance and mobilized the cultivators in the country, but the Skyclips Kingdom had too few people, and 300,000 people were all their elite. Ancestor Bai, Ancestor Bai. Yun is here on the orders of Alliance Leader Lin to await deployment. Ancestor Yun, you don't have to be polite. Sit down first. Have you heard the Alliance's announcement? Yes, Ancestor Ma has broken through. All the countries in the southwestern part of Nanzhao have fallen except for ours. More than 60 countries in Nanzhao have fallen, Lin Xiao replied. The bad situation was the main reason why Lin Xiao obeyed Lin Xiao's deployment. If the situation was not so difficult, he would not have paid attention to Lin Xiao. Since Elder Yun already knows, I don't need to say more. There are still 11 countries surrounding the Wu Kingdom and the Tiansheng Kingdom, but no matter whether it is the Tiansheng Kingdom, Zhou Kingdom or Wei Kingdom, the situation is very bad. The main reason is that our battle line is too long. Does Elder Yun agree with this reason? Indeed, we have set up defense lines everywhere and stretched the battle line to tens of thousands of miles. We can't defend so many places at all. So, my fellow Taoist Nangxuan from the Wu Kingdom proposed an isolated island plan. I wonder if Elder Yun has heard of it. I've heard a little about it. Then what does Elder Yun think? Well, Yun is not knowledgeable enough to speak rashly. Elder Yun, what if we take the initiative to promote this plan? Beizicheng was unmoved and continued to advance. Lin Xiao's face turned pale. If they followed this isolated island plan, wouldn't they have to abandon the Tiansheng Kingdom? Ancestor Yun, I don't know if you have heard what our headmaster said, that if you save people, you lose land, but if you save people and land, you will still have land. With people, are you afraid of not having land? This time, 60 countries were destroyed in Nansao, and how many countries, sects and schools were exterminated? With people, will there be a lack of land after the war? Beizicheng said faintly. His words were particularly harsh, but they were the truth. So far, Nansao has lost more than 10 million cultivators. The exact number cannot be counted, but it is true that many countries have been directly destroyed. It is still difficult to say what the situation will be in Nansao after the war. Yun, I understand. Ancestor Bei, you may as well speak directly if you have something to say. Well, then I will be more direct. Our battle line must be contracted. Beizicheng spoke out the plan in his mind. This plan is coordinated with Nangxuan's isolated island plan, and it has also been agreed by Nangxuan and Lin Xiao. Chapter 864. The battle line shrinks. In Beizichen's mind, Nangxuan's isolated island plan still has many flaws and flaws. One of them is that Nangxuan trusts the power of Wu state too much, and does not trust the power of other countries. So in Nangxuan's plan, it is to wait for each country to be conquered, and then gather the remaining soldiers, to enter Wu state to resist and enter the second stage. But Beizicheng thinks this is wrong. Not to mention that the power of the demon clan is too strong. When the morale of each country falls to the extreme, how much combat power do those cultivators still have? So it is better to shrink the defense line directly, abandon all of Zilou state, abandon most of Tiansheng state, and abandon most of Wei state, forming a semicircular defense line. In this way, the length of the defense line is reduced by half. Although the front line with Qi state has completely lost land contact, they are still connected by the teleportation array. Important materials can still be operated with the help of a large number of storage bags. As for ordinary resources, it doesn't matter. Now Zilou state is about to be destroyed, and Liuomingjian has been persuaded. The next one is Tiansheng state and Wei state, so Beizicheng will invite Lin Xiao. According to Beizichen's plan, the northern part of Tiansheng country must be completely abandoned, and only the line of Bian Gate and Luoyang City must be defended. There happened to be a large black crystal mine south of Luoyang City, which could not be abandoned. In return, the large factory of Wu state would provide some equipment to Tiansheng country. Of course, it was not given for free, but all were recorded in the book and counted as military merits, and the settlement would be unified after the war. Tiansheng country has few troops, and only 300,000 elite troops. Now more than 2 million troops are from various countries, and they are not under the control of Lin Xiao, and only listen to the words of the South Continent Alliance. In fact, if Beizicheng really wanted to withdraw his troops, Lin Xiao would be helpless, so Lin Xiao could only agree. Seeing Lin Xiao agree, Beizicheng was overjoyed, and then he hosted a banquet for Lin Xiao. As for Wei state, there were also people from Yixiao who went to act as lobbyists. After lobbying for a few days, Wei state also agreed. All countries agreed, and Beizicheng began to prepare for evacuation. Under the command of Zhang Qingsun, Zilou Kingdom gradually withdrew, and the troops were divided into 3 parts. One part entered the west side of Tiansheng Kingdom, one part entered Qianluo Kingdom, and the other part assisted in the war between the two countries, forming a home for each other. Tiansheng Kingdom and Wei Kingdom also evacuated the battlefield in an orderly manner, each evacuating thousands of miles, relying on high-level sacred mountains and cities in each country for defense. All places had already prepared complete fortifications, and the battle line was greatly reduced, and the defense pressure was relieved a lot. After the defense pressure was relieved, Bayezid had the energy to do more things. The most important point was to mobilize the scattered cultivators, and release the power of the scattered cultivators. Before the war, the total number of the sects and families of more than 100 countries in Nansao was only about 50 million, but the scattered cultivators were more than the sects and families. As long as 20% to 30% of the elite troops were mobilized, a large number of troops could be brought to Nansao. Under Lin Xiao's guidance, battlefields all over the country took out a lot of resources to recruit independent cultivators, gather them together, and retrain them. The Wu Kingdom was naturally the same. A large number of independent cultivators entered the military camp and took over the rigorous training. The southern front of Nansao has stabilized, but the northern front has become serious. After mobilizing a large number of troops, Qin set up a solid defense line in the north of Qin. There are 7 or 8 million troops, and the supplies are extremely abundant. In addition, there is support from high-level cultivators of Kunlun. The monsters of Zizhao have been attacking for more than a month, and tens of millions of monsters have been killed and injured, but they still cannot break through the Qin front. This made the monsters of Nansao very unhappy, and they sent envoys to meet with the Dragon King of Zizhao, asking them to quickly capture Qin and completely eat up the power of the human race in Nansao. At this time, West Continent has been destroyed, East Continent is almost destroyed, Luo Xinghe has almost withdrawn, and North Continent is not a concern, because except for a few high-level cultivators, North Continent's overall strength is not even as good as Luo Xinghe. Only South Continent is still holding on. If South Continent is destroyed again, only Central Continent will be left. If the situation before the Central Continent War was the same, Central Continent alone would be enough to compete with the demon race, but Central Continent has been fighting every 10 years, and tens of millions of cultivators have died in the war, and Central Continent has been seriously injured. At this time, the entire Central Continent combined has less cultivators than South Continent. If South Continent is really destroyed, Central Continent will be isolated and helpless. At that time, the demons of South Continent and West Continent will meet and fight from the southeast to the northwest. The demons of the South Sea will go north, and the demons of the East Sea will also be able to transport the demons of East Continent to land from Central Continent. It can be said that the entire human race is in danger and will be besieged from all sides, which is more dangerous than the King Emperor era. The Dragon King of Zizhao summoned his intelligent monsters to discuss, and decided to open up a new battlefield again, to annihilate the human race of Nansao in one fell swoop. The monsters of Zizhao drew 200 million monsters from the battlefield of Nanyu State, and drew 300 million monsters from the wilderness again, and decided to enter the grassland country from Mireng State west of Qin State, and the monsters of Nansao also drew 300 million monsters from the north of Fufeng State to enter the grassland country. Preparing to capture Xianlang State, and then split into two. A small number of monsters continued to move westward, and swept across the rest of the grassland country, while most of them moved eastward, and entered the northern part of Qi State, encircled and annihilated the monks of the main battlefield in the south, hosted by Lin Xiao, supported the main force of the monsters of Nansao, and then marched northward in a big way, to attack the last territorial troops of Nansao. All the way to the border of Zhangzhou. This plan was soon agreed by the Elephant King. The Dragon King of Zizhao began to send a Supreme Monster King to lead 200 million monsters to the west to attack Mireng State, and at the same time, continued to mobilize troops in the depths of the wilderness. Mireng State is a medium-sized country with Mireng clan as the hegemon. Its national strength is stronger than Song State, but it is still unable to cope with the 200 million monster army led by the Supreme Monster King. Moreover, the West Continent wilderness is still sending troops. Mireng State is in danger, and a letter for help flies into Lin Xiao's hands. It is impossible to hide the troop movements of the monster clan from the human race. Lin Xiao immediately realized the strategy of the monster clan and felt cold in his heart. The monster clan can make such a powerful strategy, which is really frightening. I don't know how King Di and others defeated the monster clan. Lin Xiao has no more ways to deal with this. He can only transfer the newly trained recruits to Mireng State, and at the same time, let Tan Mingzong of Qin State dispatch troops to strengthen the strength of Mireng State. Qin State is very powerful. After receiving the supplement of Luo Xinghei's evacuated troops, its strength will even exceed that of the southern front. If it does not divide its troops at this time, it will be useless, even if it is divided in the future. Tan Mingzong was also a man of general knowledge. He knew that, if he kept hiding at this time, the Qin family would not be able to survive until the southern front collapsed, so he immediately dispatched 1,000,000 troops to enter Mireng State. As for the prairie country, Lin Xiao sent an envoy to tell Xianlang country to evacuate to the depths of the prairie and conduct guerrilla warfare. Don't fight the monsters head on, but don't avoid fighting. The actual situation of the prairie country is different from that of the hundreds of countries in Nansao. They have a sparse population, fewer gathering points, many nomadic peoples, a vast territory, and a lot of cattle and horses. They can form a large number of cavalry to deal with the monsters. Xianlang country was originally the strongest among the prairie countries. At this time, with the authorization of Lin Xiao, Xianlang country immediately became the leader of the prairie country alliance and began to mobilize troops to evacuate to the depths of the prairie. At the same time, it formed a cavalry of more than 300,000 people and attacked everywhere to eat the vanguard spies of the monsters in Nansao. The prairie country is vast and boundless. If a small number of demons come in, they will be defeated and eaten by the heavenly wolf country. If most of them come in, the heavenly wolf country will immediately retreat. You must know that the prairie country is not like the other countries in Nansao. It is all grasslands with sparse vegetation. Once a large number of demons enter, they can eat up those grasslands in 1 or 2 days. If they cannot find a new source of food, the demons will first cause internal strife. This makes the demons of Nansao extremely painful. It is extremely difficult to choose whether to send troops or not. The intelligent demons who have always thought that they are unparalleled in wisdom dare not make a decision at will. After several rounds of trials, the demons of Nansao have given up the plan to occupy the heavenly wolf country because they can't occupy it at all, and it's useless to occupy it. They just use the prairie country as a passage to attack the countries in the northwest of Nansao. At the beginning, the demon tribe of Nansao chose Lingju country as a breakthrough point. However, the broken terrain of Lingju country also caused them to suffer great losses. Lingju country was full of gullies and the terrain was extremely different. It was extremely difficult for the huge demon beasts to move in such a place. They were often ambushed by the monks of Lingju country who were familiar with the terrain, and the demon tribe could not pursue them. If the flying monsters alone cannot suppress the human race in this kind of terrain, the human race can rely on the mountains and trees to block the flying monsters by drilling into the ravines. For a while, the attack of the demons in Nansao was frustrated, and they could only continue to choose to break through the southwest of Qi State. However, the human race in these places was on high alert and fully prepared for war, which was useless except for tying down more human forces. The only hope is that the demons in Zizhou can break through Mireng State. Once Mireng State is broken, hundreds of millions of monsters will go south and attack Qi State. Lin Xiao will inevitably be defeated under the attack from the north and south, and can still sweep across Nansao. After many reinforcement, the Mireng State has more than 4 million men and horses. Relying on the terrain advantage, it can barely hold on, but the demon race's supreme cannot be contained. Every time the demon race supreme goes out, at least 500,000 men and horses must be prepared to contain them. Lin Xiao must continue to find more supreme monks to contain the demon race supreme. Lin Xiao thought about it and finally focused his attention on Xi'an Temple. The Immortal Alliance and the Five Continents Alliance negotiated peace, and each sect entered the stage of recovery. Now it has been almost a year, but Xi'an Temple is extremely embarrassed because Wang Xinman has not returned the mountain gate of Xi'an Temple to Xi'an Temple. Among the 7 sects of the Immortal Alliance, Xi'an Temple is the only one whose mountain gate has been broken. Wengsunman has divided the territory out, so it is naturally impossible to withdraw and let its own people suffer. Therefore, during the negotiation, Wengsunman was extremely strong and would rather continue to fight with Xi'an Temple than spit out the meat in its mouth. Wengsunman did not want another strong enemy to appear around them. Therefore, Xi'an Temple could only squeeze in with Wanzhaoman, which suffered heavy losses. Wanzhaoman not only suffered heavy losses in the war, but was also severely sanctioned by the Five Continents Alliance, and was almost wiped out. It could not defend its original territory and interests at all, so it accepted Xi'an Temple, which had only 300,000 troops, and ceded most of its interests. However, as the vitality of both sides recovered, their interests were bound to conflict. Lin Xiao sent his eldest disciple Li Muxu to Zhang to persuade Lin Xiao of Xi'an Temple to come to help. Chapter 865. Lobbying at Xi'an Temple. After receiving Lin Xiao's order, Li Muxu knew that the situation was tense, so he immediately set out from the teleportation array in Beiyu City to Qin's Zuanyu City, and then from Zuanyu City to Shenzhen City. Then he traveled day and night, and it took him 3 days to reach the basin city of Wanzhaoman. Wanzhaoman was a staunch ally of the Immortal Alliance before, killing a large number of monks from the Five Continents Alliance. After the war, it was severely sanctioned by Kunlun. The technology for building warships in the sect was handed over, and the advantage of warship technology was gone. In addition, only the 8th realm Patriarch Shen was left, and he could not protect his own interests, so he shrank his forces near the mountain gate, and gave the basin city to the wandering Xi'an Temple, and they only received part of the benefits. Xi'an Temple had nowhere to go. Apart from Wanzhaoman, no one dared to take them in. After all, Xi'an Temple also had Lin Xiao, the supreme monk, and the recovery speed was definitely faster than that of other sects. What would happen if they took over the Magpie's Nest? Therefore, Xi'an Temple could only be relegated to the territory of Wanzhaoman. In 1 year, Xi'an Temple tried its best to restore its strength, repaired Basin City, planted a large amount of spiritual rice and other resources, and prepared to make a comeback. However, the prosperity of Basin City was based on the construction of warships. Now Wanzhaoman is in decline. In addition, it was the site of the decisive battle between the two alliances before this generation. The recovery of Xi'an Temple is very bleak. In this year, the remaining high-level monks in Xi'an Temple did not receive any resource supplements, let alone salaries. Even the money they earned had to be used to subsidize low-level disciples. Otherwise, the remaining people would also be scattered, and the entire Xi'an Temple would be completely destroyed. Therefore, the people in Xi'an Temple lived a miserable life. Junior Li Muxu, on the order of my master Lin Xiao, pays homage to Lin Laozu little friendly. No need to be polite. Please sit down. Lin Xiao was very polite to Li Muxu. Li Muxu's identity was not simple. Not to mention the Li family, even in Nanzhao, her status was very good. No one dared to look down on Lin Xiao's eldest disciple. Thank you, Elder Lin. Little friendly, Nanzhao is fighting with the monsters right now. I wonder why you came to me. Elder Ancestor Lin, Muzu came to ask you to rescue Nanzhao. Rescue Nanzhao, little friendly, you're joking. My Xi'an Temple is stranded outside, with only 300,000 people. Taking this amount of people to Nanzhao is like throwing a small stone into the East China Sea. It won't even make a bubble. Lin Xiao shook his head. Although only Kunlun has directly participated in the war among the major forces in central China, all major sects are paying close attention to the situation in various places. Nanzhao now has monsters from Nanzhao and Zizhao, totaling more than 3 billion, and the human cultivators have suffered millions of casualties. Even the Xi'an Temple in its heyday is not a match, let alone now. It is estimated that they can't even match the power of Nanzhao, except for him, the Supreme. Ancestor Lin, let's not beat around the bush. Muzu dared to come here, which means she is naturally sincere. May I ask, Ancestor Lin, if Nanzhao is destroyed, can Zhangzhao survive alone? There was hope for Zhangzhao before the war, but now, except for the high-level cultivators, Zhangzhao is probably not as good as Nanzhao. Even if all the men were emptied, I don't know if there are still 30 million left. In that case, then is it right to fight for Nanzhao for the greater good of mankind? Yes, but this reason is not enough. Xi'an Temple is extremely weak, and I only have so few men. If more losses are sent to Nanzhao, how can the interests of Xi'an Temple be guaranteed? The sects in Zhangzhou are not good guys and women, Lin Xiao replied. If Xi'an Temple weakened a little more and missed the recovery period when the other sects recovered, there would definitely be people coveting the supreme inheritance of Xi'an Temple and scheming to seize Xi'an Temple. Therefore, it is impossible to go to war just for the sake of a greater good. Muzu is very clear about this, so my master has already said that if Xi'an Temple is willing to fight, there will be a place for Xi'an Temple in Nanzhou. My master can guarantee that the area will not be less than 10,000 miles in radius. As for how large it will be determined according to your sect's military exploits. It seems that I'm at a loss to exchange Nanzhao's territory for my Zhangzhou territory. No, Elder Lin is joking. Your sect doesn't have any territory now. Li Muxu sneered. The situation of Xi'an Temple is well known. You can find out by just asking around. Li Muxu has done enough homework on the way here and knows what is going on with Xi'an Temple, so she sneered. Lin Xian's face darkened. Li Muxu's words hurt his heart. Yes, Xi'an Temple doesn't have any territory. The territory has been occupied by Wengsan Sect, and now it is taken in by Wanzhou Sect. After dozens or hundreds of years, Wanzhou Sect will recover its vitality. What should they do to get the territory back? Will they fight again? With Lin Xian here, Xi'an Temple will definitely win, but Xi'an Temple will also be excluded by the forces of the Immortal Alliance, because Wanzhou Sect is originally a second-rate force. Even if they occupy Wanzhou Sect, it will not be enough for Xi'an Temple to recover to its peak period. At that time, they will inevitably annex the territories of other forces. Will they be willing? In addition, Wanzhou Sect is not far from Suyu Sect. Will Suyu Sect be willing to have another first-rate neighbor? Before the Central Continent War, the contradiction between Tiansheng Sect and Yuxin Sect was not small. The two families had disputes from time to time. Suyu Sect did not want to see this happen to them. It is estimated that Suyu Sect will support Wanzhou Sect to weaken Xi'an Temple. Ancestor Lin, Muzu forgot just now that Muzu also brought a gift for meeting. Li Muzu said again, and then took out a jade slip and handed it over. There were some lists of supplies on it, the most of which were gubandan, which was commonly used by low-level cultivators to strengthen the foundation and nourish the essence. The main material was the flesh and blood of monsters, and the other was a large amount of canned spirit meat. These two things are the most abundant in Nanzhou at this time. Even ordinary alchemists can refine them in large quantities. However, Zhangzhou is in urgent need of them. A war almost destroyed Zhangzhou, and various low-level resources are in urgent need. Lin Xian took a look at the list and estimated that these things are worth at least 1 million Zuan crystals. This gift is not small, and they are all things that Xi'an Temple is in short supply. Not enough. There are plenty of Guban pills and Lingrao. As long as Xi'an Temple is willing, we are willing to supply low-level ones. Ancestor Lin should know that the Nanzhou Alliance has deepened the alliance model and has multiple alliance organizations. As long as Xi'an Temple becomes a member of the alliance, it can enjoy all the benefits of the alliance. Your Danfukis and master can refine and produce in the safe rear and don't have to go to the battlefield. At that time, all the military merits can be converted into spoils and brought back. With these things, your recovery speed will be much faster. Li Muxu heard Lin Xian say this and knew that he was already tempted. It was nothing more than a matter of price. In fact, Lin Xiao had already taken him when he approached Xi'an Temple, and the price he offered was something they could not refuse. There should be nothing in Nanzhou that is worthy of my interest except the monster materials. Isn't one chance enough? Not enough. Then add this thing. Li Muxu threw something out. Lin Xian took it and took a look. His face suddenly changed. What is this? A fragment of the heavenly law. Never heard of it. You've heard of the heavenly book, right? A heavenly book is made up of tens of thousands of heavenly law fragments. This heavenly law fragment was extracted by my master. If Patriarch Lin is willing to help, my master can provide the heavenly law fragment. Of course, you can also borrow the heavenly book if you want it. According to Patriarch Mu's rules, it will also take 3,000 years, but you have to rank after Patriarch Mu. Patriarch Lin's lifespan has just exceeded 10,000, so he should have enough lifespan to wait. Li Muxu replied. It has only been 3,000 years since Lin Xiao broke through the supreme stage. He should be the youngest supreme patriarch in the world of cultivating immortals, and he is about the same as Lin Xiao of the Li family. His lifespan is at least 2 or 3,000 years. 3,000 years is not much for him. The greater good, the interests of the sect, and personal interests, all three together, this is the price Lin Xiao offered. As long as Lin Xiao is not stupid, he will definitely not be able to refuse. The Immortal Alliance has been in confrontation for more than 100 years, fighting for 10 years, and nearly 20 million cultivators have died. We have worked so hard to get something, but Lin Xiao just gave it to us. It's really a joke, a joke. Lin Xiao sighed. The Immortal Alliance had lost so many people, and spent so much effort for the Heavenly Book, but still failed. But now Lin Xiao took the initiative to deliver it to his door, which made him sigh. He really felt that fate was playing tricks on him. Please let me know if you agree, Elder Lin. If you don't agree, Muxu won't force it. I believe that with just a Heavenly Book, there will be others in Zhongzhou who will agree. Li Muxu said. No matter how Lin Xiao sighed, she had to force Lin Xiao to express his position. Xian Temple was the easiest to take down, but it didn't mean that Lin Xiao hadn't thought about the others. There were 7 sects and 7 supreme beings in the Immortal Alliance. Lin Xiao didn't believe that others would not agree. Lin Xiao has made an offer that I cannot refuse, so I naturally will not miss it. I will fight in person and dispatch 60,000 troops to help, including 50,000 combatants and 10,000 technicians for alchemy and weapon formations. We will set off later, and who will sign the covenant with me then? Ancestor Lin, you should set off first, after you arrange things. Mirren country urgently needs you to take charge. As for the covenant, my master will naturally not break his promise, and will deliver it to Ancestor Lin later. Okay, then I'll excuse myself. Ancestor Lin, please do as you please. This is a meeting gift. Li Muxu took out a storage bag, and Lin Xiao left after taking it. Then Lin Xiao summoned the high-level monks of Xian Temple to discuss. In 1 year, Xian Temple recruited 100,000 new disciples, and resources were scarce. Moreover, they had to pay off their war debts. In fact, Xian Temple had reached the point where it was unsustainable. The actual situation was worse than the rumors outside, so Lin Xiao had already been tempted. The same was true for the higher level officials of Xian Temple, so Lin Xiao didn't need to explain at all. Basically, they all agreed. Lin Xiao only left a golden body cultivator to look after the house. Anyway, the strength of each family was not good now, and they were all in the recovery period, so there would not be any big problems. The rest of the elite troops were all transferred to Nanzhou. This time, Lin Xiao was betting on the order of the entire Xian Temple. Not only did he draw 50,000 elite troops to fight, but he also sent 10,000 talents of Danfu Kizen to Nanzhou. This was all the assets of Xian Temple. After Lin Xiao arranged things, he tore through space and rushed directly to Nanzhou. The rest of the troops were slowly dispatched. As soon as Lin Xiao arrived in Nanzhou, he was sent to Mirren State by Lin Xiao. With the addition of Lin Xiao, the Supreme Demon King of Mirren State was pinned down, and the situation immediately stabilized. Chapter 866, Opportunities in Zhongzhou. Li Muxu successfully completed the task of lobbying Xian Temple, but she did not rush back to Nanzhou, but investigated in Zhongzhou. Li Muxu took out her authorization, mobilized a lot of night owls, and deeply understood the situation in Zhongzhou. The Zhongzhou War caused great damage to the major sects in Zhongzhou. No matter which sect, at least half of the disciples died in the war, and even 70% to 80% were wiped out. The financial resources and materials were countless, especially the Immortal Alliance, which had to compensate the military expenses of the 5 Continents Alliance, which cost billions of Zuanjing every year. Although it was the entire Immortal Alliance that gathered together to give it, the current situation made it extremely difficult for them to share the amount of money among the sects. Almost every sect was extremely short of resources, the kind that lacked any resources. New disciples could not even afford spiritual rice, let alone things like magic tools, robes, and elixirs. Therefore, the spiritual meat from the Wugo factory was so popular in Zhangzhou. If it were in the past, no one would eat this canned, stale spiritual meat. The cultivators of the clans and families were so miserable, let alone the independent cultivators. The raw materials of these resources, such as pills, talismans, and arrays, were mainly provided by the clans. They had no idea about it, and independent cultivators were even more miserable. If the years when the two major alliances in Zhangzhou were deadlocked were the best era in the history of independent cultivators, then starting from a year ago, it was the worst era in the history of independent cultivators. So Li Muxu found out that there was something that Nanzhao could use, and immediately contacted Lin Xiao, asking Lin Xiao to authorize her to recruit soldiers in Zhangzhou, and Lin Xiao immediately agreed. After Li Muxu got the authorization, she immediately started to visit various sects with gifts. Even Lin Xiao's old rival Tiansheng Sect was not spared, lobbying them to send troops to support Nanzhao. It is one thing to do it for the sake of the human race, but it is the most important to do it for their own interests. What Nanzhao has now is endless opportunities. As long as you have the ability to kill the monsters, you can get military merits and exchange a large number of urgently needed resources from Nanzhao, from pills, talismans, arrays to exercises and martial arts. Whatever you have, you can give them. It would be a lie for the various sects in Zhangzhou to say that they were not tempted. Now everyone's life is not easy, especially for the middle and higher level cultivators. If there is no large amount of resources to win them over, it is easy for them to run away from home. However, no one would do such a thing as full support. After all, Li Muxu did not take out the heavenly book for trading. From the first-rate big forces to the third-rate small forces, they all decided to send people to Nanzhao to participate in the war, just to gain some resources, even if it is to bring back the flesh and blood of monsters. Now the newly recruited disciples are in urgent need of these things. These sects range from dozens to thousands of people. According to statistics, there are actually 200,000 or 300,000 people. When Li Muxu visited various forces one by one, the people of Lin also followed Li Muxu's instructions to advertise in Zhangzhou, recruiting casual cultivators to go to Nanzhao to participate in the war, and put forward a very tempting condition, that is, the war merits will be paid on the same day. Now, most of the independent cultivators in Nanzhao are incorporated into the army for training, and then go to war. Their military merits can only be exchanged after the war. For independent cultivators in Nanzhao, there is nothing wrong with this rule. After all, they are still people of Nanzhao, no matter how wandering they are, and they participate in the war to defend their homeland. But for independent cultivators in Zhangzhou, they don't have a sense of belonging to Nanzhao. They go there just to make money. The situation in Nanzhao is worrying. They are afraid that after they have made military merits, Nanzhao will be destroyed. Wouldn't it be a waste of fighting for others? They don't want to do that. So Li Muxu gave them another choice. They can be incorporated into the army like the cultivators in Nanzhao and settle their military merits together after the war. They can also settle their military merits on a daily basis. As long as you have military merits, you can settle them immediately. You can make a profit and leave. You are free and unrestrained. Of course, there are some restrictions on the exchange of resources for military merits settled on a daily basis. They will not be given the real good things, and the price will be higher. However, Li Muxu will not publicize these and deliberately mislead. This condition is very tempting for the scattered cultivators. The situation in Zhangzhou is difficult and their lives are unsustainable. Participating in the war is the best way for them to gain wealth, and there is no worry. Once they have military merits, they can exchange them. They are not afraid of defaulting on their debts. Naturally, some people are tempted. Li Muxu borrowed 20 flying boats from Tiansheng Sect and asked some of the night owls to set up a recruitment office. When the number of people is full, they will be taken to Nanzhao for free. Even the travel expenses are saved. On the way, they will also provide free canned spirit meat produced by the Wugo factory, which has attracted a large number of scattered cultivators. In half a month, Li Muxu recruited hundreds of thousands of scattered cultivators and transported them to Nanzhao to participate in the war. Li Muxu's work in Zhangzhou has made significant progress. Lin Xiao directly asked Li Muxu to continue to stay in Zhangzhou. Although Nanzhao lacks high level combat power, it is not lacking one. Instead, it lacks a person who can stand alone and support Zhang Zhao from outside. Li Muxu then visited the Dangsha sect in person and met Lan Linggaiu. The Dangsha sect also suffered heavy losses in the Central Continent War, but their situation was much better than that of the Immortal Alliance. After all, they had a large number of alchemists who were in the rear area and had few people on the battlefield, so their situation was relatively stable. Lan Linggaiu was protected by Lin Xiao himself and was not harmed. Muzu, how is he? Sister Linggaiu, Master is in very bad condition. Master has to fight in the war during the day. Every time he goes to a war, he has to restrain at least 3 8th level demon kings. Once he was besieged by 5 8th level demon kings, and even his 8th level top grade battle armor was blown up. He had to eat handfuls of healing pills. At night, Master still has to deal with official business, inspect the defense lines, and make plans for other battlefields. He often doesn't have a moment of rest for 10 days or half a month, and he is so haggard. Ah, how could this be? How could this be? Is there no one left in Nanzhao? Why does he have to do everything alone? Why? Sister Linggaiu, don't worry. Nanzhao is in urgent need of talents, so it's like this. It will be fine once it stabilizes. Muzu, how can I help him? Can I go to Nanzhao to fight? No. If you go to Nanzhao, Master will definitely be distracted, and that will be bad for him. Sister Linggaiu, if you want to help, you might as well think of a way with alchemy. Nanzhao is in urgent need of high-level healing pills, and many high-level cultivators are fighting with injuries. If you can provide a batch of high-level healing pills, that would be much better. I'll give it to you. I have some. Sister Linggaiu, what you have is not enough. It would be best if we could cooperate with Dangsha sect. We lack everything in Nanzhao, such as pills, talismans, weapons and formations, but what we lack is skills and martial arts. If sister is willing to persuade the sect to cooperate with us, that would be much better. Li Muxu replied quickly. No matter how rich Lan Linggaiu is, he cannot compare with the entire sect. When cooperating with Dangsha sect, generally speaking, they use some precious resources, but they are not short of skills and martial arts. After all, it is a sect that has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, and they have a strong foundation in this area. So it would definitely be impossible to reach an agreement if we approached Dangsha sect alone, but it would be different with Lan Linggaiu's help. The Lan family was very powerful in Dangsha sect, with 3 golden body cultivators in the family, and their position was extremely stable. Lan Linggaiu approached her father Lan Feng to lobby together, and Lan Feng also felt that he had to help his son-in-law, so he readily agreed. After their lobbying, Li Muxu exchanged a batch of high-level healing elixirs for a batch of martial arts skills. Up to now, not many high-level cultivators in Nanzhao have died in the war, but almost everyone is injured, and Nanzhao's own storage of high-level healing elixirs has basically been exhausted. Li Muxu's achievements this time have relieved Lin Xiao's urgent needs. After all, now that a large number of Tiansheng Sect cultivators have died, Lin Xiao dare not use points to exchange them anymore. Li Muxu was constantly active, and then went to the Seven Swords Sect. The Seven Sword Sect was much simpler. Li Muxu found Hanbo and told them that the Seven Sword Sect could participate in the war in the name of the sect, and the military merits would be calculated as a whole. If they reached a certain level, they could get a sword technique that was no lower than the lower heaven level. The Seven Sword Sect did not suspect that Lin Xiao had lied to them, because Lin Xiao had already taken out such a sword technique. Sword practitioners practiced swordsmanship and were not afraid of life and death. They believed that swordsmanship could lead to breakthroughs at the moment of life and death. What they needed was constant fighting, not just practicing swordsmanship behind closed doors. So Hanbo readily accepted it and took his junior brothers and sisters and younger generations to Nanzhao to participate in the war. After lobbying so many companies, Li Muxu's work experience increased greatly. Then he went to find Ymir from Haoyang Sect. Haoyang Sect's inheritance in the field of spiritual talismans was extremely powerful. Li Muxu was attracted by Ymir's level of talisman making. Many higher level demon kings were killed on the battlefield in Nanzhao. The essence and blood of high-level demon kings and animal skins were important materials for drawing spiritual talismans, or key materials. No one in Nanzhao could compare with Ymir, so they were all stored. Those that were not used were all sent to Li Muxu for processing. Li Muxu then found Ymir. Ymir had a special relationship with Lin Xiao, so she naturally would not bargain, so Ymir agreed without saying anything. Sister Mir, given your relationship with my master, how can I let you suffer any loss? Sister Mir, if you need anything, just tell me directly. I really don't need anything. Brother Lin has helped me so much. Mir has nothing to repay me, so this little thing is nothing. I have nothing to repay you, or else let my master marry me. Muxu, you. Haha, it was just a joke. Just a joke. Sister Mir, don't be angry. Seeing Ymir's face flushed with shame, Li Muxu didn't dare to make the joke anymore. If she agreed to Ymir, what would happen to Lan Linggao? I really don't need anything here. Sister Mir, Master is most concerned about fairness when doing things. It's hard for me to explain your behavior. How about this? I will personally help you refine a few furnaces of pills to improve the cultivation of your disciples. Li Muxu was unwilling to take advantage of others. At the same time, she hadn't refined pills for many years. She was itching to refine some pills. Many high-level monks of Tiansheng Sect had died in the previous battles, and the loss of manpower was heavy. There was an urgent need for pills. However, Nanzhao did not have any foundation, and Li Muxu had to use the Li family's foundation to make up for it. The Li family seemed to be at a disadvantage. However, thinking of the fact that Lin Xiao had done a lot for the Li family's top leaders basically had no suggestions. Even Li Xiao did not want to owe Lin Xiao too many favors, so any favors he could pay back were good. Chapter 867, Opening up a new battlefield. Lin Xian's arrival gave Nanzhao a fourth supreme cultivator to fight. Although he was still unable to defeat the supreme demon king of the demon race, he could barely contain them and free up a large number of people to deal with the low-level demon race, making Nanzhao's front line more stable. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months had passed. In the past 2 months, although the human race in Nanzhao had been at a disadvantage and the front line was often broken, there was no collapse-like failure. As more and more casual cultivators were trained into an army, Lin Xiao's power became stronger and stronger. The human race in Nanzhao withstood the first wave of the demon race's attack, and was not directly destroyed like Zizhao. However, Nanzhao withstood it, while Dongzhao did not. The 5 major colleges lost several lines of defense in a row, and the defense line had been pushed to the front line of Wanghei City. 9/10ths of Dongzhao's territory fell, and 3 deans of the 5 major colleges died in the battle, leaving only Lin Xiao to support it. Dongzhao lost most of its troops, nearly 30 million troops, and now the 5 major colleges don't even have 10 million. In addition to the millions of cultivators who fled to Zhongzhao, the rest were either killed in battle, or captured or missing. It can be said that the entire Dongzhao human cultivation society was uprooted. Even if Dongzhao was recovered, the 5 major colleges would never become the overlord of Dongzhao again. When they arrived at Wanghei City, Dongzhao's defense line shrank to within 30,000 miles, and with Penglei's desperate support, it was temporarily stabilized. However, when the Dongzhao monsters attacked Wanghei City, they had already begun to unite with the East Sea monsters. There were very few terrestrial monsters among the East Sea monsters, so they could not go ashore to attack, and the Dongzhao monsters could not cross the East Sea to threaten Zhongzhao. For more than a year, Zhongzhao basically had no war, but once they united, it was different. The East Sea monsters dispatched a large number of water monsters to carry the Dongzhao monsters to Zhongzhao to fight, and began to compete for the islands near the east coast of Zhongzhao, with a much stronger intensity than before. This made the forces on the east coast of Zhongzhao extremely frightened. If these islands were captured, there would be a lot of loopholes in Zhongzhao's coastal defense, and the East Sea demons could land at any location and kill their way into the vicinity of Zhongzhao. You have to know that the east coast of Zhongzhao is 1,000,000 miles long, and even in the peak period of Zhongzhao before the civil war, it could not be defended, let alone now, so the situation in Zhongzhao suddenly became critical. All of a sudden, Zhongzhao's recovery progress was directly interrupted. The various sects in Xiao, which had not yet recovered their vitality, once again united, drew out elite troops, and took out the little savings that had just been saved in the treasury to help the forces on the east coast of Xiao guard those islands, to prevent them from being captured by the demons. It can be said that the entire situation of the human race is still worrying, and is still slowly deteriorating. The root cause of all this is the civil war between the Immortal Alliance and the Five Continents Alliance. If there was no civil war, the human race would have tens of millions more elite monks, and the demons would not dare to be presumptuous. Many monks began to hate the 3 Kunlun sects and the 7 sects of the Immortal Alliance. Nansao Wugo, Kaya Taoshan Defense Line, Beizichin came secretly, and with him came 10,000 elite troops. These 10,000 people were all cultivators above the Purple Mansion. 5 high-level cultivators were also selected, including Yu Xiangxiang, Jia Mengren, and Yuan Royan, 3 of Lin Xiao's direct disciples. As Lin Xiao's top general, Beizichin was very dissatisfied with the current situation. For him, hundreds of years of fighting, there is nothing more aggrieved than now. He has been passively beaten and passively defended, so Beizichin has long wanted to change this situation. After several months of planning, Beizichin outlined a very bold plan in his mind. Beizichin wanted to open up another battlefield. Over the past year, the demon race has opened up battlefields everywhere, making the human cultivators exhausted, and their strength dispersed, causing the human race to be in a worrying situation. So Beizichin also decided to learn from the demon race's approach and open up another battlefield to contain a large number of demons and even force the demons to withdraw. This battlefield was chosen by Beizichin at Kaya Taoshan. There was a reason for choosing Kaya Tao Mountain. It was originally the front line of the wilderness, closest to the depths of the wilderness. Moreover, the fortifications and fortresses on the battlefield of Kaya Tao Mountain were the most complete. Wu State had been operating it for hundreds of years. Over the past year, the human race had been in distress in various places, but Kaya Tao Mountain had been as stable as Mount Tay, and had not sent a single letter for help. It had always maintained its advantage in the fierce battle with the demon race. The demon army of Kaya Tao Mountain had about 30 million at the beginning of the war. After more than a year of consumption, at least 7 to 8 million people died under Kaya Tao Mountain. Even after the demon race was replenished, it was still unable to break through the defense line of Kaya Tao Mountain. If Lin Xiao wanted to evaluate it, Kaya Tao Mountain was the Maginot line of Wu State. If you want to break through it head on, you have to pay several times the casualties. Obviously, the demon race is not stupid, so they did not attack head on, but chose to make a detour. If the north of Wu State was breached, Kaya Tao Mountain would not survive. Brother Bei, Sister Yu, Brother Jia, Sister Yu and Bei Xiao secretly received several Shengsu stage cultivators from the Tiansheng Sect, and entertained them warmly. Let's eat and chat. Xiao, what's the situation with the demon clan now? It's so-so, there's no change. I've always been the only Shengsu stage cultivator on Kaya Tao Mountain, and there's only 1 6th rank upper grade Monkey King, and 7 5th rank Demon Kings left on the opposite side. The rest of the demon beasts are about 20 million, and they've been pulling the strings, attacking once every 3 to 5 days, just trying to hold me back. Have you confirmed that there are no demon kings ambushing behind? I can't guarantee that, but there shouldn't be any. The high-level demon kings among the demon clan of Nansao are not inexhaustible, and they have to stay behind. At least there's a 70% to 80% chance that there are no demon kings ambushing behind. That's good. When will the demon clan attack again? It's either tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. They haven't attacked for 3 days. Very good, very good. Brother Bei, why did you come this time? You're not going to cause any trouble, are you? That's right, we are going to cause trouble. I have prepared 10,000 people, and are now stationed in the Blackwind Valley. If the demons go to fight tomorrow, the 5 of us plus you will make 6 people, to surround and kill the 6th grade superior Monkey King. At that time, you will lead the army to fight, and completely defeat this demon army. Ah, what are you going to do, Brother Bei? What do you mean by that? Of course we are going to kill into the heart of the wilderness. Are the demons only allowed to kill into the heart of our human race, but not us? No. Has the master agreed to this plan? Isn't that nonsense? Without the master's consent, how could I have the courage? These 10,000 people are all death squads. We are going to turn the demon heartland upside down and force the Elephant King to retreat. Beizichan said coldly. Although they have an army of 10,000, their equipment is stronger than that of 100,000 people. Each person has more than 3 sets of complete equipment, from helmets, robes, boots to shields. Each person has at least 20 talismans in his hand, as well as high-level healing elixirs and key recovery elixirs. In addition to their personal equipment, they also have 2 dragon horses, a large and fast-flying boat, a black crystal cannon, a god-killing crossbow, and many other equipment. One of their storage bags is always full. Suicide Squad, how about adding me? Beiziayu said after a moment of silence. Several people in the Bei family rose together with the Tiansheng Sect. Every battle is also an opportunity for them. Beiziayu is not afraid of death and wants to go further. Forget about you. I dare not take you without the master's order. Didn't you see Zixi didn't come? 3 of the masters for direct disciples are here. What are you afraid of? Beiziayu, stop struggling. It's useless. Who would dare to take you without the master's order? It's our duty for the 3 of us to go out. We joined the sect late, and our cultivation was still low when you fought. There were many people in the sect who were unhappy with the 3 of us. If we don't show some performance, how can we convince others in the future? Said Yu Xiangxiang. Among Lin Xiao's 4 direct disciples, no one dared to blame Li Muxu. Not only did she set the record for cultivation in Tiansheng Sect except Lin Xiao, she was also the #1 alchemist in Tiansheng Sect. No one knew how many people had eaten her pills. What's more, she participated in most of the wars that led to the rise of Tiansheng Sect and had made numerous military exploits. On the contrary, the 3 of them did not participate in many wars. After becoming Lin Xiao's disciples, their cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds, and they were given high positions. I don't know how many people privately commented that they were lucky people who could only make Lin Xiao happy and had no other abilities. Although the 3 of them didn't care much in their hearts, they always had to take the opportunity to prove themselves. Beiziayu gave up after being told by Yu Xiangxiang. The 5 Shengsu period was also the most high-level cultivators that could be drawn from the southwest battlefield. If more were drawn, even the old nest would not be able to be defended. All Beiziayu could do was to cooperate with them silently. Beiziayu immediately called a group of senior officials from Kaiao Tao Mountain and told them part of Beizichan's plan, which was mainly about the counterattack against the monsters in the next 2 days. At that time, they would do their best to kill the Monkey King, and these people would lead the army out of the fortifications and defeat all the monsters. They would kill as many as they could. This was a very rare opportunity. The monsters did not attack on the 2nd day, and Beizichan also drove 10,000 people into the core area of Kaiao Tao Mountain. After waiting for another day, the Monkey King really led the people to fight again. The Monkey King knew that it was difficult to attack Kaiao Tao Mountain, so each time only millions of monsters attacked, and most of them were feints. Beizia유's response was to stand still and just defend the core position of Kaiao Tao Mountain within 300 miles. As usual, the Monkey King led the crowd to kill. Within a range of 300 miles, there were monsters everywhere. Countless crossbows and black crystal cannons were fired from various fortresses to kill the monsters one by one. Monkey King, we have been fighting for more than half a year, and it's not interesting at all. If you have the ability, come and fight alone. Okay, human race, I want to eat your brain. The 6th level upper grade Monkey King turned into the image of a thick-haired man. He and Beiziayu had fought several times, and neither of them could do anything to the other. Naturally, he was not afraid of fighting. For him, delaying the human race here from supporting other battlefields was a victory. When the Elephant King swept across the countries of Nanzhao, no matter how strong the Wu Kingdom was, it could not stop the monster army from attacking from all sides. Chapter 868, Into the Wilderness. Beizia유's challenge was also carefully planned. The monsters had been attacking for half a day. Because the Monkey King did not want to really attack Kaiao Tao Mountain, the monsters under his command were also a little exhausted and wanted to retreat. The monster corpses left behind were the focus of the two sides' competition. Every time the human race would send monks to fight and burn these monster corpses to prevent the monsters from fighting to support the war and strengthen themselves. Today was the same. A spiritual light monk led 5,000 monks to rush out of the position to fight for the monster corpses, and Beizichan and the other 5 were secretly hiding among these people. The Monkey King and Beiziao could barely tear the space, but the battles at the Shengsu level rarely entered the void. One person and one monster fought in the sky. Unknowingly, Beizichan and the other 5 had surrounded the Monkey King. Kill. Beizichan was the first to expose himself. A streak of sword light slashed at the Monkey King. The Monkey King was shocked and narrowly avoided the attack. He cursed human race is shameless, then turned and ran away, calling on the monsters to help intercept. However, Yuxiangxiang made a move at an angle, and the Red Lotus spirit fire spurted out. A fire dragon swept towards the Monkey King. The Monkey King was covered in fire and screamed miserably. The demonic energy spurted out, trying to extinguish the spirit fire. Stop and die. Jia Mengren and others also jumped up. One of them slashed at the Monkey King, and the other 2 went to kill the ordinary monsters that came to support. Large numbers of monsters were killed. Beizichan and others arrived, and each launched a full-strength attack. The Monkey King fell immediately. The intelligent monsters hidden among the monsters were extremely shocked. The changes took less than a minute before and after, and the situation on the entire battlefield was reversed. Go out and kill the monsters. Revenge for your loved ones. Kill. The defense of Kaiao Tao Mountain was opened. More than a dozen flying boats took off, and 10,000 cavalrymen rushed out first, while Beizichan and others also rushed into the monster army, hacking and killing at will. Ordinary monsters were no match for the 6th Shengsu period cultivators. Even the 5th level Monster King felt that it was impossible to do anything, so he turned around and fled, leaving a large number of monsters to be killed by the human race. After the ZHI tribe monsters ordered the withdrawal of troops, they also ran away. The remaining monsters lost their command and scattered, and hundreds of thousands of humans chased them from behind. The whole chase lasted for half a day. At least more than 3 million monsters died at the hands of the cultivators, including 3 5th level monster kings. The corpses stretched for more than 100 miles. Seeing that night had arrived, Beizai ordered the withdrawal of troops and began to clean up the battlefield. Most of the cultivators began to retreat, and on the edge of Kaiao Tao Mountain, 10,000 troops had already lined up, and each person had 2 dragon horses beside him. Ziyu, don't see me off. Take the spoils back, don't forget our share. Brother, remember to come back. Beizai called out. He hadn't called him brother for many years. The scene of the 6th son of the Bei family joining the Tiansheng Sect was still vivid in his mind. Beizichan waved his hand, and 10,000 cultivators climbed onto the dragon horses in unison, and then began to leave Kaiao Tao Mountain and headed deep into the wilderness. Brother Bei, where shall we fight our first battle? King Louis Peak. We raided the lair of the purple-eyed demon king. This guy has the blood of countless humans on his hands, so let's start with him. Okay, then let's go to King Louis Peak. King Louis Peak is tens of thousands of miles away from Wu Kingdom. The result of the battle at Kaiao Tao Mountain will reach the ears of the Elephant King tomorrow. Even if he expects our actions, he will need time to react. Everyone speed up and change horses non-stop. We must reach the foot of King Louis Peak within 3 days. Beizichan shouted angrily, then waved his whip and accelerated the charge. The minimum requirement for a dragon horse is to travel 1,000 miles a day, and a better one can run 7 or 8,000 miles a day without any problem. The dragon horses in their hands are naturally carefully selected. Without sparing any horsepower, one person can ride 2 horses, and 3 days are enough for them to reach the foot of King Louis Peak. 3 days later, Beizichan led the army to the foot of King Louis Peak. When they were 300 miles away, the 5 Shengsu period separated from the group and flew into King Louis Peak, killing all the way. The purple-eyed demon king was a purple-eyed green light beast, which was the bloodline of ancient exotic beasts, but its bloodline was sparse and its descendants were very few. This made the purple-eyed demon king attach great importance to it. In addition to bringing more than a dozen of them with him, all of them stayed in their old nest King Louis Peak. The highest cultivation was already the 5th level upper grade, and half a foot had already stepped into the 6th level. However, facing Bazichan and his 5 men. These purple-eyed green light beasts were all vulnerable, and the 5th level Demon King was killed instantly. The rest of the demon beasts scattered and fled, but they were destined to not escape. The 10,000 strong army had been divided into 2, detouring to both sides, and could not escape from their palms at all. Half a day later, 10,000 troops gathered on Kingloy Peak. Bazichan and others also plundered Kingloy Peak, and took away all the high-level spiritual medicines, including some treasures of the Purple-Eyed Demon King. All the descendants of the Purple-Eyed Demon King are here. Not a single one escaped. That's good. Pack up, burn Kingloy Peak, and let's go. Will this expose us? The demon race is connected by blood, and the Purple-Eyed Demon King must have known about it now. The secret cannot be kept, and we want to expose it. The next target is Ujayana Long's little dragon pool. Don't let go of the nests of demon kings above level 5 along the way. Let's go. Bazichan did not stop at all, and continued to kill. They cleared the nests of various demon kings along the way. As long as they met those above level 5, they would not let go of any of them. The demon kings who stayed behind were no match for them at all, and a bloody battle broke out in the wilderness. On the southern front of Lin Xiao, at the palace of the Emperor of Qi State, the Purple-Eyed Demon King wept and bowed before the Emperor of Qi State. The demon race was connected by blood, and his descendants were all killed. The Purple-Eyed Demon King knew it immediately and was heartbroken. He came to ask the Emperor of Qi State for justice, because at this time, Purple-Eyed did not know that it was the human race that killed his race, and thought that someone from the demon race wanted to annex his territory. Monkey Prime Minister, which Demon King do you think did it? The Emperor of Qi State was also furious after hearing this. Although the Purple-Eyed Demon King was not strong, he was also fighting on the front line. His old nest was raided. This matter was extremely bad. If it was not dealt with, even the Emperor of Qi State would not be able to convince the people who would follow him in the future. Elephant King, I think it was a human race who did it, a 7th level Monkey King said. His original body was a blue-eyed spirit monkey with superb wisdom. He showed superb wisdom very early. He was the #1 military advisor under the Emperor of Qi State, equivalent to the elk demon beside the Purple-Eyed Demon King. How can we know that humans did it? Elephant Emperor, I received a message a day ago that Wu country's Kaiao Tao mountain cultivators killed a 6th order upper grade demon king of my clan. According to the ZHI clan demon beast, 6 Shenksu period cultivators appeared at that time. In the Kaiao Tao mountain battle, humans had an absolute advantage. It is very likely that they sent people to the wilderness to kill our descendants and force us to withdraw our troops. 6 Shenksu period cultivators. Most of the Shenksu period cultivators from the southwestern countries of Nansao have been mobilized. How could I not know about it? Elephant Emperor, I haven't checked this news yet, so I haven't reported it yet, but it seems to be the case now. White Crane Demon King here. Elephant Emperor, you are fast. Fly back to the wilderness and see if they are humans and how many people there are. If there are few people, dispatch the stationed Demon Kings to encircle and suppress them. If there are many people, you can report to me, and I will send people to help you. Yes. Elephant Emperor. The White Crane Demon King nodded, and then flew away immediately. His original form is a white crane, and he is extremely fast. Although he is a 7th level Demon King, most 8th level Demon Kings cannot catch up with him. Purple-Eyed Demon King, stop crying. It's disgraceful. Your purple-eyed green light beast clan hasn't perished yet. Yes. Elephant Emperor. Ujaya Lang. Yes. Elephant Emperor. Wu Kingdom is your old rival. Now they are weak. Let's defeat them. No problem. Elephant Emperor. I will definitely break through the gate of Tiansheng Sect and raid Lin Xiao's lair. Purple-eyed, can you still fight with me? Yes, I can. I want to avenge my children. The Purple-Eyed Demon King suddenly screamed. If he was scared at this time, he would not be able to raise his head in front of the Demon Clan. Everyone would look down on him. One day later, on the battlefields of Qian Luo Kingdom and Qianxi Kingdom, the Demon Clan launched an extremely fierce attack, completely disregarding casualties. The Purple-Eyed Demon King personally went to the battle, and Ujaya Lang led the battle. The remaining Yun Xiaoyang, Bazixi, Huangshang, Zhang Qingxuan and others did not dare to fight at all, and could only use a large number of troops to contain them. But even so, the defense line was extremely dangerous. At night, the demons also chose to fight at night and did not stop, making Lin Xiao and others exhausted. On the 5th day, the demons did not mean to stop. The human race suffered heavy casualties and the defense line was about to collapse. Basically asked Lin Xiao to fight and contain the purple-eyed demon king. It was not long before Lin Xiao broke through the Shengsu period. He was only at the 3rd level of the Shengsu period. He was no match for the purple-eyed demon king at all. He could only fight with the purple-eyed demon king with his equipment and contain him. When Yu Jianlong saw Lin Xiao fighting, she was immediately moved and wanted to kill Lin Xiao. But when Yu Jianlong started, Basically also moved. She first activated the Xuxin arrow given to her by Lin Xiao. The Xuxin arrow can kill a monk in the golden body period, but it can't kill the 8th level Yu Jianlong. It just severely injured her. However, what Yu Jianlong didn't expect was that Basically still had an 8th level puppet in her hand. Basically manipulated the 8th order puppet to chase Yu Jianlong and almost killed her. Yu Jianlong quickly transformed into a dragon and tore through space to escape. Basic's cultivation was too low, and it would take a certain amount of time to tear through space, so she couldn't escape at all. She could only turn around and chase the purple-eyed demon king. The purple-eyed demon king was not stupid either. Since Yu Jianlong had already run away, how could he not run? He ran away directly. Basically had to find a 5th order demon king to vent her anger and killed him. The Tiansheng defense line was immediately stabilized. Lin Xiao exchanged a total of 3 8th order puppets before the war and handed them all over to Nanzuan. Nanzuan also regarded these puppets as trump cards. They had never been exposed before, but now Basically exposed the first one. The demon clan changed their normal desperate attack, and Nanzuan knew that Basichan and his strategy had taken effect. He immediately reported to Lin Xiao and accelerated the preparation of the isolated island plan to prepare for a more fierce attack. Chapter 869, Burning the Wilderness. The White Crane Monster King was extremely fast. It took him only 1 day to fly to Kingleri Peak. After asking some surviving monsters, the White Crane Monster King already knew about the existence of Basichan and his group. The White Crane Monster King sent a little monster to report to the Elephant King while speeding up the search for the whereabouts of Basichan and his group. In his opinion, there were only 10,000 people, and there were no golden body cultivators in the Wu Kingdom area. He could handle it with just one monster. The White Crane Monster King relied on his fast speed and quickly discovered the whereabouts of Basichan and his group. He didn't even want to hide anything, and directly attacked the marching team. The White Crane Monster King transformed into his own sharp claw, swooped down, pierced through 3 cultivators, and then flew high, crushing the bodies of 2 more people with his 2 sharp claws. This change made Basichan and his group unable to react at all. They watched their disciples die tragically. Basichan shouted and flew up to meet the enemy. Jia Mengren and his group also fought. 4 of the 5 Shengsu period disciples were Tiansheng Sect disciples. Lin Xiao used the system to improve their cultivation to the 12th level of Shengsu period. The other one was Mi Lao Zhu of Yan State, also a veteran cultivator of the 10th level of Shengsu period. The 5 people joined forces to fight the White Crane Demon King. They were evenly matched. Basichan and others could not take down the White Crane Demon King for a while, and the White Crane Demon King could not kill any of them. Brother Bay, take out the Xuxin arrow and kill him. No hurry, the Xuxin arrow is our bottom treasure. We will use it to save our lives. It will be ready in a while. Jia Mengren sent a message to Basichan, asking him to use the Xuxin arrow to kill the enemy, but Basichan refused. The Xuxin arrow was too precious and had to be used to save his life, not at this time. Basichan and his men fought endlessly with the White Crane Monster King, while the 10,000-man army quickly formed a battle formation. Among the 10,000 people, there were nearly 200 spiritual cultivators, and their lowest cultivation level was the Purple Mansion stage. After forming a battle formation, their cultivation level was no worse than that of the Divine Void stage. With the help of the battle formation, the White Crane Monster King was actually at a disadvantage. However, Basichan and his men still found it difficult to kill the White Crane Monster King. After fighting for a while, the White Crane Monster King ran away smoothly. His speed was so fast that Bazichan and his men could not catch up at all. When the White Crane Demon King leaves, he will definitely mobilize the demon tribe stationed in the wilderness to encircle and suppress us. In terms of mobility, the dragon horses we ride are no match for the flying demon beasts, and even the flying boats can't do it. The trees in the wilderness are tall and dense. We should be able to avoid the reconnaissance of the flying demon beasts. There are 10,000 people here, not just a few of us. How can we hide? Senior Brother Bay, give me an idea. The encirclement and suppression by the White Crane Demon King is exactly what I want. The Elephant Emperor led the main force to invade our human territory. The remaining force must be weak. As long as the White Crane Demon King summons high-level demon kings to encircle and suppress us, he will definitely draw out the elite demon tribe. This means that the hinterland of the wilderness will be even emptier, and we can just go and raid their lair. Let's go, forget it, and continue, Bazichan replied. They were determined to die before they came. With Bazichan's ruthlessness, he didn't even care about his own life, so why would he be afraid of the encirclement and suppression by the demon tribe? Having already been discovered by the White Crane Demon King, Bazichan became even more unscrupulous. He divided his men and horses into 3 groups and marched in parallel, burning, killing, and looting in the wilderness. It is unknown how many monster cubs were slaughtered by them. The monsters in the wilderness began to panic, and the news of the human invasion spread quickly among the monsters. Among them, Bazichan's most ruthless behavior was to set fire. In the wilderness, the trees were towering and all kinds of vegetation were extremely lush. These vegetation were the bottom layer of the monster food chain, and also the most important layer. Bazichan kept setting fires, and burned a lot of vegetation. In addition to burning a large number of wild beasts and low-level monsters, he also burned the food of herbivores. When the White Crane Demon King gathered a large number of monsters to encircle Bazichan and others, he found that the fire had spread in the wilderness. There were raging fires everywhere. The White Crane Demon King had no time to chase Bazichan and others, but chose to put out the fire. If the fire burned all over the wilderness, then the Elephant King would really have to retreat. Bazichan had not expected the great chaos brought by the fire. After accidentally discovering this effect, Bazichan selected 100 elites and went deep into the wilderness to set fires, while he led the army to ambush the demon kings who were trying to put out the fire, making the White Crane Demon King scream in anger, but he could do nothing. One day later, at the Lin Xiao Elephant King's palace, the Elephant King learned about the fire in the wilderness and was extremely angry. He cursed the White Crane Demon King for his incompetence. You have to know that the Elephant King's tribe is also ordinary elephant demons, and there are also many ordinary elephants, all of which feed on ordinary vegetation. If the fire really burns to the core territory of the Elephant King, I don't know how many of his tribe will die, so the Elephant King is naturally anxious. Ujialan yes, Elephant King the White Crane Demon King is incompetent and has failed to stop the human race from wreaking havoc in the heart of the wilderness. You go and deal with it. Put out the fire as soon as possible, and then go and annihilate those humans. Don't let me down again. Yes, Elephant King. Ujiana Long took the order, and then she took her maid and turned into a dragon and left. In the previous attack on the Skyclips Kingdom, she not only failed, but was severely injured. Now she still has injuries on her body, but the Elephant King still asked her to fight. There was no other way, because she was a rare amphibious monster in the wilderness. Ujiana Long and her maid flew to a large lake in the wilderness. The two monsters opened their huge mouths and sucked all the lake water into their stomachs. Then they flew to the depths of the wilderness. The two monsters opened their mouths and sprayed countless lake water, and the fire was extinguished. Zyra King, go find those humans and kill them all with the White Crane Monster King. Yes, Miss Maid Ujiana Long took the order and quickly found the White Crane Monster King. At this time, the White Crane Monster King was in a dilemma. If he went to put out the fire, he would be ambushed by Bazichan. If he did not go to put out the fire, things would be even worse. Maid Ujiana Long's appearance was to save the White Crane Monster King. King Gaiao Jiaowang, you came at the right time. Help me find those despicable humans. I want to kill them, no hurry. What they want is to create chaos. We can force them out as long as we quell the chaos. made Yu Jialong shook her head and then cast a spell to spray water, extinguishing all the flames within a radius of hundreds of miles, while the White Crane Monster King sent countless little demons to investigate the traces of Baizichan and others. Made Yu Jialong and King Gaiao Jialang successively summon some monsters that were good at water and ice magic and controlled the fire visible to the naked eye in half a day. Brother Bei, the fire is almost over. We can't hide it anymore. What should we do? The one who put out the fire was King Gaiao Jiawang, Yu Jialong's maid. I guess Yu Jialong is also nearby. Meng Ran, you lead the team to go deeper into the wilderness. Just leave 100 or so people for me. I'll come find you later. Brother Bei, what do you want to do? I'll stay. No need, just obey. This is an order, yes. Senior Brother Bei, remember, the wind will increase the fire. You will set fire at the wind outlet after entering the depths of the wilderness to create chaos. Yes, I know. Jia Mengren led the team away, leaving 100 people to Baizichan, who took them into a cave to hide. Yu Jialong did not look for them when she came, but put out the fire first. In Baizichan's opinion, this was the behavior of an idiot, and the monster clan was really stupid. Jia Mengren led the team away from the White Crane Monster King and others, and set a fire again in the depths of the wilderness. After a while, the fire increased greatly, and the flames soared into the sky. Yu Jialong and the King Gaiao Jiao King and other monster kings hurried to put out the fire again. However, as soon as they left, Baizichan appeared again and set fire again. There were flames everywhere. Yu Jialong secretly thought that it was not good to rush for life, so she learned her lesson and had to find Baizichan and others first. Baizichan followed the rules of guerrilla warfare and did not fight with them, nor did he ambush the Demon King. Instead, he set fires everywhere in the wilderness. The fire was so big that even Yu Jialong, an 8th level Demon King, could hardly control it. It was unknown how many demon beasts were burned to death by the mountain fire, which caused a wave of panic among the demon beasts. Countless demon beasts began to flee and leave their own territories, and the entire wilderness was in chaos. In the end, Yu Jialong did not even put out the fire. She also knew that if she did not kill Baizichan and his men, the fire would never be extinguished. Yu Jialong summoned a large number of demon kings who stayed behind, formed a network, and searched for traces of the human race everywhere. Soon, Jia Mengren and his large group were found by Yu Jialong, and a battle broke out in the depths of the wilderness. Jia Mengren and the remaining 9,000 people formed a battle formation and withstood the crazy attacks of many demon kings. Baizichan also got the news soon. Baizichan knew that rushing out now would be in Yu Jialong's hands, but he had to go out. There was no other way. Lin Xiao's 3 direct disciples were all there. If they all died, he could not bear the responsibility. Baizichan led 100 people and used the flying boat to quickly kill to the rear of the demon clan. As soon as he started, he activated the Zuxan arrow. A beam of arrow light pierced through the body of the White Crane Demon King, and the White Crane Demon King died. The sudden death of the White Crane Demon King made Yu Jialong furious, and she killed Baizichan herself. However, a dragon shadow suddenly appeared beside Baizichan. This was an 8th level dragon-shaped puppet. A flame spewed out of the puppet and burned towards Yu Jialong. Before the battle, Lin Xiao exchanged 3 8th level puppets for Nan Zuan to deal with. Nan Zuan kept one on himself and prepared to use it in the mountain gate, while the other 2 were in the hands of Baizichan and Baizixi. Yu Jialong was almost killed by Baizix's 8th level puppet in Tiansheng country. Now she was still injured. When she saw Baizichan controlling the puppet again, she couldn't help but panic. She put away her previous rage and started to fight. Without Yu Jialong's suppression, the 7th level White Crane Demon King fell again. The surrounding demon kings could not suppress Jia Mengren and others. The 2 sides fought for a whole day. Jia Mengren led his men to retreat calmly, and Baizichan took the opportunity to get rid of Yu Jialong. At this time, they had penetrated deep into the wilderness for more than 100,000 miles, and they didn't know whose territory they were on. The small dragon pool was not found, so they could only continue to go deeper and create greater chaos. Wherever they went, they would set fire to the mountains. The mountain fires became bigger and bigger. Even thousands of miles away, thick smoke could be seen. Yu Jiaolan quickly contacted the Demon King left by the Elephant Emperor to guard the town. One of his direct descendants had also reached the 8th level of cultivation. If the 8th level Elephant Demon gives the order from the Elephant King, he will mobilize the many high level Demon Kings who stayed behind, as well as millions of ordinary demon beasts, to chase and intercept Baizichan and others. Their whereabouts are still difficult to hide, and their actions are becoming more and more difficult. The casualties of their disciples are increasing, and Baizichan is faced with a new choice. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 870, Evolution of Combat Methods. In the key state of Nanxiao, to the north of Beiyu City, in a huge parade ground, 10,000 troops were training. Unlike in the past, although these 10,000 people were arranged in a battle formation, it was not any battle formation in the world of immortal cultivation, but a brand new battle method. The battle formation in the world of immortal cultivation has a history of millions of years. It existed before the emergence of the Green Emperor. At that time, the battle formation appeared, mainly because there were not enough high-level cultivators in the human race, and it was necessary to gather the power of many low-level cultivators, and merge them into one force, to compete with the high-level demon kings. Therefore, the characteristic of the battle formation is that all cultivators need to advance and retreat together, uniformly, and evenly input the mysterious energy into the formation flags in their hands, and then use the formation as a link to concentrate everyone's mysterious energy at one point, and the power will increase dramatically. This battle formation is very effective, but its weakness is also very obvious. As long as there is a small fluctuation, the entire battle formation will not work properly and will collapse. In the end, it can only fight with the demons. The demons also take advantage of this weakness and repeatedly disrupt the battle formation of the monks of Nanxiao. Then they use the worthless lives of the low-level monsters of the demons to exchange for the lives of the human monks, causing great damage to the human race. Therefore, both sides are very familiar with the traditional battle formation method. After all, it has lasted for millions of years. In the previous battle of more than a year, the human race did not gain much advantage by using the battle formation. This made Lin Xiao determined to reform and evolve new battle methods. Lin Xiao thought about it and finally decided to use the military formation battle method of his previous life. In Lin Xiao's previous life, there was no world of immortal cultivation and no various magic and martial arts, but there were more wars between mortals than in this world. The battle method of the Cold Weapon era was once developed to its peak. This method of warfare relies on the coordination of different arms and the organization of formations, such as spearmen, crossbowmen, sword and shield soldiers, archers, etc., which are arranged in formations and rely on each other's support to kill the enemy. Of course, this method of warfare also exists in this world, but this world is mainly carried out in a small team mode. 20 or 30 people are considered a lot, not to mention tens of thousands. This method of warfare is useless for high-level demon kings because the attack power is too low. The attack power of the Purple Mansion level is not much different from hitting the 7th level Demon King 10,000 times or once, but for low level monsters, this formation is enough to kill them. The most critical point is that this formation is not afraid of being disrupted. Unless a battle formation loses 2 or 3% of its troops, it will never collapse. Unlike the previous battle formation, as long as the monk's actions are disordered, it will be considered collapsed. Of course, this method of warfare is not recognized by everyone. Many high-level officials in Nanxiao do not recognize this method of warfare. They think that this method of warfare is too childish and has a very prominent weakness, that is, the ability to defend against high-level demon kings is insufficient. Their defense ability is limited to their cultivation. A high-level demon king can kill dozens of people with one move. Wouldn't the battle formation collapse? Therefore, there are many opponents. Lin Xiao did not expect that all the tens of millions of Nanxiao troops would use this method of warfare, so he had to settle for the second best. He only needed 10,000 people to practice with the new method of warfare. He had to wait for the test on the battlefield and see the results before deciding whether to promote it. At this time, these 10,000 people had been practicing for 3 months, and they were very proficient in various formations. Lin Xiao decided to send them to the battlefield to try it out. The leader of these 10,000 people was Lin Xiao's registered disciple Bu Yanxiang. It was not that Lin Xiao did not want to mobilize high-level cultivators to go, but that he could not. Once the Shengsu period cultivators went, they would definitely attract high-level demon kings, which would kill these 10,000 people. Alliance leader, the formation exercise is over. Please give instructions, don't be nervous. Yanxiang, you have been training for more than 3 months. I believe in your efforts. Perform well tomorrow. If this tactic is promoted in a new way, the position of commander will be yours. Yes. Alliance leader Bu Yanxiang answered loudly. Lin Xiao had been training him during the Central Plains War and gave him various opportunities. Now he was going to let him lead the army, which meant that he was going to train him as a talent who could stand on his own. Bu Yanxiang was naturally very happy. At present, there are not many talents who can stand on their own under Lin Xiao's command. Li Muxu is one, Yinan Yu is one, Beizichan is one, and the next one is Beizichan. Even Jia Mengren and the others are not considered, as they can be generals, but not commanders. Lin Xiao has many generals, but not many commanders. Among the later disciples, Bu Yanxiang is the only one who has been trained in this way. On the second morning, the demon tribe attacked again. Thanks to Li Muxu's breakthrough, Zhang Cao received support from sects such as Xi'an Temple. The number of high-level cultivators increased, so Lin Xiao no longer had to go to battle every time, and could command from the center. You must know that it is extremely dangerous for Lin Xiao to go to battle. He is now the leader of the cultivators in Nansao and the spiritual pillar. Once he dies, the entire Nansao will collapse, so Lin Xiao dare not go to battle casually. The front line of Beiyu City has been deadlocked for several months, and most of the outer positions have been lost. Every time the demon tribe attacks, the human race will send out battle formations to fight. The key front alone will dispatch millions of people each time, and Bu Yanxiang's 10,000 people are not outstanding at all. Bu Yanxiang led his team to be sandwiched between 2 battle formations and quickly rushed to the battlefield as a cover. Then Bu Yanxiang ordered to form a formation. Among the 10,000 people under his command, there were 3,000 shield soldiers. The shields held by these 3,000 monks were not small shields like personal shields, but giant shields that were 3 meters high, 2 meters wide, and 20 centimeters thick. Each shield weighed tens of thousands of pounds. The shield-holding monks were all physical cultivators, and only they could carry such giant shields. The 3,000 shield-holding monks relied on each other to form a huge circle. There was a semicircular gap the size of a fist in the middle of each shield. The 2 shields together formed a circle. Then the 3,000 spearmen stretched out their nearly 5-meter long spears from these gaps and tilted upwards. Behind the spearmen were 2,000 combatants, lined up in order, and behind the combatants were 1,800 archers, and behind the archers were another 200 people. These 200 people had special drummers and trumpeters, who used drums and trumpets to command the formation to operate, and there was also a 5th level god-killing crossbow, which was used to snipe the 5th level demon king of the other side. As for the high-level demon kings above the 6th level, they were not within the prediction range of this battle formation. 10,000 people had practiced for more than 3 months, and the battle formation was well trained. The formation was completed in a moment. At this time, the surrounding battle formations also fought with the demons. The demon clan was still the same, with tens of thousands of demon beasts as the vanguard, forming a scattered line, and charging towards the monks' battle formation. These tens of thousands of demon beasts were cannon fodder, and suffered heavy casualties. They suffered several rounds of attacks from the battle formation, and more than half of them were killed or injured. Then they rushed into the battle formation and disrupted it. Then a large number of demon beasts followed and engaged in a thorough melee. In the melee, the human race has a greater advantage than the demon race, with a much lower casualty rate. However, for the demon race, low-level demon beasts are cannon fodder, which doesn't matter. Moreover, low-level demon beasts don't understand the casualty rate. No matter how many casualties there are, they will continue to fight, as long as the high-level demon king, or the intelligent demon beasts don't give orders. However, this is not the case for the human race. Once the casualties are too large, the morale will be reduced, and the commander of the human race will order the withdrawal of troops and fight in rotation. As soon as the surrounding battle formations collapsed, the demon beasts poured in. Bu Yanxiang's battle formation also began to fight with the demons, but the first thing the demon beasts wanted to break through was the 5-meter long spears. A large reindeer rushed over, but before it rushed to the front of the spears, it was knocked down by the archers behind. Soon, the intelligent demon beasts hiding among the ordinary demon beasts discovered the existence of this battle formation. Hundreds of demon beasts rushed over, and the spearmen drew their 5-meter long spears, and stabbed those demon beasts to death in front of the formation. Ancestor Zhu, Ancestor Wu, lead your team to disperse, let me accept the monster's charge. The battle exploits of hundreds of monsters could not show the power of this battle formation at all. Bu Yanxiang immediately sent a message to the two Lingguang ancestors nearby. Their battle formation was originally to cover Bu Yanxiang, and they also knew Bu Yanxiang's mission this time. They immediately led their troops to disperse to both sides, completely exposing Bu Yanxiang's battle formation to the monsters. The Zizou monsters did not know the details, but only knew that the opportunity had come. Immediately, tens of thousands of monsters rushed towards the battle formation. The monsters are coming. Archers turn around, face east, 300 in a row, shoot. Bu Yanxiang saw tens of thousands of monsters rushing towards the east, and immediately mobilized archers to carry out long-range attacks. 300 people stood in a row, a total of 6 rows, using the 3-stage attack method, continuously shooting arrows, forming a continuous firepower output, and the monsters in the front row were constantly killed. Melee team, move forward, talismans, go. When the monsters entered the distance of 50 meters, the melee team moved forward. Each of them took out the talisman, activated it, and then threw it out, and there was another round of bombardment. When the monsters rushed to a distance of 4 or 5 meters, the spear team took action, and the spears came out like dragons, and they kept pulling out. Some monsters that barely rushed to the front were stabbed to death in front of the formation. However, there were still monsters that maintained strong inertia and smashed on the giant shield. The monks behind the giant shield gathered all their strength, stabilized the giant shield, and blocked the impact of the monsters. The wild boar monsters are out. The test is coming. Shield bearers hold on. The first wave of monsters was consumed before they rushed to the front of the formation, and behind them, thousands of huge wild boar monsters rushed over. They withstood several rounds of attacks and hit the giant shield. Even the people and shields were knocked away, and a gap appeared in the outer defense. However, what shocked the Zizou monsters was that this battle formation did not collapse. According to past experience, once there was such a fluctuation, the battle formation would collapse on its own, and then the monks would scatter and engage the enemy on their own. Hundreds of wild boar monsters rushed into the formation, and the surrounding shieldmen quickly moved their giant shields and closed together again, while the 2,000 people in the battle team rushed forward and fought with these wild boar monsters. A quarter of an hour later, all the wild boar monsters that entered the formation were killed. Bu Yanxiang immediately ordered the shieldmen to open the gaps. The attacking monsters did not know why and rushed in all at once. When the number was almost the same, Bu Yanxiang ordered to close again. The melee team stepped forward again. Among the archers, a group of the best archers began to shoot the monsters in the formation, and most of the others continued to shoot arrows outside the formation to relieve the pressure on the shieldmen and the spear team. At this moment, the 10,000 people became a meat grinder on the battlefield, grinding the monsters to death bit by bit. Bu Yanxiang had been observing the changes and casualties around him. In just 1 hour, the battle formation was filled with all kinds of monsters, piled up like a mountain, and even had a great impact on the fighting. Battle formation, turn. Bu Yanxiang shouted angrily, and all the shield bearers gritted their teeth, and carried the giant shields, and began to rotate in a circle. The long spears in the gaps of the shields cut the skin and flesh of countless monsters. When the battle formation moved hundreds of meters and reached a relatively flat place, Bu Yanxiang ordered to stop and rearrange the battle formation. Chapter 871, The Unpredictable Situation of War. After a day of fighting, the human race and the demon race each robbed a large number of corpses and then withdrew from each other, leaving behind a desolate land. Bu Yanxiang also led his team to withdraw into the defense line. Soon, officers at all levels took away the image stones on the monks to count today's battle achievements. Bu Yanxiang asked people to count the losses and results. 2 hours later, the data was cleaned up. In today's battle, he had 10,000 people under his command. More than 300 died in the battle, and more than 500 were injured. However, there were not many serious injuries, and most of them could recover by themselves. The results of the battle were extremely rich. There were more than 1,000 corpses of demon beasts that they had snatched, not to mention those that they had not snatched. At this time, the statistics from the image stones also came out. Excluding those that were vague, unconfirmed, and overlapping, they killed at least 3,000 demon beasts of level 1 to 4 today, and the results were no less than those of the other 10,000 man battle formation. The key point is that this is the first time this battle formation has been put into battle, which is equivalent to an experiment. If more battles are carried out, the results will surely be more abundant. If the proportion of Daogang and Lingguan monks can be increased, it may be even more remarkable. Bu Yanxiang handed this battle achievement to Lin Xiao, who forwarded it to many senior officials of the South Continent Alliance. This battle result is enough to prove that this tactic is no worse than the traditional battle formation, so it is worth promoting. Lin Xiao immediately assigned 30,000 troops to Bu Yanxiang and asked him to train according to the current model. These 30,000 troops came from a complex source. After at least 1 month of recruit training in the rear, they were able to understand most of the military orders and know how to cooperate. In addition to the experience accumulated in the past 3 months, Bu Yanxiang was confident that it would only take 3 to 5 days to run in and practice a battle formation again. Bu Yanxiang picked more than 200 backbones to run in with the recruits and selected more than 500 people from the recruits to supplement the battle formation. After resting for 2 days, he went into battle again. This battle lasted another day. Compared with the first battle, the results of this battle were much greater. More than 6,000 monsters were killed in 1 day, and the casualties were less than 100. The effect of the battle formation was unprecedented. This result greatly inspired Bu Yanxiang's confidence. He put all his efforts into the training of new recruits. He drew 3,000 elite soldiers from the first battle formation and added them to the other 2 battle formations. On the 5th day, 3 battle formations were put into action. 3 battle formations of 10,000 people were enough to serve as the main force in a small area. Bu Yanxiang arranged the 3 battle formations in a triangular shape, with formations within formations. The gaps between the battle formations also became their targets for sniping. After 1 day, the results of the battle reached a new peak. More than 20,000 monsters were killed, and the casualties of less than 1,000 people. The effect of this tactic was far better than the traditional battle formation. With the results of the battle as support, Lin Xiao was very decisive. He immediately asked Bu Yanxiang to write down the experience and transmit it to the entire Nanzhao Alliance, so that troops were drawn from various battlefields to reform and train, and at least a new battle formation of 1 million troops should be trained. As for the demon clan, seeing that the battle formations that the demon beasts could not break through appeared repeatedly on the battlefield of Beiyu City, it also attracted their attention. When Bu Yanxiang went to battle again, he was attacked by the demon clan. At the same time, more than 20 demon beasts attacked 3 battle formations. However, Bu Yanxiang withstood the pressure and used the battle formations to fight with the demon beasts for a whole day. With more than 3,000 casualties, he killed more than 50,000 demon beasts, attracting the attention of the entire battlefield. For a time, Bu Yanxiang became a rising star in the Nanzhao Alliance and a rising star. The ratio of casualties on both sides exceeded 10 to 1, and the demon clan was also extremely terrified. The so-called war is the best catalyst. The demon clan's tactics are not immutable. When Bu Yanxiang continued to fight next time, the demon clan not only increased the intensity of the attack, but also sent flying demon beasts to raid. Bu Yanxiang's battle formation relied on the coordination of various arms to guard against attacks on the plain. For aerial attacks, neither the spear formation nor the shield could take care of them. Only the archers could cover one or two. Therefore, they were caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. Although the results of the day were amazing, more than 5,000 people were killed in the 3 battle formations. One of the battle formations was directly defeated, and the proportion of casualties could not be as exaggerated as before. Bu Yanxiang's glory in the past few days seemed to be shattered. Lin Xiao personally went to the military camp to comfort Bu Yanxiang. Not only did he replenish Bu Yanxiang's troops, but he also personally discussed with him how to restrain the flying monsters. Being good at learning has always been a proud ability of the human race. After 2 days of discussion, Lin Xiao and Bu Yanxiang and others finally came up with a way to restrain the flying monsters. That is, in the new battle formation, a traditional battle formation is put on. There are not many people in this battle formation, only 200 to 500 people. When the flying monsters appear, Bu Yanxiang will order the shield bearers to narrow the range of the battle formation, and then let the traditional battle formation take defensive measures to resist the flying monsters, turning the battle formation into an iron turtle. You must know that in a large-scale battle, it is not just their 30,000 people. There are many monks fighting around them. It is completely possible to inform the leaders of the other traditional battle formations in advance and let them expel and kill those flying monsters. Once the flying monsters are gone, the battle formation will start again. The old and new battle formations are not opposites, nor do they need to replace each other, but they can coexist and cooperate with each other. Unity and cooperation have always been the elite of large-scale battles, whether it is a new or old battle formation. Bu Yanxiang regained his courage and confidence, accepted the new recruits, and after a few days of running in, he went into battle again. As expected, the flying monsters attacked again. When the flying monsters pounced, they were first baptized by several rounds of bows and arrows, and then the battle formation composed of 500 monks formed a transparent protective shield, which wrapped up all the people and horses after shrinking. The rest of the monks immediately ordered to focus on hunting down the flying monsters. All the monks above Daogang flew up and killed the flying monsters, killing most of them. Then the battle formation was opened again, and ordinary monsters were slaughtered again. The offensive of the monsters was disintegrated. Bu Yanxiang wrote down his experience in commanding and training troops one by one, and taught them to various departments without keeping them for himself. In just over 10 days, hundreds of similar battle formations appeared on the entire southern front of Nansao. Their performances were good and bad, but overall, they were more advantageous than traditional battle formations. For a time, the monsters suffered heavy casualties. The demon race was not willing to fail, and they came up with many tricks to crack the situation, but they were solved one by Bu Yanxiang and others. Once they succeeded, the experience would be promoted, which was a headache for the demon race. The new battle formation and the traditional battle formation played an extremely powerful role on the battlefield. The number of demon beasts in Nansao was rapidly decreasing, and the only weakness of this battle method was the sudden attack of the high-level demon king, which no one could restrain. This is called one force defeating 10 skills. The only way is to use high-level monks to contain the opponent's high-level demon king. As time went by, the balance of victory in the war slowly tilted towards the human race. At this time, the human race in Nansao had clearly realized that there were only 2 ways to make the demon race in Nansao withdraw. The first was to kill most of the high-level demon kings or intelligent demon beasts of the opponent. Without the command system formed by them, the demon beasts were just a group of brainless idiots, and the human race could slaughter them at will. Of course, this was also the most difficult way. The intelligent monsters will hide beside ordinary monsters, making it difficult for humans to find them. If they find them, they will run away and will not sit still for you to kill them. The high-level monster kings are very powerful and are even more difficult to kill. So there is a second way, which is to consume a large number of their low-level monsters. Low-level monsters are cannon fodder for high-level monster kings, and they don't care how many die. Anyway, with the reproductive capacity of the monsters, they can be replenished in just a few decades. But in war, this may not be the case. The so-called quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Once too many low-level monsters die, the human race can completely withdraw people and horses to form a traditional war, gather the power of low-level monks, to compete with high-level monster kings, and cooperate with high-level monks, to kill the opponent's monster king. Before the new tactics came out, the ratio of casualties between the human race and the demon race was not large, about 1:5, which the demon race could afford. But now the ratio has expanded to more than 110, or even more than 20, and the demon race can no longer bear it, because according to this ratio, to consume the tens of millions of cultivators in the southern part of Nanzhao, they need to pay more than 700 million or 800 million monsters. You should know that the demon race is not unified, and this is the case in Nanzhao and Zizhao. The number of monsters consumed is too large, and what should be done if the rest of the demon race takes advantage of it? So after the demon race in Nanzhao tried every means to reduce the ratio of casualties, the Elephant King of Nanzhao actually ordered to reduce the intensity of the attack and reduce the intensity of the war. This move hit Lin Xiao's heart. The fierce attack of the demon race in Nanzhao for nearly 2 years has caused the countries in Nanzhao to fall one after another, and countless people, horses and materials have been consumed. This also put great pressure on Lin Xiao and other high-level cultivators. At this time, the demon race slowed down its attack, which undoubtedly gave Lin Xiao a chance to breathe a sigh of relief, and gave Lin Xiao the opportunity to integrate more forces to participate in the war. Of course, as the pressure of war is reduced, the contradictions within the human race will also become more prominent, which will test Lin Xiao's ability even more. There are many problems of this kind, such as the food problem. Because of the war, a large amount of territory was lost. Even for the territories that were not lost, the monks also had to participate in the war, resulting in a sharp decrease in the amount of spiritual rice, and the mortals were even worse off. A large number of refugees poured into the north of Qi state, leaving a huge gap in the mortals' food rations. The Xiuxin world is strong and can adjust resources relatively fairly, but the gap cannot be solved in any way. In addition to the war, Lin Xiao has to deal with a large number of such problems. However, these problems are not difficult for Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's internal affairs level may not be better than Nanzuan, but it is also above average. Lin Xiao still has to think about how to defeat the demon clan. The demon clan of Nanzhao has only temporarily suspended its offensive, but the demon clan of Zizhao has not. In addition, there are the demon clans of the South China Sea, the East China Sea and the East China Sea. In this war, they are not willing to be lonely, and have shown their own tricks. Chapter 872, New Situation in the Immortal Cultivation World. The current situation in the world of immortal cultivation has changed so much that it is dizzying. As for the human race, Zizhao has been destroyed. The entire territory of Zizhao has been pushed back by the demon race, and the remaining little bit is almost negligible. A large part of the millions of cultivators who fled to Zhangzhou have lost their fighting spirit. Only the top leaders of the original Zizhao countries are still holding on, but their power is too weak, even less than that of the Luoxinghe Islands. As for Luoxinghe, there is only one Luoxing Island left in Fang Changdu's hands. Fang Changdu wiped out the land-based demons among the South China Sea demons in one fell swoop, destroying the South China Sea demons' power to attack cities and capture strongholds, which is a great highlight. But at the same time, Luoxinghe's power is too weak, and they are unable to fight back. They can only contain a small part of the South China Sea demons on Luoxing Island, and most of the troops go north to support Nanzhao. As for the situation in Nanzhao, it is needless to say that, although the South China demons have slowed down their attacks, the main force of the demons is still there, and the territories of dozens of countries that have fallen have not been recaptured. Dongzhou was in a miserable state, and could only shrink to the front line of Huanghe City, relying on Penglei to hold on. The future was bleak, and only one Bizhao survived. The monsters of Bizhao did not unite with monsters from other places, but the monks of Bizhao were not willing to come out to help, but were willing to provide a batch of resources. Zhangzhou was powerless. The Zhangzhou war caused great damage to the major forces. Even the recovery of low-level disciples had to be restored in units of 10 years. Now that the Zhongzhou War has only ended for more than 2 years, Zhongzhou is unable to provide large-scale support to various places, and can only send higher-level monks to take the lead. Moreover, the situation in Zhongzhou is also deteriorating. The monsters of the South Sea cannot attack the heavily guarded Zhenhe city, so they separated a large number of monsters, on the one hand, harassing the Wengsun Gate from the Xi'an Temple on the west side of the Juayu, restricting the recovery of the Wengsun Gate, and on the other hand, joining the battle team of the East Sea monsters, to harass the Zhongzhou forces from the east coast of Zhongzhou. The East Sea Demon Clan received reinforcement from the South China Sea and East China, and its strength suddenly increased. It took advantage of the war with Zhongzhou for the islands near the east coast of Zhongzhou. In less than a year, it had captured most of the islands. Without the restraint of these islands, the East Sea Demon Clan can completely carry the East China Demon Clan to attack any place on the east coast of Zhongzhou. Although the Demon Clan's transportation capacity is a problem, even if the East Sea Demon Clan tries its best, it can only carry 300,000 or 400,000 East China land demons each time, but the impact on the power of Zhongzhou is also very large. First of all, the mortals along the coast must retreat inland, away from the coastline, abandon a large amount of farmland and territory, and can no longer go out to sea, which has been greatly hindered in the issue of mortals. Secondly, the recovery of each sect. The most important thing for each sect at this time is to recuperate and cultivate new disciples. However, because the Demon Clan can go ashore at any time, each sect on the east coast must mobilize a large number of elite monks to deploy defenses to prevent some emergencies. Once the Demon Clan goes ashore, it must be annihilated or expelled as soon as possible. If these monsters are allowed to gain a foothold in Zhongzhou, there will be a steady stream of monsters coming ashore. The monsters can open up new battlefields in Zhongzhou and attack the already very weak Zhongzhou. The trend of the entire human race will instantly deteriorate tenfold again. So from the perspective of the entire Xiuxin world, the whole world is a chess game. As a chess player who is qualified to play chess on this chess game, Lin Xiao has to consider how to break the situation. Use a point to lead the whole, break a point, and you can break the whole situation. Lin Xiao looked at the map of the entire Xiuxin world, and had some ideas in his mind. The monsters were not as united as Lin Xiao imagined. The reason why they cooperated now was because they felt that the human race was weak, and could overwhelm the human race at one time. However, as long as the human race survived the first wave of attacks, and broke one of the points, they could dissolve their alliance and let them know that the human race had the ability to destroy a part of them, which would definitely be enough to break the monster alliance. In key state of Nanzhao, the monsters of Nanzhao slowed down their offensive, which made Nanzhao feel relieved, but then social contradictions broke out, which made Lin Xiao focus on internal affairs. But obviously, Lin Xiao's energy is not enough. Even if Lin Xiao relies on his high cultivation, and can stay awake for several years and handle things all night long, he still cannot be comprehensive. Lin Xiao must find a helper to handle internal affairs. Lin Xiao's first reaction was to dispatch Nan Xuan to help. Lin Xiao trusted Nan Xuan's level, and was more than enough to handle these things. However, Nan Xuan rejected this proposal. Nan Xuan had 3 reasons. First, the Nanzhao demons slowed down their offensive against the main battlefield of Qi State, but increased their offensive against Wu State, because this area was too close to the wilderness. Bai Zichen and his men were a lesson to the demons. In order to solve this worry, the Nanzhao demons increased their attack. In order to ensure the implementation of the isolated island plan, Nan Xuan must stay in Wu State and allocate resources. The second point is that Nan Xuan's cultivation is too low. The situation in Nanzhao is very complicated now. There are cultivators from more than 100 countries in Nanzhao gathered to the north of Qi State. Some cultivators have destroyed their countries or sects, while some have survived intact. There are also cultivators from central continent who come to support them. There are a lot of high-level cultivators. Nan Xuan is just a spiritual cultivator, and can't control the situation. The third point is Lin Xiao's use of people. If the cultivators from Wu State occupy all the high-level positions in the Nanzhao Alliance, and control the military and political affairs, it will inevitably cause some cultivators to hate and think that Lin Xiao is unfair. Some people may even suspect that Lin Xiao is taking the opportunity to suppress various countries and use them as cannon fodder. Sun Zuan rejected Lin Xiao's proposal and recommended someone to Lin Xiao, that is Wang Qiu of the Wanshu School of Song State. According to Nan Zuan, Wang Qiu is a master who is not inferior to him in internal affairs. Lin Xiao actually didn't take Nan Zuan's reason for refusing seriously. Everything could be solved, but Nan Zuan's reason also made some sense. Lin Xiao didn't force it, and simply agreed to Nan Zuan, and promoted Wang Qiu to handle all the internal affairs. Wang Qiu's combat effectiveness was not strong among the Shengsu period cultivators. She had experienced many battles and was injured. Now she was asked to handle internal affairs, and didn't have to go to the battlefield anymore. Wang Qiu was also very happy. After all, wars were dangerous, and now many Shengsu period cultivators have fallen in Nansao. After Wang Qiu was authorized by Lin Xiao, she quickly formed her own team, promoted a large number of internal affairs talents, and handled official affairs. Wang Qiu's level also made Lin Xiao look at her with new eyes. This person is indeed a master of internal affairs. After Lin Xiao secretly inquired about it, he found out that Wang Qiu was not a simple person. Among the hundreds of countries in Nansao, before Wu State came out, Song State was the most popular and developed the fastest. Before that, the countries in the southwest of Nansao suffered from the invasion of the monsters. Among the medium-sized countries in Nansao, only Song State was the most active in fighting against the monsters. Of course, it was not because they were so noble, but because of a business. Song State made a fortune for this. At the same time, Song State's business was also the most active at that time, spread across the countries in Nansao, and even had branches in Zhongsao. Therefore, Song State developed very fast before, from a small country to a medium-sized country in Nansao. It's just that Wang Qiu met Lin Xiao, a guy who was cheating. In hundreds of years, he surpassed the development level of tens of thousands of years of other countries. All the limelight was snatched away by Lin Xiao. Compared with Lin Xiao, Wang Qiu's ability was also eclipsed. Master, Elder One has arrived. Please come. Yes, Master. After Bu Yanxiang left to lead the troops, Lin Xiao had a new assistant, who was also a disciple from the Tiansheng Sect. He had just arrived, and was not very comfortable yet. Wang Qiu greets Master Lin. Master Wang Qiu, you are welcome. Please sit down and talk. Thank you, Master Lin. Ancestor Wang Qiu, what are you here for this time? Wang Qiu has taken over the affairs for more than half a month. I'm here to report my work. Please review it. After Wang Qiu finished speaking, he handed over a jade slip. Lin Xiao scanned it with his spiritual sense and read the contents inside. It was all about Wang Qiu's personnel transfers during this period and some policies issued. Most of the territory of Nansao was lost, and the loss of cultivators was tens of millions. In order to make up for the lack of combat power, scattered cultivators have been mobilized. However, the various countries and sects are still the backbone of Nansao, so Wang Qiu has tested children with spiritual roots among the mortal refugees. Now there are more than 600,000 people. Wang Qiu gathered these people together for training, granted them martial arts skills and basic resources, and let them practice in the rear. She did not expect them to go to the battlefield to kill the enemy, but to appease the various countries and sects. After the war, these monks would be exchanged for spoils of war by the various sects with their war merits, to make up for the losses of the various sects, so as to encourage and appease the various sects to continue fighting, so as to prevent them from fighting passively, in order to preserve their own orthodoxy. At the same time, Wang Qiu also learned from the practice of the large factories in Wuguo, mobilizing monks and processing spoils of war. The most important thing was that she found a large number of talents who could make canned pickles from the monks in Luoxinghe Islands, and also produced canned food, especially for the processing of monsters and flesh. Nowadays, whether it is mortals or monks, rations are extremely scarce, and these canned food are life-saving things. By distributing these materials, the famine outbreak of mortals can be alleviated. At the same time, she also ordered the reclamation of fields. Whether it is mortal farmland or monks' spiritual fields, they are all cultivated as much as possible, and the old, weak, Sick and disabled monks and young and strong mortals are mobilized to farm. Furthermore, Yuan Qiu also planned to build multiple defense lines in the north of Qi State. These defense lines were prioritized. For the important and urgent ones, the cultivators were mobilized to deal with them, while for the less urgent ones, the young and strong mortals were the main force. It can be said that Yuan Qiu's ability was fully demonstrated in this report. Nangxian did not recommend the wrong person, and Yuan Qiu was completely worthy of Lin Xiao's promotion. Well done, Elder Yuan Qiu. You're just repeating what others have said. Many of your measures are still learned from the Wu Kingdom. Your country's Lin Xiao is the truly powerful master. Haha, you don't need to flatter each other. Elder Yuan Qiu, is there any problem with the alliance's resource allocation? The only problem now is the imbalance of resources. All resources, such as elixirs, talismans, weapons, and arrays, have been converted into combat resources, but there are too few types of resources for enhancing cultivation. Before, they were all supported by the spoils of the South Continent Army and Central Continent. But now with the consumption of resources, the gap will become larger and larger. Some cultivators have been fighting for more than 10 years, and their cultivation has not improved, which has affected their path. Alliance leader Lin still needs to think of a solution, Yuan Qiu replied. The resources of the alliance are limited. If more are used for combat, then less will be used to improve cultivation. Many cultivators have been fighting for more than 10 years, and their lifespan is not long, which has affected their path. If it is not resolved, it will inevitably cause many conflicts. Chapter 873, The Scarce Elixir. Spiritual medicine is an indispensable thing in the life of a cultivator. The pill, talisman, weapon, and array are the mainstream professions in the world of immortal cultivation, and the alchemist is the first of the 100 arts of immortal cultivation. Among the casual cultivators, there was a trend of ascetic monks. This ascetic monk was not the ascetic monks of today. Instead, it advocated that the cultivators should not take any pills, but rely on themselves to absorb the mysterious energy of heaven and earth, comprehend the heavenly way to advance, and promote this practice as the purest method of immortal cultivation. The mysterious energy is pure, the foundation is solid, and the combat effectiveness is often 3 points stronger than those who take pills. This trend of thought was once very popular, and attracted many cultivators to worship. However, after a few years, this trend of thought disappeared without a trace. It is true that this kind of ascetic monk is indeed pure in mysterious energy. With a solid foundation, it is easier to break through the class, and the combat effectiveness is also stronger, but these cultivators are still eliminated by the mainstream world of immortal cultivation. Let's assume that two people with the same spiritual root qualifications and understanding opportunities, one takes elixirs, and the other simply practices hard work. After 100 years, the one who took the elixir has already reached the Daogang stage, and the one who did not take it has just broken through the purple mansion. Even if this purple mansion is powerful, can it really compare with the Daogang? In addition, there is the issue of lifespan. Without the blessing of elixirs, how many people can break through an entire class before their lifespan is consumed? Therefore, the idea of hard work can only have some market among poor casual cultivators. Any cultivator who has the conditions must swallow elixirs to accelerate their practice. This is why all sects in the world of immortal cultivation have to plant a large number of spiritual medicines. However, at this time, Nanzhao had lost more than half of its territory, and 70% to 80% of the cultivators were mobilized to participate in the war. A large number of spiritual medicines were refined into healing pills, so the pills that promote cultivation became scarce. In the previous war, Nanzhao could rely on the gains from Zhongzhou to support it. Now that the spoils have been consumed, the gap has become very large. There are more than 2 million troops in Nanzhao who have followed Lin Xiao in the battles for more than 10 years. Among them, there are a large number of cultivators who have opened and condensed their meridians. The lifespan of these people is less than 100 years in total. 10 years is very important to them. If they are not given resources to advance, there will definitely be problems. What is the situation of the mobilization of various countries and sects? Lin Xiao said, after thinking for a moment. The resources controlled by the Nanzhao Alliance now come from 3 aspects. The first is the gains from Zhongzhou, including the subsequent income from Lingmu City and the like. The second is the income from the unowned lands such as Xianyang City and the gains on the battlefield. The third is the mobilization of resources from various countries and sects. Among them, the third point is the biggest part. There are more than 60 countries in Nansao that have not been completely lost, and more than 40 countries have not been invaded. Therefore, these more than 40 countries must pay a large amount of resources as military expenses. This is a compulsory mobilization. It's not going smoothly. People are selfish. They are responsible for their own disciples and are unwilling to hand over too many spiritual medicines. Most of them use spiritual rice and the like to make up the number. It seems that you came to me today to ask me to solve this problem, right? Yes, more and more cultivators come to support from Central Continent. Most of them are free mercenaries. They exchange a large amount of resources every day. This is very difficult for us cultivators in South Continent to accept. According to the current inventory, we can only support it for 3 months at most. Then what do you think of the inventory in the safe countries north of Key? If it can be squeezed out, it will be no problem to support it for 2 or 3 years. I understand. Later, I will order the transfer of high-level alchemists to refine a batch of high-level elixirs that enhance cultivation and hand them over to you. You can pay a premium of 3 to 5 times to exchange resources with them. If it is not enough, return some high-level elixir, talisman, weapon formation inheritance and the spoils to them. I think they are all smart people and should know what to do. Lin Xiao nodded. Lin Xiao was using courtesy before force. He was exchanging resources with you, and they were things you urgently needed. If you were not smart enough, don't blame Lin Xiao for his dirty tricks. You had to be responsible for your own family, but Lin Xiao had to be responsible for the entire Nansao. If the front line of defense collapsed, then everyone would be finished. Yes, Alliance leader Lin, I will send someone to persuade them. Anything else? Nothing else for now. Then go down and have a rest. Okay. Wan Qiu stood up and said goodbye. With Lin Xiao's support, she was confident that she could squeeze out the resources of those sects. If they were unwilling, she had plenty of ways to deal with them. Wan Qiu was the ancestor of the Song Kingdom's dominant sect, and she had no shortage of such means. Lin Xiao continued to stare at the map of the Xiuxin world, and soon afterwards, he asked someone to invite Zuo Lin, Li Yuanzhen, and Li Xiaoxin. Lin Xiao, what do you want us to do? The front line cannot be short of people. Don't worry, Senior Li. We don't need people at this time. We invited you here today for important matters. Senior Li, have you discovered the common characteristics of the three of you? Lifespan? Li Yuanzhen frowned. The only thing in common among the three of them was that they didn't have much time left. Although immortal cultivators don't shy away from life and death, they still feel uncomfortable when it is discussed. That's right. The lifespans of the three of you are not long. The one with the least should be fellow Daoist Li Xiaoxin. Lin Xiao, what do you want to say? I know you are young and promising. You don't have to be like this. Li Xiaoxin was very unhappy. When he met Lin Xiao, he was still in the Shengsu period. The younger generation of his younger generation is now on par with him, and his status in the immortal cultivation world is much higher than his. In terms of seniority, I still have to call you senior. Lin has no other intentions. I asked you to come here today to discuss a problem. You have heard of reincarnation, of course. Maybe the word reincarnation is more accurate. Of course I have heard of reincarnation, but the underworld is too mysterious. The treasures of reincarnation are extremely rare. Since ancient times, very few people have been able to reincarnate. Even Kunlun has a chance only once every hundreds of thousands of years. Zuolin shook his head and said that reincarnation is not a secret for Kunlun. Kunlun has such a treasure, but it takes hundreds of thousands of years to have a chance. He was born at the wrong time and did not encounter this opportunity. The Li family has a weaker foundation. In history, only one ancestor has encountered this treasure and lived a second life, but unfortunately, no foundation was left. Li Yuanzhen also replied. The Li family has been closed for too long and rarely goes out. Naturally, they cannot compare with Kunlun, the overlord of the cultivation world. The foundation in this regard is much worse. Lin Xiao, you never say things without reason. Don't tell me you have a way to help us avert the calamity? Fellow Daoist Li still understands me. I really have this treasure. Are you serious? Lin Xiao, don't joke. When Li Yuanzhen and Zuolin heard this, their eyes widened, and they stared at Lin Xiao. This was not a joke. It would kill people. Who knows how many people would be tempted by this treasure. Have you heard of the netherworld flower? Do you have the netherworld flower? Show it to me. Ancestor Yuanzhen, don't get excited, we are just chatting. If you can take out the netherworld flower, the Li family is willing to give you anything. Don't you want the heavenly book? What's wrong with lending it to you for 3,000 years? Li Yuanzhen said coldly. If he could turn the calamity around and recover his cultivation within 1,000 years, the Li family would have 2 supreme ancestors by then, and maybe Li Muxu could also become the supreme, which would make the Li family glorious for tens of thousands of years. Even Kunlun could not suppress the brilliance of the Li family. Fellow Daoist Li, why are you in such a hurry? If the Li family can offer a price, why can't Kunlun do the same? Lin Xiao, even though the Li family has existed longer than Kunlun, in terms of foundation, they can't compare with Kunlun. Humph, the Li family has the heavenly book, but Kunlun doesn't have it? Zuolin, what do you mean? It means literally, who doesn't want to live another life? With an extra 50,000 years, everyone can try every possible way to ascend. Who doesn't want to? Zuolin was not polite at all. Kunlun was not afraid of the Li family. How could Kunlun not afford the price that the Li family could offer? It was simply a joke. Although the path to the human emperor was the easiest way to ascend, it was not that there were no other ways. The reason why everyone couldn't do it was that there was not enough time. If there were an extra 50,000 years to prepare, maybe it would work. Zuolin would not give in when it came to his own path to becoming an immortal. 2 seniors, there is no need to do this. Let's chat first. Lin doesn't need this for the time being, but I have to offer it anyway. Lin Xiao smiled calmly, and then asked them a lot of questions, including about reincarnation, calamity, and possession. The 3 of them were nearly 100,000 years old in total, and their experience was not comparable to Lin Xiao's. Many things were refreshing to Lin Xiao. Regarding calamity, it has existed in the world of immortal cultivation since ancient times. In fact, it is okay not to use treasures such as the nether flower, but there is no guarantee that one's memory can be passed down. Without memories, it is not considered reincarnation, calamity, and rebirth, which is equivalent to a new life, and there is no meaning. However, there are other ways to use, such as sealing memories, etc., but they are not reliable and require luck. The most reliable one is to use treasures such as the nether flower. As for possession, this has never happened in the world of immortal cultivation, which surprised Lin Xiao very much, because in Lin Xiao's memory, in some fantasy stories, possession is simply a standard term, including his own origin. Li Yuanzhen also explained this point. When a cultivator reaches the Shengsu stage, the soul has been nourished and has become extremely powerful. Even if the physical body is destroyed, the soul can survive for a long time. If you don't want to go to the netherworld to practice the way of ghost immortals, you can also defeat the soul of low-level cultivators and occupy their physical bodies. However, this occupation is short-term, because the physical body and the soul have a degree of fit. No one knows what the standard of this fit is. Anyway, there have been many such things in history. High-level cultivators have occupied the physical bodies of low-level cultivators, but they can't live long. The shortest is 3 to 5 days, and the longest is 3 to 5 years. The physical body will definitely fester, and the soul cannot escape, and will be annihilated with the physical body. As Lin Xiao said, occupying the physical body to seize the body, and then occupying the magpie's nest has never happened in the world of immortal cultivation. At least they have never seen, or heard of it in the classics. It is simply incredible. However, Li Yuanzhen's words also made Lin Xiao a little absent-minded. If there is no possession in this world, then where did he come from? Is he Lin Xiao of this world or Lin Xiao of that world? Chapter 874, Catch the upper and lower together. Seeing Lin Xiao distracted, the 3 of them were a little surprised. Lin Xiao was very young at this time. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the youngest Dongsuan period cultivator in the world today. It was estimated that he still had about 10,000 years of life left. He was so concerned about things like the rebirth of calamity. Could there be some hidden secret? Lin Xiao ahem. Sorry, I was a little distracted. What are you thinking about? Nothing. I was thinking about some war. Lin Xiao, you are not going to exchange us for children with the demon clan, are you? Li Yuanzhen's face darkened. He finally understood that Lin Xiao had bad intentions. How could the nether flower be so easy to get? Senior Li is right. That's what I think. There are only two ways to repel the demon race. The first is to consume enough low-level demon beasts, but it's either we who kill them, or they who are short of food and kill each other. However, there are more than 1 billion demon beasts in Nansao. We have been fighting for more than 2 years, and we have consumed only 200 or 300 million demon beasts. We estimate that, if this number does not reach more than 800 million, there will be no hope of forcing them to retreat. If we really kill so many, the monks in Nansao will be exhausted. So we can only think of the second way, that is to kill the high-level demon kings of the demon race. Nansao has a weak foundation, but it is not as strong as the big sects in Zhongsao. Various monks who have faked their deaths emerge in an endless stream, and now there are as many high-level monks as there are. But our high-level monks are the pillars of all countries and sects. No one is willing to die. There is no other way but to ask you all to die. Can you offer a price for us to die? I don't believe you have a lot of nether flowers. Zuolin sneered. He was not afraid of death. Although he was eager to live, he would not die without value. Once the nether flower appeared, Kunlun would lose face to grab it. He did not believe that Lin Xiao had a lot of it. If I only have one, who will come? Of course I will. I said that Kunlun's price will always be higher than the Li family, provided that you really have the nether flower. I have the nether flower. I dare not make this joke. Then, Senior Zuolin, can you make up your mind to severely injure the Elephant King? The Elephant King's cultivation is unfathomable. He has never tried his best when fighting with us before. I guess my self-detonation will not be able to severely injure him. Instead, it will make him crazy. It is better to choose other supreme monsters. I can guarantee to take one away. No, just the Elephant King. One is not enough. Two. Including me. Lin Xiao, how much wealth do you have? Li Yuanzhen smiled bitterly. How rich is Lin Xiao's wealth? He has 2 nether flowers? In fact, I, Kunlun, can buy both netherworld flowers. The price is negotiable. Zuolin, don't go too far. Friendly, it's just a deal. We are both willing. Why are you in such a hurry? HMPH, don't forget, what is the relationship between my Li family and Lin Xiao? Why are you competing with us? Li Yuanzhen was not willing to give in at all. A supreme cultivator was too important for a force. Think about the Shenmue sect, which relied on Muanqiu's protection, and existed for many years. Even without its own supreme cultivator, it could dominate Zhongsao. 2 seniors, please don't be anxious. I'm just suggesting it. Seniors, please look. Soul Crystal, 7th level Soul Crystal. Have you discovered the netherworld? If you have the 7th level Soul Crystal, you must have the netherworld flower. How much did you get? Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao waved the Soul Crystal, and Li Yuanzhen and Zuolin exclaimed immediately. Even Li Xiaoxin's eyes lit up. It seemed that he had a chance to live again. The nether flower only grows in the netherworld, and it must be a place where the rules of the heavenly Dao are perfect, and there must be higher level ghost cultivators in such a place. Lin Xiao can take out the 7th level soul crystal, which basically confirms that there must be nether flower in this place, and Lin Xiao also has the nether flower in his hand. 3 of you, I have planned a plan of exchanging children in my mind. 2 of you will severely injure the Elephant King by self-destruction, and fellow Daoist Li will cooperate with me to kill the 8th level Demon King of the Nansao Demon Clan. However, fellow Daoist Li may not get the nether flower this time, but use the death substitute talisman to save his life. However, as long as fellow Daoist Li agrees, I will definitely find another nether flower within 500 years. Lin Xiao said, the points of nether flower in the system are not low, and Lin Xiao dare not exchange too much. Exchanging 1 is enough, and the death substitute talisman is much cheaper. When the war is over, Lin Xiao will make up for Li Xiaoxin, and give him another nether flower. 1 life for 1 life. Senior Lee, you just said you have a good relationship with me, but now you are trying to trick me. One life for one life is right, but you can't let me suffer too much. The nether flower is a supreme treasure. Lin Xiao, I think what Brother Lee said is right. One life for one life. It's fair. Don't go too far. We have been supporting you for more than a year. If it weren't for us, no matter how powerful your treasure is, it would be useless. Zuolin immediately changed his attitude and teamed up with Li Yuanzhen. There was no other way. The nether flower was too precious. If they really wanted to exchange it for treasures, they didn't know how much it would cost. If it was now, their path was over, and it didn't matter if they spent some money, but they were going to turn the catastrophe, and they would still have to spend a lot of resources at that time, so they had to save some. Lin Xiao, no one is rich now. It's the same if you set a price, but we can't pay it. You can't ask others for it either. Who has surplus food now? You have to give a little. I paid a huge price for this nether flower. Okay, but I want to learn from you and pay it in installments. It's impossible for us to pay it all at once. You decide. Haha, Brother Lee is right. Pay it in installments. You decide. Okay, you are so cruel. Pay it in installments. Pay it after the war. The total price is 10,500 million a year. Pay it in 20 years. If it is a spiritual object, it must be above the 6th level. The contract must be signed by the person behind you. How about it? No problem. The two looked at each other and agreed. With their status in the various forces, 10 billion is nothing, and they would never refuse. Then Lin Xiao discussed the details with them, and they went their separate ways. The nether flower was not given to them immediately. As soon as they returned, they immediately sent messages to the various families. Tiansheng Sect and Kunlun were extremely shocked. Both of them had supreme cultivators. They found Lin Xiao in just over a day. It really is an ethereal flower. Yes, it is exactly the same as in the records. The 4 supreme beings nodded when they saw the ethereal flower that Lin Xiao took out. They had never seen this thing before, but they had seen it in the classics. If you think it is okay, then sign it. Lin Xiao had already prepared the contract. After reading it, the 4 of them thought it was okay. Then they stamped their seals personally and made the Dao Heart Oath that they were supposed to make. In this regard, they were not going to cheat. Seniors, how long will it take you to prepare? At least half a year, at most a year. We are about the same. What about the battlefield? If we are defeated directly, then everything will be ruined. Don't worry about this. If Nanzhao is defeated, the human race will also be finished. There will be no point in our transformation. We will not only be in charge of Nanzhao, but also increase the support. Li Xiao replied. If the human race is destroyed, then there will be no point in the transformation. Li Xiao will not only be in charge of it, but also increase the support and draw more troops here. It's the same for Kunlun. The Supreme of Kunlun nodded. They believed that Lin Xiao must have the Netherworld flower and the location of the Netherworld. Kunlun wanted them all. Even if Lin Xiao didn't say it, they would not leave. That's great. Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, the situation in Nanzhao was stable. Afterwards, the 4 of them appeared on the battlefield. Together with Yuan Qiu, there were 5 supremes in person. The powerful momentum made even the Elephant King dare not be careless. He summoned the other supreme demon kings to confront Li Yuanzhen and others. Monkey, I have a bad feeling in my heart. In just Nanzhao, there are so many supreme monks. Something big is going to happen. The Elephant King said to the blue-eyed monkey beside him. He has mastered a special magical power that can predict a little bit of good and bad. The 5 supremes in front of him are not simple. 2 are from Kunlun, the dominant sect of the human race for hundreds of thousands of years, and 2 are from the Qingdi family, which has been passed down for 1,000,000 years. Yuan Qiu is even more powerful, having lived for 1,000,000 years. It can be said that each of them has a very big background and is much more powerful than ordinary supremes. If the 5 people attack the Elephant King at the same time, even the Elephant King will fall. Elephant King, the 5 supremes coming in person are indeed extraordinary. It seems that we still need to increase our infiltration into Nanzhao. Retreat. Yes, Elephant King. Because of the unanimous appearance of the 5 people, today's fight ended in less than half a day. The demon race temporarily retreated, and the monks also withdrew into the defense line, leaving a land of desolation and blood. Li Yuanzhen and Zhuo Lin left very quickly. They were racing against time to arrange things. The matter of changing the calamity cannot be solved by just one netherworld flower. The netherworld flower is only the most important part of it. As for how to do it specifically, Lin Xiao didn't know either. Senior Mu, what are you doing visiting me so late at night? What good stuff did you take out to attract the Supreme of Kunlun to exchange for Zhuo Lin? Netherworld flower, you have this thing. Why senior, you haven't got it? If I had a netherworld flower, how could I be trapped like this? The 3 sects of Kunlun refused to agree to my request. That's because they want to train supreme cultivators to inherit the sect. If I had a netherworld flower, I could let their supreme live another life. Wouldn't it be possible to trade directly? That's true. Alas, it seems that my chance is indeed not enough. Senior, there is no need to be like this. Haven't you already got the heavenly book? If the heavenly book is so easy to comprehend, then Kunlun would have ascended to heaven by dozens of people. It seems to be true. The netherworld flowers have been given away, so the war must be over soon. About a year. Your crisis will really come after a year. Lin Xiao, with your current strength, you are not the power of the 3 sects of Kunlun. You'd better take care of yourself. Mu Wanqiu smiled and said. Lin Xiao shook his head, not caring. He knew what Mu Wanqiu meant. The supremes of the 7 sects of the Immortal Alliance had great prejudices against the 3 sects of Kunlun, and Kunlun did have bad intentions, but Lin Xiao didn't care. The system was Lin Xiao's biggest trump card. No matter what tricks the 3 sects of Kunlun played, Lin Xiao could fight to the end. Besides, solving the Nanzhao demon clan did not necessarily end the war. The demon clans of Zizhao, Donghe, Nanhe, and Dongsao had not been solved yet, and Kunlun might not have the energy to deal with them. Chapter 875, Desperate in the Wilderness. In the depths of the wilderness of Nanzhao, Beizichan led more than 100 people to flee in a panic. More than 3 months ago, Beizichan led 10,000 people into the depths of the wilderness to burn, kill and plunder, wantonly destroying the war potential of the demon race. The Elephant Emperor sent Yu Jian along to encircle and suppress them. Yu Jian along failed at first, and then summoned the remaining demon kings in the wilderness of Nanzhao to vigorously encircle and suppress them. In the hinterland of the demon race, how could Beizichan be an opponent? However, these 10,000 people were determined to die, fighting with Yu Jian along in the hinterland of the wilderness. Every day was spent in setting fires, fighting, and fleeing. The wildfires lasted for several months. It is unknown how many forests were burned, and how many insects, beasts and demons were burned to death. But how could the human race be the opponent of the demon race in the hinterland of the demon race? Even if their equipment was strong, Beizichan and others were brave and good at fighting, and even had treasures such as the 8th level puppet, they still suffered heavy casualties. 7 days ago, there were less than 2,000 people left, and almost everyone was injured. The demons surrounded them, so Beizichan decided to break out in different directions. At first, Beizichan had nearly 500 people around him, but now, there are only 100 people following him. The rest were either killed by the demons or fell behind. Ancestor Bay, take a break. I don't have any Zuan Qi anymore. Yes, Ancestor Bay, my meridians hurt a lot. I can't absorb Zuan Qi while I'm on the road. Take a break. Many cultivators begged Beizichan to stop. Beizichan's consciousness swept back and saw that the demons behind him were temporarily thrown away, so he agreed. Lingguang monks set up defenses all around. Daogang monks sit on the periphery, and Zifu monks sit in the middle. We will stop for an hour and leave immediately, quickly. Beizichan also took out a handful of pills and stuffed them into his mouth. More than 100 people quickly dispersed. Lingguang monks retreated 30 miles to set up defenses, and Daogang monks formed a circle to protect the Zifu monks in the middle. In fact, there were not many Zifu monks, only more than 20. Daogang monks were the most. There were more than a dozen Lingguang monks, and those with poor cultivation would have died long ago. Time passed bit by bit, and when it was almost an hour, several figures flew in from a distance. Beizichen's face changed, and he shouted angrily, "The Demon King is attacking, you retreat, continue to the north, and rush into Qiao Tao Mountain." After that, Beizichen took the lead in flying back, and intercepted the pursuing Demon King. If he didn't go up, these people would have died. "Old Ancestor Bei, I'll stay here. You go and take your disciples home." "Old Ancestor Bei, go. Get lost. I'm not dead yet. It's not your turn. Get out of here." Several Lingguan monks who were on guard at the periphery did not leave either. They followed Beizichen back to kill. 3 demon kings appeared, led by none other than King Gaiao Jiaoang, Yu Jianalong's maid. Beizichen summoned an 8th order puppet, but at this time the 8th order puppet was almost blown up, and its strength was severely damaged. Only then did King Gaiao Jiaoang dare to chase him. Kill them. There was no nonsense. As soon as the two sides met, they fought to the death. Beizichen relied on the half-broken puppet to restrain King Gaiao Jiaoang, and the other Lingguan monks restrained the other 2 6th order demon kings. Boom. Not long after the battle, 2 Lingguan monks exploded one after another, severely injuring a 6th order demon king. The demon king quickly flew away, not daring to stay any longer. "Retreat." Beizichen shouted angrily. A large number of flying monsters came from a distance. If they continued to fight, they would all die. Beizichen fought and retreated, and the King Gaiao Jiao King bit him tightly. It didn't take long for Beizichen to catch up with the fleeing monks. Seeing Beizichen's hard fight, those people immediately stopped to organize battle formations and restrain each other, which made Beizichen so angry that he kept cursing. "Don't fight anymore, retreat, and let everyone who can escape escape." Beizichen shouted, and turned back to kill. The army of the monsters was about to arrive. If they were entangled, these hundreds of people would die here. However, no one listened to Beizichen. Everyone was determined to die, and fought to the death with the monsters. After a while, a large group of monsters came, and the monsters even had human prisoners in their hands, using them to force Beizichen to surrender. "Ancestor Bei, surrender now. Ancestor Mi and Ancestor Yuan have already died in battle, and Ancestor Jia has also been captured. Among the captives, some have completely surrendered to the demon clan, and shouted at Beizichen. Beizichen was horrified. "Did you and Royan also die in battle? Shut up. As a human, you actually surrendered to a beast. Why don't you just die? Ancestor Bei, we have fought for the human race and shed blood. That's enough. Get out, retreat quickly, I'm going to detonate the puppet." Beizichen shouted. The next moment, both the cultivators and the demon kings were retreating rapidly. Although the 8th level puppet was half crippled, if it exploded, the power would still be enough. No one within a radius of hundreds of miles would survive. However, Beizichen did not explode himself, but threw out a flying boat, rolled up the cultivator, and ran away quickly. King Gaiao Jiaoang was so angry that her face turned pale. Beizichen had used this trick more than once, but she didn't dare to gamble. If it really exploded, she would die. The demons pursued relentlessly, and Beizichen used the same old tricks, using the 8th level puppet to self-destruct to repel the enemy every time. King Gaiao Jiaoang never dared to gamble, so Beizichen successfully led his men to the Qiao Tao mountain area. At this time, there was a new demon king leading the Qiao Tao mountain area. 3 6th level demon kings led 50 million ordinary demon beasts and attacked Qiao Tao mountain. They no longer cared about the casualties of ordinary demon beasts. More than half of the outer positions of Qiao Tao mountain were lost. Beizichen sent a message to Beiziayu, asking him to send someone to meet him, but Beiziayu's men could not rush out. In desperation, Beizichen could only abandon the 8th level puppet and detonate it. Boom. The 8th level puppet exploded in the monster army. Although the 6th level monster kings had fled, the monsters within a radius of more than 100 miles were completely destroyed. The monsters within 300 miles were all killed. Most of the monsters outside 300 miles were injured and mad. They were no longer under the control of the intelligent monsters, and trampled on each other. There were countless casualties. Beizichen led his men and horses to rush into the Qiao defense line. "Brother Bei, how are you?" "I'm fine." Quickly arrange to treat the injured monks, and pursue the victory to meet the troops. "Who to meet?" "Let's talk about it after we get out." Okay. Beiziai ordered 100,000 troops, and took a flying boat, to chase and kill the monsters. At this time, the monster's command system was completely out of order, and it was killed by Beiziao's troops for hundreds of miles. It was not until the King Gaiao Jiao King appeared that Beiziao gathered his troops and withdrew the defense line. The demon tribe in the Kaiao Tao mountain area was defeated once again. Although no high-level demon king died this time, millions of low-level demon beasts were killed or injured, and the corpses of demon beasts stretched for hundreds of miles. The crisis in Kaiao Tao mountain was temporarily resolved. Beizichan was seriously injured, but he had no time to heal. He wrote a letter to Lin Xiao while understanding the current situation. More than 2 months ago, the demons slowed down their offensive against the main battlefield of Qi State, but increased their offensive against the front line of Wu State. Qian Luo State had basically fallen. Zhang Qingshan had withdrawn his army to the border of Wu State, using the Tiansheng Sect mountain gate as the rear support point, and deployed heavy troops to defend the border of Wu State. In the north of Wu State, Jianxi State was in a similar situation. The Bian sect fell, and even the Zuanjing mine was lost. Yan Xiaoyang withdrew his army to the border of Wu State, less than 1,000 miles away from Qinqing Valley. If he withdrew further, Chunayang Palace and Chunqing Valley would fall. On the east side, Wei State was also in trouble. All its troops had withdrawn to the territory of Xiang State, which bordered Wu State. It can be said that at this time, Nanzuan's isolated island plan has been launched. Except for the Hanggu Mountains in the southeast, there are no monsters invading. There are enemies on all sides. At least 500 million monsters are besieging the periphery of Wu State. Dozens of high-level cultivators led by leading He of the Li family have also entered the territory of Wu State through the teleportation array to assist in the battle. Brother Bei, where are you? Xiangxiang and the others? It's over what? Beiziao was frightened, and his face turned pale. Did Lin Xiao's 3 direct disciples die together in the wilderness? Brother Bei, don't scare me. What's going on? I don't know. The prisoners told me that Patriarch Mi and Yuan Royan died in the battle. Jia Mengren was captured, and Yu Xiangxiang is missing. 8 days ago, we broke out separately. I led 500 people, and they led 300 or 400 people each. I have an 8th level puppet and it's like this. What do you think will happen to them? You, how can you still be so calm? Why not be calm? Is panicking useful? Brother, don't make noise. There's no point saying anything now. The human race has suffered tens of millions of casualties. Anyone can die, including you and me. I'm going to see Nangsun. You take charge here. Beizichan said coldly. At this moment, he was extremely calm. It was a great pity that a high-level cultivator died in the battle, but there was no way anyone could die now. If Nansha was defeated, more people would die. In Qi State, Beiyu City, Lin Xiao looked at the broken death substitute puppet without saying a word. He had seen Beizichan's message, but what he didn't tell Beizichan was that Lin Xiao prepared death substitutes for his 3 direct disciples. No matter how selfless Lin Xiao was, he couldn't be a saint. The death substitute was worth 500,000 points each, and he couldn't exchange too many, so he could only take care of his direct disciples. Now the death substitute helped Yuan Royan save her life, but her real body was still in the wilderness. Whether she could survive in the end was still uncertain. If she died again, she would really die. Moreover, the whereabouts of Yu Xiangxiang and Jia Mengren were unknown. Although it was not yet time to use a death substitute, it was also very urgent. No one knew the final outcome. Alliance Master Lin, what's the matter? Old Ancestor Bei has submitted his report on the activities in the wilderness. Put it there. I'll take a look later. Yes. Not long after, Lin Xiao put away the substitute puppet, walked out of the secret room, and carefully checked the report written by Beizichan. Beizichan's 10,000 people did not die in vain. They were active in the wilderness for more than 3 months, and the fire burned for more than 3 months. They also raided the nests of more than 30 high-level demon kings, which was a great destruction to the war potential of the demon clan. Similar to the purple-eyed demon king, because his nest was raided, he didn't dare to fight to the death. If the remaining few purple-eyed green light beasts fell, his clan would be exterminated, so the indirect effect of Beizichan's action this time was very large. Lin Xiao even considered organizing people to go into the wilderness again. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.